I don't talk about this trip much. I wish I could say it was just a bad memory, something I could chalk up to a mistake and move on from, but it doesn't work that way. The feeling still lingers, the way my stomach clenched, the way my body knew I was in danger before my mind fully caught up. I've tried to tell myself I was imagining things, that fear got the best of me, but the details are too sharp, too real to ignore. I had planned the hike months in advance. A solo trek through a lesser-known trail in the mountains, about 15 miles in total. The plan was simple: hike in, set up camp for the night, and hike back out the next morning. I'd done plenty of solo trips before, and this one wasn't supposed to be any different. The trail was marked, the weather was clear, and I had packed everything I needed. I arrived at the trailhead just before noon. The parking lot was empty except for my car. That was normal. This wasn't a popular trail, and it was a weekday. That's why I chose it. I wanted solitude. The air was crisp, the smell of pine thick as I strapped on my pack and started walking. The first few miles were peaceful. The sound of my boots crunching on the dirt, the distant rush of a stream, the occasional bird overhead. It was exactly what I had hoped for. The incline was steady but nothing too difficult, and the deeper I went, the quieter everything became. At mile 5, I stopped for a break. I sat on a flat rock, drank some water, and ate a protein bar. The forest around me was still, the kind of silence that presses against your ears. I checked my map and GPS. Everything was on track. I took a deep breath and kept moving. Then I saw the first thing that made my stomach tighten. A single boot, half buried in the dirt off the side of the trail. It was old, cracked leather, the laces missing. It looked like it had been there a long time. Maybe someone had lost it, or maybe they had discarded it. But something about it made me uneasy. It wasn't just the boot. It was the way it was positioned, like someone had been standing there and then vanished. I pushed the thought away and kept walking. The next few miles passed without incident, but that feeling of unease didn't fade. If anything, it got worse. Every so often, I would hear something, a branch snapping, leaves rustling. But when I stopped to listen, there was nothing. At mile 8, I found the second thing that made me stop in my tracks. A backpack. It was sitting just off the trail, partially unzipped. It looked newer than the boot, but it had been out here for at least a season. The fabric was faded from the sun, and when I nudged it with my foot, it was heavy, like it still had gear inside. I crouched down and unzipped it the rest of the way. Clothes, a water bottle, some energy bars. No ID, no phone. Just a pack, left behind with no sign of the person who carried it. I stood up, scanning the trees, that sick feeling growing in my gut. I told myself it was nothing, that maybe a hiker had abandoned it. But something wasn't right. My skin prickled, my body telling me to leave. I adjusted my pack and moved faster, wanting to reach my campsite before dark. By the time I got to the clearing, the sun was low. The site was nothing special. A small flat area near a stream, just big enough for a tent and a fire pit. I set up quickly, my hands moving on autopilot, my ears tuned to every sound around me. The forest had gone too quiet. I made a small fire, ate a quick meal, and sat with my back against a tree. I told myself I was safe, that my mind was just playing tricks on me. But the feeling didn't go away. The trees felt too close, the dark too heavy. Then I heard it, a single footstep somewhere beyond the tree line. Slow, careful. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. My pulse pounded in my ears as I strained to listen. Another step, closer. I reached for my knife, my fingers wrapping around the handle. My brain was screaming at me to do something, but I didn't know what. Run? Hide? Call out? I did nothing. I just sat there, staring into the dark. Then silence. I stayed awake all night. The fire burned low, casting weak, flickering light. My knife never left my hand. As the first light of dawn crept through the trees, I packed up my gear in record time. I didn't eat. I didn't stop to check my map. I just started walking, fast. Every few minutes, I glanced over my shoulder. I didn't see anything, but I felt it. That presence, that weight in the air. Something was out there, watching, following. At mile 10, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A fresh footprint. Not mine. Bigger, deeper, and not alone. There were others. More than one. I stopped. My breath came fast. My legs screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to stay calm. If they had wanted to attack me, they would have done it last night. They were toying with me, hurting me. I moved faster. My heart hammered against my ribs as I practically jogged down the trail. The trees blurred past me. My focus locked on the path ahead. At mile 12, I heard it again. Footsteps, closer this time, not bothering to be quiet anymore. I ran. Branches tore at my arms, my pack bouncing against my back. I didn't care. I didn't look. I just ran. The trail twisted, the incline steep, but I pushed forward. Then finally I saw it. The parking lot, my car. I sprinted the last stretch, my legs burning, my lungs aching. I fumbled for my keys, yanked the door open, and threw myself inside. I locked the doors, started the engine, spun the car around so fast the tires kicked up gravel. As I sped down the road, I made the mistake of looking in the rearview mirror, and I saw them, two figures standing just at the edge of the trees, watching me leave. I never went back. I never reported it. What would I say? That I found an old boot and a backpack and felt like I was being hunted? That I saw footprints and heard something in the woods? No one would believe me, but I know what I felt. And I know, without a doubt, that I was not alone on that trail. I don't think I'll ever go hiking alone again. Maybe not even with other people. The woods, the mountains, the open trails, none of it feels the same anymore. I used to love the quiet, the feeling of being away from everything, disconnected from the world. Now, that same silence feels different, like something is waiting in it, watching. It started as a simple solo hiking trip. I had done plenty before, never had any issues. I planned a 2-day hike through a remote area, not too far from civilization, but far enough that I wouldn't run into crowds. I had all my gear: food, water, a tent, a map, a compass, a first aid kit, everything I needed. The forecast was clear. The route wasn't anything too difficult, just a peaceful, quiet weekend in the woods. The first few hours were exactly what I had hoped for. The sun was out, the air was cool, and the trail was empty. I took my time, stopping every so often to take in the view or snap a picture. The trees stretched high above me, the scent of pine thick in the air. Every now and then, I'd hear the rustling of small animals in the underbrush, birds calling to each other in the distance. After a few miles, I veered onto a smaller, less traveled path. It wasn't an official trail, but I had read about it on a forum, a sort of hidden gem for more experienced hikers. It cut through denser forest, wound up along a ridge, and offered some of the best views in the area. It wasn't marked, but I had my compass and map. I wasn't worried. By late afternoon, I reached the ridge. The view was incredible, stretching for miles. I could see the valley below, the river cutting through it like a silver vein. I set down my pack, took a break, had some food. I felt good, relaxed. That changed when I noticed something odd. A little way down the ridge, just beyond the tree line, there was a shape. Something dark against the green and brown of the forest. At first, I thought it was a rock or a fallen tree, but the longer I stared, the less sense it made. It was tall, too tall to be a person. It didn't move. It just stood there, half hidden by the trees. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Maybe it was a dead tree, the bark stripped away, making it look strange from a distance. I told myself that, but I still felt uneasy. The sun was starting to drop lower, so I pushed the thought aside and kept moving. I needed to find a good spot to set up camp before it got too dark. I hiked for another hour, eventually finding a small clearing near a stream. Perfect spot. I set up my tent, got a fire going, and cooked a quick meal. As the last bit of daylight faded, the sounds of the forest changed. The birds went quiet. The wind barely stirred the leaves. It was just the crackling of my fire and the occasional creak of trees shifting. I was used to that. Night in the woods was always different than the day. but this time it felt heavier. I couldn't stop thinking about that shape on the ridge. I kept glancing around, expecting to see something just beyond the tree line. Nothing was there, but the feeling didn't go away. I forced myself to ignore it. I climbed into my tent, zipped up my sleeping bag, and tried to sleep. At some point in the night, I woke up. First, I didn't know why. Then I heard it. Footsteps, slow, careful, moving through the underbrush just outside my camp. I held my breath, listening. My fire had burned down to embers, leaving the clearing in near darkness. The steps were deliberate, not the random scurrying of an animal. Someone was walking out there. I reached for my knife, my heart hammering in my chest. The footsteps stopped. Silence. I strained to hear anything, but there was nothing, just the wind barely rustling the leaves. Then suddenly, the sound of something scraping against bark. Long, slow, deliberate. I swallowed hard. It was close, too close. I thought about unzipping the tent, grabbing my flashlight, but I didn't want to make a sound. I just lay there, gripping my knife, waiting. Minutes passed, maybe an hour, then nothing. Eventually, exhaustion won. I don't know when I fell asleep, but when I woke up, the sun was just starting to rise. The fire was out, the clearing looked the same as it had the night before. For a moment, I almost convinced myself I had imagined it. Then I stepped out of the tent. The ground around my campsite was disturbed. Footprints, not boots, bare feet, large but human-shaped. They circled my camp, stopped right outside my tent flap. My stomach dropped. I scanned the trees, the ridge beyond them. Nothing, but the feeling was still there, that heavy, pressing silence. I packed up as fast as I could. I wasn't sticking around another night. I checked my map, decided to take a more direct route back to my truck. It would be harder terrain, but faster. I moved quickly, barely stopping. The whole time, I felt like I was being watched. Every so often, I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision. But when I turned, there was nothing, just trees. At one point, I found something that made my blood run cold. A tree, deep gouges carved into the bark. 5 long, parallel scratches starting high and dragging down. Not made by an animal. Too precise, too intentional. I kept moving. By midday, I finally spotted the dirt road where my truck was parked. Relief flooded me, but I didn't slow down. I practically jogged the last stretch, my eyes darting to the trees, expecting to see something step out at any moment. I reached my truck, threw my gear inside, and locked the doors the second I got in. My hands were shaking as I started the engine. As I turned the truck around, I glanced one last time at the trailhead, and there, just beyond the tree line, something stood, tall, still, watching. I didn't stop to get a better look. I hit the gas and didn't let up until I was miles away. I don't know what I saw. I don't know who or what was out there, but I do know one thing. I was not alone in those woods. I had been hiking alone for years, and I never once felt scared in the woods. It was where I went to clear my head, to get away from the noise of everyday life. But this trip was different. I didn't know it at the time, but something was about to go very, very wrong. I had planned a 3-day hike deep into a remote section of the mountains, an area I had never been to before. It wasn't a tourist spot, just a rough, overgrown trail that barely showed up on maps. That was exactly what I wanted. No people, no distractions, just me and the wilderness. I packed light but smart. Tent, sleeping bag, enough food, water filter, extra layers, a knife, and a GPS that I barely planned on using. I trusted my instincts more than anything. The first day was peaceful. The trail was rough, but nothing I couldn't handle. Thick trees surrounded me, their branches weaving together to block most of the sunlight. Occasionally, I'd catch glimpses of the mountains rising in the distance. I followed a river upstream for most of the afternoon, filling my bottle whenever I needed. There were no other footprints in the dirt, no signs of people anywhere, just how I liked it. That night, I set up camp near a small clearing, close enough to the river that I could hear the water moving. The sound was comforting. I built a small fire, ate a quick meal, and watched the last light disappear behind the trees. The air was cool but not cold. I fell asleep fast. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. The fire had died down to just embers, and the night was completely silent. Not just quiet, silent. No wind, no insects, no rustling leaves. I sat up in my sleeping bag, listening, but I couldn't hear a thing. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe I had just woken up at the exact moment a breeze had stopped, or maybe I was still half asleep. Still, something didn't feel right. I lay back down, but it took me a long time to fall asleep again. The next morning, I packed up and kept moving. The silence of the night was still in the back of my mind, but I pushed it away. I had miles to cover. As I moved deeper into the mountains, the trail became harder to follow. It was clear that almost no one came out this way. I had to push through thick undergrowth, stepping over fallen trees and navigating around steep, eroded sections of the trail. But I liked the challenge. It felt like I was the first person to walk here in years. Sometime in the afternoon, I came across something that stopped me in my tracks. A boot. It was old, sun-bleached, half buried in the dirt like it had been there for a long time. It didn't look like something someone had just lost. The leather was cracked, the laces missing. I picked it up, turned it over in my hands. It was weird, but not impossible. Maybe a hunter had been through here years ago and lost it. I left it where I found it and kept moving. A few miles later, I found more. A shredded backpack, a torn piece of fabric tangled in a bush, a rusted-out knife lying in the dirt. It looked like it had been there for ages, like the forest had been slowly swallowing it all. I was starting to feel uneasy. Someone had been out here a long time ago, and they had left in a hurry, or they hadn't left at all. But I still told myself it was nothing, just old trash from someone who had gotten lost and made it out. I had no reason to believe anything bad had happened. That night, I set up camp earlier than usual. I didn't like how unfamiliar everything was starting to feel. The silence was back, just like the night before. No wind, no birds, just dead, heavy air pressing in around me. I built my fire a little bigger than usual, trying to shake off the creeping unease. I forced myself to eat even though I wasn't hungry. I double-checked my gear. Everything was where it should be. Then I saw something in the trees. It wasn't close, maybe 50 yards away, but my head snapped toward it the second I noticed it. Something pale, half hidden behind a tree. It was only there for a second before it moved back out of sight. My heart started pounding. I stared at the spot, waiting, but nothing happened. I wasn't sure if I had actually seen anything or if my mind was playing tricks on me. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed in my tent, knife in my hand, ears straining for any sound at all. Every once in a while, I thought I heard something soft crunching, like footsteps on dry leaves. But every time I looked, there was nothing there. I lay awake until the sky started to lighten, then packed up and started moving before the sun was fully up. I needed to get out. I decided to cut my trip short. I hadn't seen any obvious danger, but my gut was screaming at me to leave. I moved fast, trying to retrace my steps, but the trail was harder to follow than I remembered. The thick trees and uneven terrain made everything look the same. Hours passed, and I started to worry that I had gone the wrong way. My GPS should have helped, but when I turned it on, the screen flickered and died. Dead battery. My phone had no signal. I kept moving. Then I found the boot again. The same boot I had seen the day before. I was sure of it. My stomach dropped. I had been walking for hours trying to head back the way I came, but somehow I had ended up in the exact same place. My brain tried to reason through it. Maybe I had made a huge circle without realizing. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. Something wasn't right. I didn't stop moving. I forced myself to stay calm, to keep my breathing steady. If I panicked, I'd only make things worse. I pulled out my map, trying to find any landmarks that could help me get back. The river. If I could find the river again, I could follow it downstream. It would take longer, but at least I wouldn't be lost. I turned and started moving toward where I thought the river was. My legs ached. My pack felt heavier with every step, but I didn't stop. And then, in the distance, I saw movement. Person. For a split second, I felt relief. I wasn't alone. Someone else was out here. But then I realized they weren't moving right. Their posture was wrong, stiff, like they were standing on unstable ground. And they weren't walking away or toward me. They were just standing there, watching me. I turned and ran. I didn't care where I was going anymore. I just needed to get away. Branches slapped against my arms and face. My breath burned in my throat, but I didn't stop. I ran until my legs almost gave out, until my vision blurred from exhaustion. And then, finally, I heard it. The river. I stumbled toward the sound, almost crying with relief when I saw the water. I followed it, forcing myself to keep going. Hours passed, but I didn't stop. I hiked until the trees started to thin, until the land started to look familiar again, until finally I saw the road. I never looked back. I don't know who or what I saw out there. I don't want to know, but I'll never go hiking alone again. The plan was simple. A solo hike through the deep wilderness. 3 days, 2 nights, nothing but me, my backpack, and the trail. I had done hikes like this before, but never this deep into the mountains. The area was remote, untouched. No cell service, no people, just miles of forest stretching in every direction. That's exactly what I wanted. I parked my car at the trailhead just after sunrise. The morning air was crisp, the kind that filled your lungs with a biting cold before the sun had time to warm it up. My pack was heavy, filled with enough food, water, and gear to last the trip. The first few miles were easy, a steady incline with well-marked paths. I moved fast, enjoying the quiet, the way my footsteps and breathing were the only sounds around me. Around midday, I reached a clearing with a small stream. I refilled my water bottle, sat on a fallen log, and ate a granola bar. The silence here was different. It wasn't peaceful, it was heavy, like the woods were listening. I brushed it off, chalking it up to the remoteness of the area. It was just my mind playing tricks on me. By late afternoon, I had covered about 10 miles. The sun was getting low, and I needed to find a place to set up camp. I found a decent spot off the trail, a small flat area near a dense patch of trees. I set up my tent, started a small fire, and ate a quick meal. As the sky darkened, I sat watching the flames, listening to the crackling wood and the distant rustle of leaves. Normal forest sounds, but something felt off. I tried to shake the feeling, telling myself it was just the isolation. But then I heard it, a branch snapping, close. I froze, ears straining. Another snap, then silence. My eyes scanned the tree line, but there was nothing, just darkness pressing against the fire's glow. I told myself it was an animal, a deer maybe, but my gut told me something else, something bigger, something watching. I grabbed my knife and flashlight and scanned the woods. Nothing moved. The fire flickered, casting shifting shadows that played tricks on my eyes. After a few minutes, the sound stopped. I forced myself to relax. It was fine. It had to be. I crawled into my tent, zipped it up tight, and lay there listening. Every rustle of leaves, every distant crack made my muscles tense. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I fell asleep. I woke up just before dawn. The fire had burned out, and the air was freezing. I unzipped the tent, stepped out, and stretched. That's when I saw them. Footprints, not mine. They circled my camp, stopping just outside my tent. Bare feet. The prints were deep, clear in the dirt. Someone or something had stood there, just inches from where I had been sleeping. My stomach twisted. I wasn't alone out here. I packed fast. No breakfast, no fire. Just stuffed my gear into my pack and got moving. I wanted to believe it was some lost hiker, but what kind of hiker walks barefoot through the freezing woods in the middle of the night? I pushed that thought away and picked up my pace. By midday, I had covered more ground than planned. I wanted out of these woods. Something wasn't right. The silence was heavier now, pressing in on me. I didn't hear birds, didn't see squirrels or deer. It was like the whole forest was holding its breath. Then I saw it. A shape standing just off the trail, deep in the trees. too far to see clearly, but close enough that I knew it wasn't an animal. Tall, unmoving, watching me, my legs locked up. My throat went dry. I didn't want to stare, but I couldn't look away. I lifted my hand, gripping the knife at my belt, ready to run or fight or do whatever I needed to do. But when I blinked, it was gone. Just trees, just emptiness. I forced myself forward, my pulse hammering. I kept my pace steady, but my body screamed at me to run. I fought that urge. Running meant panic. Panic meant mistakes. For hours, I moved fast, barely stopping for water. My legs ached. My breath came in sharp gasps, but I didn't stop. The feeling of being watched never left. Every so often, I'd catch glimpses, something shifting between trees, a shadow that shouldn't be there, the snap of a twig just behind me. I wasn't alone, and whatever it was, wasn't letting me go. By late afternoon, I was close to the trailhead. I could feel it. I pushed harder, practically jogging now. Then I saw something that made my stomach drop. My car. It was still there, but something was wrong. The driver's side door was open. I knew for a fact I had locked it. I never left my car unlocked in the wilderness. My hands were shaking as I approached. The inside was trashed. My backpack, which I had left inside, was ripped open, its contents scattered. My glove compartment had been emptied, papers thrown everywhere. But what stopped me cold was what was on the windshield. A single handprint, smudged, dirty, bare, the same size as the footprints around my tent. I didn't wait. I jumped into the car, turned the key, and peeled out, kicking up gravel as I sped down the dirt road. My heart pounded, every nerve screaming at me to get as far away as possible. I didn't stop until I hit the main highway. Only then did I pull over, hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles were white. I sat there, trying to calm my breathing, trying to make sense of what had happened. I never reported it. What would I even say? That someone, barefoot, had stalked me through miles of wilderness, left no trace except for footprints and a handprint? That they had been out there, waiting, watching? I don't hike alone anymore, and I never go back to those woods. The plan was simple. A solo hike through the deep wilderness. 3 days, 2 nights, nothing but me, my backpack, and the trail. I had done hikes like this before, but never this deep into the mountains. The area was remote, untouched. No cell service, no people, just miles of forest stretching in every direction. That's exactly what I wanted. I parked my car at the trailhead just after sunrise. The morning air was crisp, the kind that filled your lungs with a biting cold before the sun had time to warm it up. My pack was heavy, filled with enough food, water, and gear to last the trip. The first few miles were easy, a steady incline with well-marked paths. I moved fast, enjoying the quiet, the way my footsteps and breathing were the only sounds around me. Around midday, I reached a clearing with a small stream. I refilled my water bottle, sat on a fallen log, and ate a granola bar. The silence here was different. It wasn't peaceful, it was heavy, like the woods were listening. I brushed it off, chalking it up to the remoteness of the area. It was just my mind playing tricks on me. By late afternoon, I had covered about 10 miles. The sun was getting low, and I needed to find a place to set up camp. I found a decent spot off the trail, a small flat area near a dense patch of trees. I set up my tent, started a small fire, and ate a quick meal. As the sky darkened, I sat watching the flames, listening to the crackling wood and the distant rustle of leaves. Normal forest sounds, but something felt off. I tried to shake the feeling, telling myself it was just the isolation. But then I heard it, a branch snapping, close. I froze, ears straining. Another snap, then silence. My eyes scanned the tree line, but there was nothing, just darkness pressing against the fire's glow. I told myself it was an animal, a deer maybe, but my gut told me something else, something bigger, something watching. I grabbed my knife and flashlight and scanned the woods. Nothing moved. The fire flickered, casting shifting shadows that played tricks on my eyes. After a few minutes, the sounds stopped. I forced myself to relax. It was fine. It had to be. I crawled into my tent, zipped it up tight, and lay there listening. Every rustle of leaves, every distant crack made my muscles tense. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I fell asleep. I woke up just before dawn. The fire had burned out, and the air was freezing. I unzipped the tent, stepped out, and stretched. That's when I saw them. Footprints. Not mine. They circled my camp, stopping just outside my tent. Bare feet. The prints were deep, clear in the dirt. Someone or something had stood there, just inches from where I had been sleeping. My stomach twisted. I wasn't alone out here. I packed fast. No breakfast, no fire. Just stuffed my gear into my pack and got moving. I wanted to believe it was some lost hiker, but what kind of hiker walks barefoot through the freezing woods in the middle of the night? I pushed that thought away and picked up my pace. By midday, I had covered more ground than planned. I wanted out of these woods. Something wasn't right. The silence was heavier now, pressing in on me. I didn't hear birds, didn't see squirrels or deer. It was like the whole forest was holding its breath. Then I saw it. A shape standing just off the trail, deep in the trees. Too far to see clearly, but close enough that I knew it wasn't an animal. Tall, unmoving, watching me, my legs locked up. My throat went dry. I didn't want to stare, but I couldn't look away. I lifted my hand, gripping the knife at my belt, ready to run or fight or do whatever I needed to do. But when I blinked, it was gone. Just trees, just emptiness. I forced myself forward, my pulse hammering. I kept my pace steady, but my body screamed at me to run. I fought that urge. Running meant panic. Panic meant mistakes. For hours, I moved fast, barely stopping for water. My legs ached. My breath came in sharp gasps, but I didn't stop. The feeling of being watched never left. Every so often, I'd catch glimpses. Something shifting between trees, a shadow that shouldn't be there, the snap of a twig just behind me. I wasn't alone, and whoever, whatever, it wasn't letting me go. By late afternoon, I was close to the trailhead. I could feel it. I pushed harder, practically jogging now. Then I saw something that made my stomach drop. My car. It was still there, but something was wrong. The driver's side door was open. I knew for a fact I had locked it. I never left my car unlocked in the wilderness. My hands were shaking as I approached. The inside was trashed. My backpack, which I had left inside, was ripped open, its contents scattered. My glove compartment had been emptied, papers thrown everywhere. But what stopped me cold was what was on the windshield. A single handprint, smudged, dirty, bare, the same size as the footprints around my tent. I didn't wait. I jumped into the car, turned the key, and peeled out, kicking up gravel as I sped down the dirt road. My heart pounded, every nerve screaming at me to get as far away as possible. I didn't stop until I hit the main highway. Only then did I pull over, hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles were white. I sat there, trying to calm my breathing, trying to make sense of what had happened. I never reported it. What would I even say? That someone, barefoot, had stalked me through miles of wilderness, left no trace except for footprints and a handprint? That they had been out there, waiting, watching? I don't hike alone anymore, and I never go back to those woods. I had planned the trip for months. The idea was simple: 3 days of hiking through the backcountry. Just me, my pack, and the quiet isolation of the wilderness. No distractions, no technology beyond my GPS and emergency beacon. I needed this. Life had been weighing on me, and I thought a few days in the wild would help clear my head. I picked a trail that was isolated but well documented. One of those routes that wasn't popular but had enough history to ensure it was mapped and safe. It cut through dense forest, over rolling hills, and eventually led up a ridge with a beautiful panoramic view of the valley below. That was the plan. Hike in, set up camp, enjoy the silence, then hike out. The first day went smoothly. I parked at the trailhead, checked my gear, and started my trek in the early afternoon. The weather was perfect, cool but sunny. The trail was well marked, and the forest felt alive with the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. I covered about 10 miles before setting up camp near a small creek. It was peaceful, exactly what I needed. That night, as I sat by my small fire, eating a dehydrated meal, I felt the first sliver of unease. It was the quiet, too quiet, the kind of silence that makes your ears strain for a sound. Any sound. No birds, no wind, just an oppressive stillness pressing down on everything. I told myself it was normal. Deep in the woods, sometimes everything just settles. But I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, listening. The second day, I pushed further into the trail, climbing higher into the hills. The views were breathtaking, but something about the trail felt off. There were no signs of recent hikers. The trail wasn't overgrown, but it felt abandoned. No footprints in the dirt, no broken branches from recent passage. Just me and the endless stretch of trees. By late afternoon, I reached the ridge and set up camp. The view was incredible, miles of untouched wilderness stretching out below. I sat on a rock, eating, watching the sky darken. It should have felt peaceful, but the unease from the night before still clung to me. Then I noticed something. Far below, at the tree line, there was movement. A figure, dark against the green, standing completely still. Too far to make out details, but unmistakably human. My stomach tightened. There shouldn't have been anyone else out here. The trail was empty. The parking lot had only held my car. I watched for a long time, but the figure never moved, never stepped forward or back. Just stood there, barely visible in the fading light. I forced myself to look away. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks. A tree stump at just the right angle, a shadow stretching in the evening sun. But when I glanced back, the figure was gone. That night, sleep didn't come easy. The wind had picked up, whistling through the trees, making the branches creak and groan. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure again, standing motionless in the distance. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I drifted off. I woke up to the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving just outside my tent. My body went rigid, breath caught in my throat. I listened, heart pounding, as the steps circled me. Not an animal too heavy, not another hiker, no one was out here. I stayed frozen, gripping my knife, waiting. The steps stopped just beside my tent. Silence stretched on, thick and suffocating. Then, after what felt like hours, the steps moved away, fading into the night. I didn't sleep after that. I lay awake until the first light of dawn crept over the ridge. Then I packed up in record time. I was supposed to stay another night, but I didn't care. I needed to get off that trail. I moved fast, barely stopping, pushing myself harder than I ever had. But the feeling didn't leave me. That sense of being watched followed. Every so often, I'd glance back, expecting to see someone just beyond the trees. But there was never anything there. By midday, I reached the lower forest, back near the creek where I had camped the first night. That's when I saw them. Footprints, not mine. Someone else's, fresh in the damp soil, leading away from where I had slept. They circled my campsite, stopped at the spot where my tent had been, then led back into the woods. Panic surged through me. Whoever had been out here had been watching me long before I heard them. They had stood outside my tent, inches away from where I slept, listening. I ran. The last few miles were a blur. I moved as fast as I could, lungs burning, legs screaming, but I didn't stop. Not until I saw my car at the trailhead, untouched, exactly as I left it. I threw my gear inside, locked the doors, and tore out of there, gravel spitting under my tires. It wasn't until I was miles away, back on paved roads, that I let myself breathe. I never reported it. What would I say? That someone followed me, watched me, stood outside my tent in the dark? There was no proof, no crime, just footprints in the dirt and a feeling I can't shake to this day. I still hike, but never alone, never again. I've always loved hiking. There's something about being out in the middle of nowhere, away from the noise of life, that just clears my head. The sound of the wind moving through the trees, the feeling of dirt crunching under my boots, the quiet, it's peaceful. But that trip changed everything. It was early fall, that time of year when the air is crisp but not freezing yet. I had planned a solo hike through a remote part of the mountains. It wasn't a well-known trail, something I found on an old forum, buried in a thread from years ago. A handful of people had talked about it, saying it was beautiful and untouched. That's what drew me to it. The idea of going somewhere few had been. I packed light but smart, plenty of water, food, a knife, a fire starter, my tent, and a small emergency kit. I made sure someone knew my plan just in case. The drive took half a day, winding through back roads that got worse the farther I went. By the time I reached the trailhead, the sun was already hanging low. I should have waited until morning, but I was too eager. I told myself I'd just hike for an hour or two, then set up camp. The first stretch of the trail was perfect, just the right balance of challenge and beauty. Towering trees surrounded me, their leaves just starting to turn. The smell of pine and damp earth filled the air. It was quiet, aside from the occasional rustle of something small moving through the undergrowth. About an hour in, I noticed the trail wasn't as well kept as I'd expected. The path was narrow, overgrown in some spots like no one had been through in years. But I kept going. The sun dipped lower, and I decided to find a place to set up camp. I found a small clearing just big enough for my tent. I got my fire going and sat there, eating my food, enjoying the stillness. It felt good to be alone out there. Then I heard it, a snap, a single, sharp crack of a branch breaking somewhere behind me. My body tensed. I turned, scanning the darkness. Nothing, just trees and shadows. Could have been a deer, could have been anything, but I didn't like the way it made me feel. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I still kept my knife close when I climbed into my tent. Sleep didn't come easy. Every little noise had my eyes snapping open. Leaves rustling, twigs snapping. Normal forest sounds, I told myself. At some point, exhaustion won over and I drifted off. I woke up suddenly. No sound, no reason. Just wide awake, my heart pounding. I listened. Silence. The kind of silence that doesn't feel right. The kind that feels too heavy. Then, just outside my tent, something moved. A slow, deliberate step. Then another. Not an animal. Not the way animals move. This was careful. Controlled. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. My knife was in my hand, clenched so tight my knuckles ached. My mind raced. Who was out here? No one knew about this place. No one should have been out here. The steps stopped, just outside my tent. My skin went cold. I could feel someone standing there, listening. Minutes stretched. My breathing was shallow, quiet. Then, just as slowly as it had come, the presence outside moved away. I stayed frozen. I didn't unzip the tent. I didn't check. I just waited, listening. After what felt like hours, the forest sounds returned. An owl hooted somewhere in the distance. The wind rustled the trees. I stayed awake until dawn. When the sun finally rose, I forced myself out. The ground was covered in leaves and pine needles, but there, just outside my tent, were footprints. Bare footprints. My stomach turned. They were human. No shoes, just the faint outline of toes and a heel pressed into the dirt. They led from the trees to my tent and then back into the woods. I packed up fast. I told myself I'd had enough, that I'd head back. But as I started down the trail, something felt off. The path looked different, like the trees had shifted in the night. I walked for an hour, maybe two, but nothing looked right. I should have been near the trailhead by then, but I wasn't. The path kept twisting, leading me deeper into the trees. I stopped, tried to get my bearings. My map made no sense. My compass spun uselessly. Panic started creeping in. Then I saw it. A small clearing just ahead. My campsite, but that wasn't possible. I had been walking away from it for hours. I turned around, walked the other way. 30 minutes. An hour. Trees, more trees. Then my campsite. Again. The footprints were gone. But I knew I wasn't alone. I didn't stop moving after that. I didn't rest. I just kept going, pushing forward, forcing myself not to look back. It didn't matter where I ended up, as long as it was away from that place. My legs ached, my lungs burned. But finally, after what felt like forever, I saw something, my car, sitting there, just as I had left it. I didn't stop to think. I didn't question it. I got in, started the engine, and drove. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see what might have been standing at the tree line. I never went back. I never tried to find that trail again. I don't even know if I could. But sometimes, when I'm out hiking somewhere new, I get that feeling again, like I'm being watched. And sometimes, just for a second, I swear I see a barefoot print in the dirt. I set out early, before the sun had fully risen, my pack weighed down with supplies for a long solo trek. The air was cool, the ground still damp from the rain the night before. I could smell the wet earth as I adjusted my straps and started down the trail. The plan was simple: hike deep into the wilderness, spend a night at the summit, and return the next day. I'd done harder hikes before, but something about this one felt different. I ignored the feeling and pushed forward. The first few hours were peaceful. Birds called from the trees, the wind moved through the branches in slow waves, and my boots crunched against the dirt path. I kept a steady pace, stopping only for water and the occasional glance at my map. The trail was well marked, but not many people hiked this route. That was part of the reason I chose it. I wanted solitude. Around midday, I came to a fork. According to my map, both trails led to the summit, but one was shorter and steeper while the other wound around the mountain in a gradual climb. I opted for the steeper route, wanting to reach camp before dark. The incline was tough. My legs burned as I climbed over roots and loose rocks. The air grew thinner. Each breath felt heavier. As I climbed, I noticed something odd. The usual sounds of the forest, birds, rustling leaves, the distant trickle of a stream had disappeared. I paused, listening. Silence. A deep, unnatural silence. I told myself it was nothing, maybe just my ears adjusting, and kept walking. An hour later, I spotted something ahead. A backpack, abandoned in the middle of the trail. It looked old, faded from the sun and torn in places. My first thought was that someone had left it behind, but who would forget their pack? I nudged it with my foot. It was empty. A strange unease crept over me, but I kept moving. The air grew colder as I climbed higher. The trees thinned out, their twisted branches reaching towards the sky like skeletal fingers. The wind picked up, howling through the gaps in the rocks. It was almost evening now, and I needed to find a spot to set up camp. I found a small clearing just off the trail, surrounded by boulders that would shield me from the wind. I set up my tent quickly, boiled some water for a meal, and sat watching the last light fade from the sky. That's when I heard it, a crunching sound, like footsteps on gravel. I froze, my spoon halfway to my mouth. I listened, but the wind drowned out everything else. I told myself it was an animal, probably a deer, and forced myself to finish eating. I crawled into my tent and zipped myself inside my sleeping bag. Sleep didn't come easily. The wind howled, shaking the fabric of my tent. Every so often, I heard something outside, soft movements, like someone shifting their weight. My mind raced with possibilities. A bear? Another hiker? I stayed still, barely breathing. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I fell asleep. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, my body rigid. Something was outside my tent. I could hear the breathing, slow, measured. Not an animal. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure it could hear me. I reached for my knife, gripping it tightly. Then, just as suddenly as it had come, the breathing stopped. The wind had died down too, leaving everything eerily silent. I stayed awake until the first light of morning crept over the horizon. When I finally unzipped my tent and stepped outside, my stomach turned. Footprints. Human footprints circled my tent, overlapping in a chaotic pattern. My breath caught in my throat. I scanned the trees, my knife still in hand. Nothing. Whoever had been there was gone. I packed my things in record time, I wasn't staying another night. I told myself it was just a lost hiker who had wandered too close, but deep down I didn't believe that. I took the longer trail back, wanting to stay in open areas as much as possible. Every so often, I checked over my shoulder. The feeling of being watched never left me. The silence followed me down the mountain. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the sound of my own footsteps and my heart pounding in my ears. By the time I reached my car, I was drenched in sweat despite the cool air. I tossed my pack in the back and locked the doors the second I got inside. My hands shook as I started the engine. As I pulled onto the road, I saw something in my rearview mirror. A figure standing at the tree line, half hidden by the branches. Watching. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I never hiked alone again. I never considered myself reckless, but I liked hiking alone. There was something about the solitude, the quiet, the way the forest seemed to belong to me when no one else was around. I had been hiking for years, always careful, always prepared. I checked the weather, packed supplies, and planned my routes down to the mile. This trip was supposed to be a simple overnight hike in the mountains. A long trail leading to a small lake, where I'd set up camp, spend the night, and head back in the morning. I had done longer hikes, harder ones. This should have been nothing. It started well enough. The sun was high, the air crisp. The first few miles were easy, a steady incline through thick trees. I moved at a good pace, stopping every now and then to take in the view or drink some water. The woods were quiet, but not unnaturally so. Birds called from the branches, small animals rustled in the undergrowth. Everything felt normal. Then, about 5 miles in, I noticed something strange. A tree, stripped of its bark in long, jagged claw marks. Not bear marks. I had seen those before. These were different. Too high up, too deep. I frowned, took a picture with my phone, and kept moving. Maybe someone had been messing around with a knife. It was weird, but not unsettling. The deeper I went, the quieter the woods became. The usual sounds, birds, insects, distant rustling, started fading away. By the time I reached the lake, there was nothing, just silence, thick and heavy. I tried to ignore it. I set up camp, got a fire going, and ate my food. Then I saw the footprints. They were just past my campsite, leading from the water's edge into the trees. Barefoot. The prints were large, the toes spread wide. The sight of them sent a chill through me. No one else should have been out here. The nearest trailhead was miles away, and I hadn't seen a single person since I started. I told myself they were old, that someone had come out here before me, but the ground was soft, and the edges of the prints were sharp, fresh. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard things. Twigs snapping, the faint rustling of leaves, something moving just beyond the firelight. I kept my knife close, my hand wrapped around the handle. At some point, exhaustion won. I must have dozed off because I woke up to the sound of something splashing in the lake. I sat up, pulse hammering. The fire had burned low, casting flickering shadows across the ground. I grabbed my flashlight, swept it over the water. Nothing. Then I heard it, not from the lake behind me, close, breathing, slow, deliberate. I didn't turn around, couldn't. Every instinct in my body told me not to move. The breathing stayed for what felt like forever. Then, just as suddenly, it was gone. I packed up at first light. I didn't eat, didn't even bother with the fire. I just shoved everything into my pack and started walking. The forest felt different. The trees pressed in closer, the shadows stretched long, and the silence was worse than before. About a mile in, I saw more footprints, fresh, leading alongside mine. Following them, I walked faster. My back prickled with the feeling of being watched. Every so often, I glanced over my shoulder, but I never saw anything. Then I smelled it, rot, thick, choking, like meat left in the sun too long. I covered my nose, tried to ignore it, but it only got stronger. My stomach churned. Then I saw the deer. It was just off the trail, half hidden behind a tree. Its body was twisted, the legs bent at unnatural angles. The head was wrong, like something had grabbed it and yanked hard. The eyes were gone. The mouth hung open. There was no blood. I didn't stop to look. I walked faster. My legs burned. My breath came short. The feeling of being watched never left. Then, up ahead, I saw something that made my blood run cold. My footprints. Not just from today, from yesterday. I had looped. Somehow, I had gone in a massive circle even though I had followed my map, my compass. That was impossible. Panic rose in my throat. I forced myself to stay calm. I took out my map, my GPS, double-checked my position. I turned west, away from the trail, desperate to get back on track. The forest felt wrong. The trees looked the same, the ground sloped in ways that didn't match the map. The smell of rot clung to me. Then I saw it. A shape half hidden in the trees. Tall, thin, not moving, watching. I didn't think. I ran. Branches tore at my arms. My pack bounced against my back. My lungs burned. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing against a tree, gasping for air. Silence. Then footsteps. Slow, steady. I forced myself up, stumbled forward. Then I saw the road. A thin strip of dirt cutting through the trees. My truck was there, just beyond the bend. I ran. When I reached my truck, I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I threw my gear inside, locked the doors, and peeled out of there so fast my tires spun gravel. I didn't stop driving for hours. I didn't think. Just white-knuckled the wheel and drove. I don't know what was in those woods. I don't want to know. I haven't hiked alone since. I never expected anything unusual when I set out on my hike that morning. It was supposed to be just another weekend trip into the mountains, the kind I had done dozens of times before. I had planned a 3-day solo hike through a relatively remote part of the range, a route I had mapped out myself, avoiding the more crowded trails in favor of something quieter, more secluded. The weather was perfect, clear skies, cool temperatures, and no sign of rain. I had all my gear, extra food, water, and a satellite GPS just in case. I felt prepared, confident. I had hiked solo many times before, so I wasn't worried about anything going wrong. The first day went smoothly. I followed the trail I had marked on my map, moving through dense pine forests and across rocky slopes. The terrain was challenging in some areas, but nothing beyond my skill level. I made camp near a small creek that night, setting up my tent and cooking a simple meal on my portable stove. I sat for a while, listening to the wind in the trees, the distant sound of an owl. It was peaceful. This was why I hiked, to escape the noise of the world, to feel that solitude, that quiet. But something felt off. I couldn't explain it. It wasn't anything obvious, just a strange sense that I wasn't as alone as I thought I was. I brushed it off. My mind playing tricks on me, probably. I was in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest road. There was no reason to be afraid. The next morning, I packed up and continued on. The trail grew more difficult, winding through steeper terrain, but I was making good time. Around midday, I noticed something strange, a boot print in the dirt. At first, I thought nothing of it. It was probably just another hiker. But the thing was, the print was fresh. And as far as I knew, I was the only person out here. I hadn't seen a single other person since I left my car at the trailhead. I kept moving. I told myself not to worry. People wandered off-trail all the time. Maybe it was an old print, left days ago by someone else. But the more I walked, the more uneasy I felt. Then, I found something even stranger. A campsite. But it wasn't like any campsite I had ever seen before. It was abandoned, but not in a natural way. There was a tent, collapsed and torn, as if something had clawed through it. A fire pit, half buried under dirt. A backpack, partially unzipped, its contents scattered. Food wrappers. A sleeping bag, still inside the tent, unrolled, as if someone had left in a hurry. Something had happened here, something bad. I looked around, listening. Nothing. Just the sound of the wind. No animals. No birds. Everything was too quiet. I crouched down and looked through the backpack. There was a water bottle half full. Some food, unopened. A map crumpled. as if it had been grabbed in a rush. No phone, no ID, nothing that told me who this had belonged to. I felt a deep, gut-wrenching unease. I stood up and looked around again. Still nothing, no movement, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I moved faster after that. I didn't run, but I kept a steady, urgent pace. I didn't know what had happened at that campsite, but I knew I didn't want to stick around to find out. A few miles later, I started to hear something, a sound in the distance, faint. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then I realized it was breathing, heavy, uneven breathing. I stopped, listened. My own breath was steady, controlled. This wasn't me. I turned my head slowly, scanning the trees. Nothing, but the breathing continued. It sounded close, too close. I didn't hesitate. I moved, fast as I could without outright sprinting. My heart was pounding, my skin cold despite the heat of the afternoon. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something, someone, but there was nothing. The breathing followed me, always just behind me, just out of sight. I don't know how long I kept moving like that, only that by the time I finally stopped to catch my breath, the sun was beginning to set. I checked my GPS. I was off course. Somehow, without realizing it, I had veered miles away from my intended path. I had been so focused on moving forward that I hadn't paid attention to where I was going. I knew I couldn't keep going in the dark. I needed to set up camp, even if every instinct in me was screaming to keep moving. That night was the longest night of my life. I barely slept. Every sound, every rustle in the trees sent my heart racing. The breathing was gone, but the feeling of being watched wasn't. I gripped my knife in my hand and stayed awake for as long as I could. When the first light of morning came, I packed up and moved fast. I checked my GPS again and reoriented myself, determined to get back to the trail, back to civilization. But as I hiked, I found something that made my blood run cold. Another boot print, fresh, and right next to it, a deep, unnatural mark in the dirt, like something heavy had been dragged. I didn't think. I ran. I ran until my legs ached, until my lungs burned. I ran until I saw something that nearly made me collapse with relief. The road, the trailhead, my car. I didn't look back. I didn't stop to catch my breath. I unlocked my car, threw my gear inside, and drove. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, until the mountains were nothing but a distant shape in my rearview mirror. I don't know what I saw out there. I don't know what happened to the person who left that campsite behind. I don't want to know, but I do know one thing. I'm never hiking alone again. I always loved hiking alone. There was something about the quiet, about being surrounded by nothing but trees and dirt, that made me feel at peace. But after what happened last summer, I haven't set foot on a trail since. It started as just another solo hike. I had been planning this trip for months. A long, winding trail deep in the Appalachian Mountains, far from any major towns or highways. The kind of place where you could go a whole day without seeing another person. That's exactly what I wanted. I set out early in the morning, my pack loaded with the essentials: water, snacks, a map, compass, first aid kit, extra socks. I had everything I needed. The air was cool, the sun barely up, and the trail was empty. It was perfect. The first few hours were uneventful. Just the usual, birds chirping, leaves rustling in the wind, the crunch of my boots on the dirt. I followed the trail markers, checking my map every so often. Everything was going smoothly. Around midday, I stopped for a break near a small stream. I sat on a rock, ate some granola, and let the cold water run over my hands. It was peaceful, but then I noticed something odd. On the other side of the stream, maybe 50 feet away, there was a backpack. It was half unzipped, lying on its side like someone had dropped it in a hurry. A few feet from it, there was a jacket crumpled up. I looked around, expecting to see someone nearby, but there was no one. I called out. No answer, just the wind and the water. I felt a little uneasy, but I told myself someone must have left it behind and hiked ahead. Maybe they lost it and didn't realize. It wasn't my business. I finished my break and kept moving. About an hour later, I saw something else. A boot, just one, lying in the middle of the trail. It didn't look old or abandoned. It looked new, like someone had been wearing it recently, but there was no sign of its owner. No footprints leading away, no broken branches or disturbed dirt. I picked it up. It was heavy, like it still had a foot inside. But when I turned it over, it was empty. That was when I started to feel it, that slow, creeping sense of wrongness. I wasn't alone out there. Someone or something was out there with me. I walked faster, suddenly aware of every sound, every snapping twig, every shift in the trees. I kept checking over my shoulder, but I never saw anything. Then, just as the sun started dipping lower in the sky, I found the campsite. It was just off the trail, tucked into a small clearing. The tent stood there, zipped shut. A small fire pit sat in front of it, the ashes cold. There was a cooking pot, a flashlight, and a few other scattered items. It looked like someone had just stepped away for a moment, but no one was there. I hesitated, then called out again. No answer. The tent felt wrong. Something in my gut told me not to go near it, but I couldn't just walk away. What if someone was hurt? What if they needed help? I stepped closer, listening. Nothing. Just the wind in the trees. I reached out and unzipped the tent. Inside, there was a sleeping bag half unrolled, a backpack, a notebook, and blood. Not a lot, but enough. A few dark smears on the fabric of the sleeping bag. A drop or two on the floor of the tent. Old but not too old. My heart was pounding. I backed away, looking around the clearing. I didn't know what to do. There was no sign of a struggle. No signs of an animal attack, just an empty tent and blood. I turned to leave. That's when I heard it, a rustling in the trees. Not wind, not an animal, something else. I spun around, but I didn't see anything. Just trees, just shadows. I didn't wait. I grabbed my pack and started walking. Fast, then jogging, then running. I didn't care about the trail markers anymore. I just wanted to get away. As I ran, I kept hearing it. Footsteps behind me, not my own. Something heavier, closer. I didn't dare turn around. I don't know how long I ran, but by the time I stopped, my legs were shaking, my lungs burning. The sun was almost gone, and I had no idea where I was. I had lost the trail. I forced myself to slow my breathing, to think. I checked my map, tried to get my bearings, but nothing looked right. The trees all looked the same, and the light was fading fast. Then I saw it. The boot, the same one I had found earlier, lying right in front of me. My stomach dropped. I had been running in circles. I wasn't alone. Someone was leading me. Panic took over. I turned, ready to run again. But then, a figure, standing between the trees, tall, still, watching me. I didn't stop to see who it was. I ran. I ran like my life depended on it, because I knew deep down that it did. I don't remember how I made it out. Hours later, I stumbled onto a dirt road, half delirious, dehydrated, covered in scratches. A couple driving past found me and took me to the nearest town. I told the police everything. They searched the area, found the campsite, the tent, the blood, but they never found the owner. And they never found who or what had been following me. I haven't been back to the woods since. I was supposed to be back before dark. That was the plan. It started as a solo hike up a lesser-known trail deep in the Cascade Mountains. I had done my research, checked the weather, packed enough food, carried a map, and even brought a satellite phone in case of emergencies. I wasn't some amateur hiker making dumb mistakes. This was supposed to be a simple out-and-back trip, 6 miles up to a viewpoint, then back down before sundown. But nature doesn't care about your plans. The first couple of miles were perfect. Cool air, the kind that wakes you up but doesn't bite. Sunlight filtering through the dense canopy, casting shifting shadows over the narrow dirt path. Birds chirping, the occasional squirrel darting through the undergrowth. I was in my element. No cell service out here, but I expected that. My satellite phone was fully charged. Then, somewhere around mile 3, I noticed something was off. At first, it was subtle, just a strange feeling that I couldn't quite explain. The woods got quieter. No birds, no rustling in the bushes, just the wind pushing through the trees. I tried to ignore it, chalking it up to my mind playing tricks on me. But the deeper I went, the worse it got. It wasn't just the silence. The forest itself started to feel different. The trees were too uniform, lined up almost perfectly, as if planted by hand. The ground was unusually soft, absorbing the sound of my footsteps. Even the air felt heavier, thicker, like I was walking through something invisible but dense. By the time I reached the viewpoint, I was on edge. I took a few photos, forced myself to eat a granola bar, and then decided to head back. The sooner I was off this trail, the better. That's when I saw the boot prints. They weren't mine. I had been following a narrow trail, and I was the only person out here, at least I thought I was. But there they were. Fresh prints in the dirt, slightly larger than my own, heading in the same direction I had come from. That meant someone had walked up this trail after me. I hadn't seen anyone, hadn't heard anyone. I picked up my pace, glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. The boot prints continued ahead of me, always fresh, as if they were being made just before I reached them. I started breathing harder, trying to keep calm. That's when I saw the first piece of fabric. A small scrap of blue caught on a low-hanging branch, maybe a torn piece of clothing. It looked recent. Just a little ahead, I found another scrap, this one caught in some brambles, and then another and another, forming an unsettling breadcrumb trail leading deeper into the forest. Something was wrong. I pulled out my satellite phone, but the screen was blank, dead. That was impossible. I had checked it before I left. Fully charged, no damage, but now it wouldn't turn on. I kept moving, forcing myself to breathe slow and steady. Then I saw it. A backpack, half-zipped, lying just off the trail. It was modern, well-kept, not something that had been abandoned for long. I approached cautiously, my heart hammering. The straps were torn, as if it had been ripped off in a hurry. Inside, I found a water bottle, some trail mix, and a map, not of the hiking trail, but of the entire region. The name written on the top corner wasn't mine. Someone had been out here recently. Someone had left this behind. I took a step back, and then I heard it. Footsteps. Not from the trail ahead. Not from behind me. From the trees, just beyond my sight. Slow, careful, measured. I stood frozen, listening, trying to pinpoint the sound. It was close, but I couldn't see anyone. My hands clenched into fists. My body screamed at me to run, but my brain kept me locked in place, trying to understand what I was dealing with. Then, from the trees, I saw movement. Not an animal, not another hiker. A figure partially hidden behind the tree line, watching me. I didn't wait. I turned and ran. I don't know how long I sprinted before I finally dared to glance back. But when I did, there was nothing there. No figure, no movement, just endless trees. I forced myself to slow down, catching my breath, listening. Nothing, just silence, the oppressive, suffocating kind. But the boot prints were still ahead of me, fresh, leading me down the trail. I kept moving, never stopping for long, my ears straining for any sign of movement. The sun was starting to set, casting long, deep shadows across the ground. My legs ached, my lungs burned, but I refused to slow down. Then, just as I thought I was nearing the end of the trail, I saw something that made my stomach drop. More boot prints, but this time they weren't just ahead of me. They were coming from the sides of the trail too, from the trees, multiple sets, all leading toward the path, toward me. My body went cold. I wasn't just being followed, I was being herded. I broke into a sprint, pushing myself beyond exhaustion. I could see the trailhead in the distance now, just a little further. My car was parked just beyond that bend. If I could just make it. A noise behind me. Close, too close. I didn't look back. I ran harder, faster than I ever had in my life. The moment my feet hit the gravel of the parking lot, I fumbled for my keys, yanked the door open, and threw myself inside. I slammed the locks shut, hands shaking so hard I nearly dropped my keys. My breath came in ragged gasps as I forced myself to look up, back at the tree line. Nothing. The woods were still, empty, but I wasn't fooled. I started my car, tires kicking up dust as I tore out of the lot, never once looking back in my rearview mirror. I didn't stop until I was miles away, pulling into a gas station off the highway. My hands were still trembling as I stepped out of the car, the fluorescent lights buzzing above me. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. That's when I noticed it. A single, muddy boot print on the back bumper of my car. I left everything. My planned hike, my gear, even my love for the mountains, behind that day. I don't know who or what was out there with me, and I don't want to know. All I know is that I was supposed to be back before dark, and I barely made it. I had been hiking for years, mostly alone. It was something I enjoyed, something that made me feel in control. I planned my routes carefully, carried extra supplies, and always made sure someone knew where I was going. The wilderness had rules, and if you followed them, you usually stayed safe. But this time, something went wrong. It started with a map. I had found an old hand-drawn trail map in a second-hand bookstore. The paper was yellowed and brittle, the ink faded but legible. The trail wasn't marked on any official maps I could find, and that intrigued me. It ran through a section of national forest I had hiked before, but this path cut through deep, unmarked terrain. The idea of walking a trail few had traveled appealed to me, so I decided to check it out. I set out in late morning, following the familiar marked trailhead before veering onto the old path. The first few miles were uneventful. The trail was overgrown but still visible, winding through thick trees and steep inclines. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. The usual background noise of birds and rustling branches faded until I could only hear my own footsteps and breathing. After about 5 miles, I noticed something odd. The ground had changed. The soil was looser, the trees thinner and twisted. It looked like a fire had swept through the area years ago, but there were no signs of charring, just skeletal trees and dry, cracked earth. I checked my GPS, but the signal was weak. I still had my compass and map, so I kept moving forward. By the time I reached what should have been the halfway point, I started feeling uneasy. The air smelled different, stale, like wet stone and old leaves. My water supply was still good, and I had packed extra food, but something about the place felt wrong. It wasn't fear yet, just a nagging feeling that I shouldn't be there. Then I found the boot print. It was fresh, pressed deep into the dirt, and definitely not mine. I knelt down, examining it closely. It looked recent, maybe an hour or 2 old. It was larger than my own print, and the sole pattern was different from my hiking boots. Someone else was out here. That didn't necessarily mean anything bad, but I hadn't seen another person all day. There were no other signs of a trail being used. No broken branches, no trash, nothing. I stood up and took a deep breath. My gut told me to turn back, but part of me wanted to keep going, to find out who else was here. I kept moving, but now I was hyper-aware of every sound, every shift of the wind. An hour later, I found something else. Pile of bones. At first, I thought they were animal bones, maybe a deer or coyote, but as I stepped closer, I realized they were too clean, too neatly arranged. They weren't scattered like a predator had gotten to them. They were stacked in a deliberate pattern. Worse, some of them looked human. A cold wave of fear ran through me. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees. Nothing. No movement, no sound. But I felt watched. I should have left then. I should have turned around, retraced my steps, and gotten out. But I didn't. I convinced myself I was overreacting, that the bones were old, that some weird survivalist or hunter had left them there. Stupid. I kept going. The further I hiked, the more wrong everything felt. The trees grew denser again, their twisted branches clawing at the sky. The air smelled worse, thick and damp. Then I saw the first piece of fabric. A torn scrap of blue nylon, tangled in a low-hanging branch. My stomach dropped. It looked like it had been part of a backpack. I looked around and found more. Bits of clothing, a broken trekking pole, a ripped section of a sleeping bag. all scattered along the trail like someone had been shedding their gear as they moved. I took out my knife and held it in my hand as I walked. I kept checking over my shoulder, listening for anything behind me. My pulse hammered in my ears. Every instinct screamed at me to leave. And then I found the campsite, a small clearing with a fire pit in the center. The ashes were cold, but the logs around it were still arranged like someone had sat there recently. A tent lay collapsed to one side, partially covered in leaves. A backpack, torn open, its contents spilled across the ground. Blood stained the fabric. Not old blood, fresh, dark, sticky, smeared across the tent and a nearby rock. I forced myself to breathe, to think. My hand tightened around my knife. There was no sign of a body, just the blood, the wreckage of the campsite, and a trail leading further into the woods. I was done. I turned around and started walking fast, then jogging. I didn't care about the map anymore, didn't care about finishing the hike. I just needed to get out. Then I heard it, a crunch, not mine. I stopped, heart hammering, and turned my head slightly. Nothing, just trees. I took another step, another crunch, closer this time. Someone was following me. I didn't wait. I broke into a full sprint, crashing through the underbrush, barely looking at where I was going. My legs burned, my lungs screamed, but I didn't stop. I just ran. It felt like forever before I saw the main trail ahead. My legs nearly gave out with relief. I ran until I hit it, then kept going, only slowing down when I could see my car through the trees. I threw myself into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and sat there, shaking, staring at the trailhead. No one came out. Nothing moved. I don't know who or what was out there. I don't know whose blood that was, or what happened to the person who left those supplies behind. I don't know why those bones were stacked like that or what they meant. But I know one thing. Some places aren't meant to be found. I don't know if I'll ever go hiking alone again. I used to love it, the quiet, the open air, the feeling of being far from the chaos of daily life. But after what happened last year, I can't step onto a trail without feeling that deep, gut-wrenching anxiety creeping in. It was late September, right when the weather starts to shift. The mornings were crisp, the afternoons warm, and the evenings cold enough to remind you that winter wasn't far away. I had planned a solo hike deep in the mountains, a 3-day trek through rugged terrain, something I had done many times before. I wasn't an amateur. I knew how to pack, how to navigate, and how to handle myself in the wild. The first day went smoothly. I started early, parked my truck at a small trailhead far from any major roads, and set off. The trail was steep but manageable, winding through dense pine forests, then opening up to exposed ridges with breathtaking views. The sound of birds, the rustling leaves, and the occasional crack of a branch under my boots were the only things I could hear. No other hikers, no distant car engines, just nature. That was why I did this, to get away from everything. By the afternoon, I had covered about 12 miles and reached a flat clearing near a river where I planned to set up camp. I got my tent up, gathered firewood, and settled in for the night. The temperature dropped fast as the sun dipped behind the mountains. I sat by the fire, eating a dehydrated meal, staring into the flames. Then I heard something. A branch snapped in the distance. Not a small crack from something falling, but a sharp, deliberate snap, like someone had stepped on it. I froze, listening. My brain told me it was probably an animal, a deer, maybe a bear, but something about the sound felt off. It was too careful, too precise. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it toward the trees. Nothing, just darkness beyond the reach of the beam. I told myself I was being paranoid, that my mind was playing tricks on me, so I forced myself to ignore it. I finished my food, put out the fire, and crawled into my tent. But I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises, faint rustling, occasional snaps of twigs, distant but steady movement. I circled my camp, stopping, then starting again. My breath felt stuck in my throat. I gripped my knife tight, lying still, listening. It went on for hours. Every time I thought it had stopped, it would start again. At some point in the early hours of the morning, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a restless sleep. When I woke up, the sun was just beginning to rise, casting long shadows across the clearing. I sat up, stretching, my muscles sore from how tense I had been all night. I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, and that's when I saw it. Footprints, not mine. They were scattered around the perimeter of my campsite, circling it. I felt my stomach drop. They were fresh. The dirt was still damp where the impressions sank in. Whoever had been out there last night had been close, watching me walking around my tent while I lay inside, completely unaware. I packed up fast. I told myself I could handle it, that I'd move faster today, get deeper into the mountains where no one could follow. But the uneasy feeling stuck with me. The second day was harder. The trail grew steeper, winding through thick brush and rocky outcroppings. I moved quickly, pushing my legs harder than usual, trying to put as much distance between myself and whatever had been near my camp the night before. By mid-afternoon, I reached a plateau with a panoramic view of the valley below. I paused to catch my breath, scanning the landscape. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something. A figure. Far down the slope, near where I had hiked hours before, someone was standing at the tree line. Too far to make out details, but I knew they were looking up at me. I felt a wave of panic. No one should be out here. This was an isolated route, rarely traveled, especially this time of year. I grabbed my binoculars, my hands shaking as I lifted them. I focused in, my stomach twisting. It was a man. He was dressed in dark clothing, standing completely still. No backpack, no hiking gear, just standing, watching me. I yanked the binoculars down, my heart pounding. When I looked back, he was gone. I didn't stop to think. I kept moving, faster now, my pulse hammering in my ears. I kept glancing back, expecting to see him again, but the forest was empty. The rest of the day passed in a blur of panic and exhaustion. By the time I made camp, I had pushed myself to the edge of my limits. I found a small clearing, wedged between boulders, hoping it would be harder to spot from a distance. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in my tent, my knife in my lap, listening. Every noise made my skin crawl. The wind in the trees, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl. I kept picturing those footprints circling my camp. The man at the tree line. Then, sometime past midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, close. I held my breath, gripping my knife so tight my knuckles ached. Then, just outside my tent, something touched the fabric. A slow, dragging motion, running along the side of the tent. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then nothing. Silence. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Minutes? Hours? The sun eventually began to rise, and I forced myself to move. I unzipped the tent slowly, peering outside. The clearing was empty, but the ground told a different story. Footprints, leading away from my tent, disappearing into the trees. I packed up and left, fast. I didn't stop, didn't rest, didn't eat. I hiked nonstop for hours, pushing my body past exhaustion, driven only by fear. By the time I reached my truck, my legs barely worked. I threw my gear in the back, locked the doors, and sped down that dirt road without looking back. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted. But I know this. Someone had followed me. Someone had watched me. And if I hadn't left when I did, I don't think I would have made it out. I always preferred hiking alone. It gave me time to think, to clear my head. There was something about being out in the wild, away from the constant hum of traffic and the glow of screens, that made me feel more at peace than anywhere else. So when I got a week off work, I decided to take a solo hiking trip up in the mountains. I picked a lesser-known trail, one that wasn't as touristy, and set off early in the morning with a heavy pack full of supplies. The first day was perfect. The air was crisp. The sun shone through the trees just enough to warm my back, but not enough to make me sweat. I followed the winding trail, taking my time, stopping now and then to snap a picture or just enjoy the silence. The only sounds were the occasional chirping of birds and the crunch of leaves under my boots. I had planned to camp out for a couple of nights, just me and the forest. By the time the sun started dipping below the treetops, I found a small clearing beside a stream. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and cooked a simple meal over the flames. The only thing that nagged at me was the feeling that I was being watched. I shook it off as just my imagination, probably just the unease that comes from being alone in the middle of nowhere. But still, I kept my knife close by as I ate, just in case. That night, I barely slept. Every little sound, the rustling of leaves, the snap of twigs, kept me on edge. I told myself it was just animals moving around, but there was something about it that felt off. When I finally did drift off, I had a strange dream about someone standing just outside my tent, breathing heavily. It was so real that when I woke up, I had to unzip the tent and shine my flashlight around just to be sure I was alone. Nothing, just the dark trees and the sound of the stream. The next morning, I packed up and moved on, following the trail deeper into the mountains. Around midday, I spotted something up ahead, an old, run-down cabin, barely visible through the trees. It wasn't on my map, and it didn't look like anyone had been there in years. The roof sagged in places, the wooden walls were cracked and weathered, and the door hung slightly open. Curiosity got the better of me, so I stepped closer. The cabin smelled of damp wood and decay. Inside, the floor was covered in dirt and dead leaves, and an old metal bed frame sat in one corner. There was a table with a single chair, both covered in dust. The strangest part was a pile of old clothes in the corner, as if someone had just left them there and never came back. The air felt heavy, thick with something I couldn't quite place. As I looked around, I noticed deep scratches on the inside of the door, long, uneven gouges as if someone or something had clawed at it from the inside. My stomach turned. Maybe it was just an animal that had gotten trapped inside at some point, but the thought of someone being in here trying to get out made my skin crawl. I was about to leave when I saw something on the floor, a small notebook, half buried under dirt and leaves. I picked it up and flipped through the pages. The handwriting was shaky, uneven. The entries were short, frantic. The first few were normal, talking about the weather and the person's plans for hunting. But as I kept reading, the tone changed. Something is outside at night. I hear it walking. I locked the door, but I don't think it matters. It knows I'm here. I'm running out of food. I don't know how much longer I can stay. The last entry sent a chill through me. It's inside. That was it. No explanation, no signature. Just those two words. I closed the notebook, my hands shaking. The air in the cabin suddenly felt suffocating. I needed to get out. I needed to keep moving. I tossed the notebook back where I found it and stepped outside, taking a deep breath of fresh air. I pushed forward on the trail, trying to put as much distance between me and that cabin as possible. But as the day wore on, the unease stuck with me. Every rustling sound in the trees made my pulse jump. I kept checking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something following me. By the time I found a spot to camp for the night, I was exhausted. I set up quickly, ate a small meal, and forced myself to relax. But as darkness fell, the forest felt different. The usual sounds of the night, crickets, distant owl calls were gone. It was too quiet. Then I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the trees. My heart pounded as I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it toward the sound. Nothing, just trees and darkness. But I knew what I heard. I wasn't alone. I didn't sleep that night. I sat with my back against a tree, my knife in one hand, my flashlight in the other. The footsteps came and went, circling my camp, never getting too close but never going away. It wasn't an animal. Animals don't move like that. As soon as the sky started to lighten, I packed up and started hiking back the way I came. I moved fast, barely stopping to rest. I just wanted to get out of there. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, that if I slowed down, whatever was out there would catch up to me. I made it back to my car just before nightfall. I tossed my pack into the back seat and locked the doors the moment I was inside. My hands were shaking as I started the engine and pulled onto the road. Only when I was miles away did I finally start to breathe normally again. I don't know what was out there, I don't want to know. All I know is that I'm never hiking alone again. I had been planning the hike for weeks, a remote trail in the Rocky Mountains, barely known and rarely traveled. I wanted solitude, no crowded paths, no forced small talk with strangers. Just me, the forest, and the sound of my own breathing. I packed light but smart. Plenty of water, protein bars, a first aid kit, a flashlight, and my GPS watch. I had checked the weather a dozen times. Clear skies, no rain, mild temperatures. Perfect conditions. I started early, just as the sun was coming up. The first few miles were exactly what I had hoped for. Serene, untouched wilderness. The trees stood tall, their canopies filtering the light, casting everything in a warm golden glow. The trail was narrow but well-defined, winding through thick pines and across small rocky clearings. Birds chirped, insects buzzed, and I felt at peace. It was about 5 miles in when I noticed the first sign that something wasn't right. The trail, which had been narrow but clear, started to fade. I checked my GPS, still on track, but the ground felt different under my boots, looser. I kept walking, trusting my equipment. Then I saw it, a second path, branching off to the left. My map didn't show any splits. I stopped, hesitating. It looked traveled, worn down dirt, flattened leaves, no overgrowth. Someone had been through here. Curiosity got the better of me. I veered left. First, it seemed fine. The trail was rough but walkable. But then, after maybe 20 minutes, the path tightened, the trees pressing in on either side. The air felt heavier, like it was harder to breathe. The forest grew unnervingly quiet. No birds, no wind, just my own footsteps crunching against the dirt and twigs. I glanced at my watch. No signal. Not unusual in the mountains, but still, it made me uneasy. I turned back, at least I thought I did. But after a few minutes of walking, I realized the path didn't look familiar. Curved in the wrong direction. I stopped, took a breath. I wasn't lost. I just needed to retrace my steps. I turned again, walked another 10 minutes. Still wrong. I was lost. I pulled out my phone. No service. I had expected that, but it still sent a jolt of anxiety through me. I tried to calm myself. I had supplies, daylight, and I wasn't injured. I just needed to find my way back to the main trail. I checked my compass. North. That was the way I had come, or at least I thought it was. I walked in that direction, but after another 20 minutes, the landscape didn't feel right. The trees were unfamiliar. The ground was sloped differently. Panic started to creep in. I stopped again, forcing myself to think. I needed to mark where I was, create a reference point. I grabbed a knife from my pack and carved a deep X into the bark of a tree. Then I walked straight, counting my steps. 50 paces. Another tree. Another X. I repeated this, trying to create a sense of direction. Then I saw it. A boot print. Not mine. It was slightly ahead of me, pressed deep into the dirt. Fresh. Someone else had been here. Recently. Relief flooded me. A person meant a possible way out. I picked up my pace, following the tracks. They led deeper into the forest, moving in a straight line. Not wandering like mine had been. Someone knew where they were going. Then I saw something that made my stomach drop. Another print, but this one was different. It was deeper, more scattered, like whoever made it had been running. I stopped, scanning the trees. Nothing but the dense, unmoving forest. I crouched, examining the tracks more closely. The running prints continued for a few yards, then stopped completely. No more prints. No sign of where they had gone. My mind raced through the possibilities. Had they climbed a tree? Doubtful. The bark was smooth, no broken branches. Had they turned and gone another way? But there were no prints leading off in a different direction. It was as if they had just disappeared. A deep unease settled over me. I needed to get out of there. I turned, deciding to follow my own marked trees back. My stomach tightened as I walked. The silence felt oppressive, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent my pulse racing. Then I saw it. One of my marked trees. The X was gone. I stopped cold. My heart pounded. I knew I had marked it. The bark was still freshly cut, but the X was missing, as if someone had scraped it away. I checked the next tree. The X was gone there too. Someone was following me. I forced myself to stay calm. Running would be a mistake. I moved steadily, my hands shaking, my breath shallow. Then, ahead on the path, something moved. A figure, standing, motionless, half hidden behind a tree. I didn't call out. I didn't move. I just stared. And then, slowly, the figure stepped back, vanishing into the trees. I turned and ran. I didn't care where, I just ran. My legs burned, my chest ached, but I didn't stop. I crashed through bushes, over rocks, desperate to get away. Finally, I saw it, the main trail. Relief hit me like a wave. I stumbled onto it, gasping for breath. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I locked the doors, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life, and I sped down the empty road, not looking back. I never found out who or what was in those woods. I never went back, and I never will. I've always been into hiking. There's something about being deep in the woods, away from people, away from the noise. It's just you and nature. I've done dozens of trails alone, never had an issue. Last summer, I decided to hike a remote trail in Montana. It wasn't anything crazy, just a 15-mile out-and-back route with some good elevation gain. It was one of those lesser-known trails, not popular enough to be crowded but not completely abandoned either. The weather was perfect, clear skies, mid-70s, no rain in the forecast. I got to the trailhead early in the morning. There were only 2 other cars parked there, probably from backpackers who had stayed overnight. I locked my truck, shouldered my pack, and started walking. The first few miles were easy, wide, well-trodden paths, occasional wooden signs marking the way. Birds chirped, the breeze rustled through the trees, and I felt completely at peace. About 5 miles in, the trail started getting narrower. The trees thickened, and the sunlight barely made it through the canopy. I liked it better that way, less exposure, more of that deep woods feeling. The only sounds were my footsteps, the occasional squirrel darting through the underbrush, and the distant rush of a creek somewhere downhill. Around mile 7, I took a break, sat on a fallen log, drank some water, ate a protein bar. The forest was completely still now. No birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. I've heard about this kind of silence before. When animals go quiet, it usually means a predator is nearby. I told myself it was just a mountain lion or a bear somewhere in the distance. They usually avoid people. I kept going. The trail became steeper, the trees denser. My GPS watch said I was nearing the halfway point. That's when I saw it. A boot, just one, lying in the middle of the trail. It was old, dirty, the laces frayed. It looked like it had been there for a long time, maybe years, but there was something off about it. It wasn't just discarded, it was placed there, right in the center of the path. I don't know why, but it unsettled me. I stepped around it and kept walking. A few minutes later, I saw something else. A ripped piece of fabric stuck to a tree branch. It was dark green, almost blending in with the foliage. I stopped and stared at it for a while. It looked torn, like it had been snagged while someone was running. I looked around. Nothing. Just trees, stretching endlessly in every direction. I kept going, but my pace had slowed. I was more aware now, listening harder, watching my surroundings. Then I found the backpack. It was sitting just off the trail, partially hidden by ferns. It was faded blue, zippers open, contents spilled out. A water bottle, some granola bar wrappers, a map. The map was old and torn, the edges yellowed. I knelt down, poked through the bag. No wallet, no ID, just camping supplies. I looked around again. Nothing. A weird feeling crept over me. I wasn't alone. I couldn't see anyone, couldn't hear anyone, but I knew someone was out there, watching. I straightened up and started walking again. Faster now. My heart pounded in my chest. Every few steps, I glanced over my shoulder. The trees seemed thicker, the trail darker. My legs ached, but I pushed forward. Then I smelled it. Something rotten, like meat left in the sun for too long. It hit me all at once, a wave of nausea rolling through my stomach. I stopped, covered my nose with my shirt, and looked around. There was something off the trail, just a few yards into the trees, a shape half hidden by bushes. I didn't want to look. Every part of me screamed to turn around and leave, but I couldn't help myself. I stepped closer. It was an animal, a deer maybe, or what was left of one. It had been there a while, bones sticking out through torn flesh. But something was wrong. It wasn't just eaten. It was arranged. The bones weren't scattered like a predator had been at it. They were placed, deliberate, like someone had been messing with them. I took a step back. That's when I heard it. A branch snapping. Close. Too close. I didn't stop to look. I ran. I don't know how long I ran, but my lungs burned. My legs screamed. I only stopped when my body couldn't take it anymore. I doubled over, hands on my knees, gasping for air. Silence. Then a whisper. Not words, just a sound. I bolted. Didn't care about the trail anymore, just ran downhill through bushes over fallen logs. My arms got scratched, my clothes torn, but I didn't stop. I could hear something behind me. Footsteps. Heavy ones. I hit the trail again, nearly falling forward. My truck was still miles away, but I ran like I'd never run before. Eventually, I saw the trailhead. My truck. I didn't slow down. I yanked open the door, threw myself inside, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I pulled out, I glanced back at the trees. Something moved, just a shadow slipping between the trunks. I don't hike alone anymore. I always loved hiking alone. There was something about the quiet, about being surrounded by nothing but trees and dirt, that made me feel at peace. But after what happened last summer, I haven't set foot on a trail since. It started as just another solo hike. I had been planning this trip for months. A long, winding trail deep in the Appalachian Mountains, far from any major towns or highways. The kind of place where you could go a whole day without seeing another person. That's exactly what I wanted. I set out early in the morning, my pack loaded with the essentials: water, snacks, a map, compass, first aid kit, extra socks. I had everything I needed. The air was cool, the sun barely up, and the trail was empty. It was perfect. The first few hours were uneventful. Just the usual, birds chirping, leaves rustling in the wind, the crunch of my boots on the dirt. I followed the trail markers, checking my map every so often. Everything was going smoothly. Around midday, I stopped for a break near a small stream. I sat on a rock, ate some granola, and let the cold water run over my hands. It was peaceful, but then I noticed something odd. On the other side of the stream, maybe 50 feet away, there was a backpack. It was half unzipped, lying on its side like someone had dropped it in a hurry. A few feet from it, there was a jacket crumpled up. I looked around, expecting to see someone nearby, but there was no one. I called out. No answer, just the wind and the water. I felt a little uneasy, but I told myself someone must have left it behind and hiked ahead. Maybe they lost it and didn't realize. It wasn't my business. I finished my break and kept moving. About an hour later, I saw something else. A boot, just one, lying in the middle of the trail. It didn't look old or abandoned. It looked new, like someone had been wearing it recently, but there was no sign of its owner. No footprints leading away, no broken branches or disturbed dirt. I picked it up. It was heavy, like it still had a foot inside. But when I turned it over, it was empty. That was when I started to feel it, that slow, creeping sense of wrongness. I wasn't alone out there. Someone or something was out there with me. I walked faster, suddenly aware of every sound, every snapping twig, every shift in the trees. I kept checking over my shoulder, but I never saw anything. Then, just as the sun started dipping lower in the sky, I found the campsite. It was just off the trail, tucked into a small clearing. The tent stood there, zipped shut. A small fire pit sat in front of it, the ashes cold. There was a cooking pot, a flashlight, and a few other scattered items. It looked like someone had just stepped away for a moment, but no one was there. I hesitated, then called out again. No answer. The tent felt wrong. Something in my gut told me not to go near it, but I couldn't just walk away. What if someone was hurt? What if they needed help? I stepped closer, listening. Nothing, just the wind in the trees. I reached out and unzipped the tent. Inside, there was a sleeping bag half unrolled, a backpack, a notebook, and blood. Not a lot, but enough. A few dark smears on the fabric of the sleeping bag. A drop or two on the floor of the tent. Old but not too old. My heart was pounding. I backed away, looking around the clearing. I didn't know what to do. There was no sign of a struggle. No signs of an animal attack. Just an empty tent and blood. I turned to leave. That's when I heard it. A rustling in the trees. Not wind. Not an animal. Something else. I spun around, but I didn't see anything. Just trees. Just shadows. I didn't wait. I grabbed my pack and started walking. Fast. Then jogging. Then running. I didn't care about the trail markers anymore. I just wanted to get away. As I ran, I kept hearing it. Footsteps behind me. Not my own. Something heavier. Closer. I didn't dare turn around. I don't know how long I ran, but by the time I stopped, my legs were shaking, my lungs burning. The sun was almost gone, and I had no idea where I was. I had lost the trail. I forced myself to slow my breathing, to think. I checked my map, tried to get my bearings, but nothing looked right. The trees all looked the same, and the light was fading fast. Then I saw it. The boot, the same one I had found earlier, lying right in front of me. My stomach dropped. I had been running in circles. I wasn't alone. Someone was leading me. Panic took over. I turned, ready to run again, but then, a figure, standing between the trees, tall, still, watching me. I didn't stop to see who it was. I ran. I ran like my life depended on it, because I knew deep down that it did. I don't remember how I made it out. Hours later, I stumbled onto a dirt road, half delirious, dehydrated, covered in scratches. A couple driving past found me and took me to the nearest town. I told the police everything. They searched the area, found the campsite, the tent, the blood, but they never found the owner, and they never found who or what had been following me. I haven't been back to the woods since. I don't know if I'll ever go hiking alone again. I used to love it, the quiet, the open air, the feeling of being far from the chaos of daily life. But after what happened last year, I can't step onto a trail without feeling that deep, gut-wrenching anxiety creeping in. It was late September, right when the weather starts to shift. The mornings were crisp, the afternoons warm, and the evenings cold enough to remind you that winter wasn't far away. I had planned a solo hike deep in the mountains, a 3-day trek through rugged terrain, something I had done many times before. I wasn't an amateur. I knew how to pack, how to navigate, and how to handle myself in the wild. The first day went smoothly. I started early, parked my truck at a small trailhead far from any major roads, and set off. The trail was steep but manageable, winding through dense pine forests, then opening up to exposed ridges with breathtaking views. The sound of birds, the rustling leaves, and the occasional crack of a branch under my boots were the only things I could hear. No other hikers, no distant car engines, just nature. That was why I did this, to get away from everything. By the afternoon, I had covered about 12 miles and reached a flat clearing near a river where I planned to set up camp. I got my tent up, gathered firewood, and settled in for the night. The temperature dropped fast as the sun dipped behind the mountains. I sat by the fire, eating a dehydrated meal, staring into the flames. Then I heard something. A branch snapped in the distance. Not a small crack from something falling, but a sharp, deliberate snap, like someone had stepped on it. I froze, listening. My brain told me it was probably an animal, a deer, maybe a bear, but something about the sound felt off. It was too careful, too precise. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it toward the trees. Nothing. just darkness beyond the reach of the beam. I told myself I was being paranoid, that my mind was playing tricks on me, so I forced myself to ignore it. I finished my food, put out the fire, and crawled into my tent. But I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises, faint rustling, occasional snaps of twigs, distant but steady movement. I circled my camp, stopping, then starting again. My breath felt stuck in my throat. I gripped my knife tight, lying still, listening. It went on for hours. Every time I thought it had stopped, it would start again. At some point in the early hours of the morning, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a restless sleep. When I woke up, the sun was just beginning to rise, casting long shadows across the clearing. I sat up, stretching, my muscles sore from how tense I had been all night. I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, and that's when I saw it. Footprints, not mine. They were scattered around the perimeter of my campsite, circling it. I felt my stomach drop. They were fresh. The dirt was still damp where the impressions sank in. Whoever had been out there last night had been close, watching me walking around my tent while I lay inside, completely unaware. I packed up fast. I told myself I could handle it, that I'd move faster today, get deeper into the mountains where no one could follow. But the uneasy feeling stuck with me. The second day was harder. The trail grew steeper, winding through thick brush and rocky outcroppings. I moved quickly, pushing my legs harder than usual, trying to put as much distance between myself and whatever had been near my camp the night before. By mid-afternoon, I reached a plateau with a panoramic view of the valley below. I paused to catch my breath, scanning the landscape. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something, a figure. Far down the slope, near where I had hiked hours before, someone was standing at the tree line. Too far to make out details, but I knew they were looking up at me. I felt a wave of panic. No one should be out here. This was an isolated route, rarely traveled, especially this time of year. I grabbed my binoculars, my hands shaking as I lifted them. I focused in, my stomach twisting. It was a man. He was dressed in dark clothing, standing completely still. No backpack, no hiking gear, just standing, watching me. I yanked the binoculars down, my heart pounding. When I looked back, he was gone. I didn't stop to think. I kept moving, faster now, my pulse hammering in my ears. I kept glancing back, expecting to see him again, but the forest was empty. The rest of the day passed in a blur of panic and exhaustion. By the time I made camp, I had pushed myself to the edge of my limits. I found a small clearing, wedged between boulders, hoping it would be harder to spot from a distance. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in my tent, my knife in my lap, listening. Every noise made my skin crawl. The wind in the trees, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl. I kept picturing those footprints circling my camp. The man at the tree line. Then, sometime past midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, close. I held my breath, gripping my knife so tight my knuckles ached. Then, just outside my tent, something touched the fabric. A slow, dragging motion, running along the side of the tent. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then nothing. Silence. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Minutes? Hours? The sun eventually began to rise, and I forced myself to move. I unzipped the tent slowly, peering outside. The clearing was empty, but the ground told a different story. Footprints, leading away from my tent, disappearing into the trees. I packed up and left, fast. I didn't stop, didn't rest, didn't eat. I hiked non-stop for hours, pushing my body past exhaustion, driven only by fear. By the time I reached my truck, my legs barely worked. I threw my gear in the back, locked the doors, and sped down that dirt road without looking back. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted. But I know this. Someone had followed me. Someone had watched me. And if I hadn't left when I did, I don't think I would have made it out. I had always loved hiking alone. There was something about the solitude, the rhythmic crunch of my boots against the dirt, and the overwhelming silence of nature that put my mind at ease. It was the only time I felt truly disconnected from the noise of life. So when I planned a 3-day solo hike through the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest, I was excited. I had done hikes like this before, nothing too extreme, just long, quiet treks through deep woods and over rolling hills. The first day went by smoothly. The trail was well marked, the air crisp with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. I followed a winding path that led through towering trees, their branches tangled high above, blocking most of the sunlight. Occasionally, I'd hear the distant call of a bird or the rustling of leaves as a small animal darted away. But for the most part, it was just me and the forest. I made good time and reached my planned campsite near a small creek before sunset. I set up my tent, made a small fire, and boiled water for my dehydrated meal. As I sat there, listening to the gentle trickle of water and the occasional snap of a twig somewhere in the distance, I felt completely at peace. There was no one around for miles, just me, the trees, and the darkening sky. The first night was uneventful. I woke up once, around 3 a.m., to a distant rustling outside my tent, but I assumed it was just a raccoon or some other nocturnal animal. After a few minutes of listening, I drifted back to sleep. The second day, I planned to cover more ground. The path ahead led deeper into the forest, away from any established campsites. I was heading toward an old, lesser-known trail that I had read about online. It wasn't marked on most maps, but experienced hikers sometimes mentioned it in forums. It was supposed to be beautiful, cutting through an area of untouched wilderness. As I moved forward, the trail became narrower, the trees pressing in closer. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. No birds, no wind through the leaves, just silence. Felt unnatural. I kept telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I pushed forward, telling myself that once I reached the ridge, I'd feel better. By midday, I found a clearing where I stopped to eat. The air was heavy and still. I checked my phone, no signal, which I expected. The sun was high above, but the light felt weaker here, like the trees were swallowing it before it could touch the ground. As I packed up and started walking again, I noticed something strange. The trail ahead looked different than I remembered from my research. It should have curved gently to the right, but instead, it went straight into a dense thicket. I paused, confused. Had I made a wrong turn? I pulled out my map and compass. According to them, I was still on track. I decided to keep going. Maybe the trail had changed over time, or maybe I had just remembered it wrong. But as I walked, the feeling of unease grew. The path felt wrong. The trees here were different, thicker, older, their trunks covered in deep scars. I kept walking, my breathing growing shallow. Then I saw it. A shoe. Just one, lying half buried in the dirt. It was old, the fabric faded, the rubber sole cracked. It looked like it had been there for years. My first thought was that someone had lost it, maybe a careless hiker. But as I took another step, I saw something else. A torn backpack strap, dangling from a low branch. I felt my stomach tighten. I wasn't the first person to come this way. I tried to shake it off. People lose things on trails all the time. I kept moving, but I couldn't ignore the way my body was reacting. My hands were sweaty despite the cool air, and my legs felt stiff. I needed to get out of here. I pushed forward faster than before. The trail wound deeper, twisting in ways that didn't make sense. I felt like I was being led somewhere, not following a natural path, but something designed to pull me in. The trees seemed closer together now, their trunks forming dark corridors. Then I saw another sign, a rusted, broken pocket knife lying in the dirt. That was enough. I turned around, determined to retrace my steps and get back to familiar ground. But as I walked, the trail didn't look the same. The trees seemed different, the landscape unfamiliar. I told myself to stay calm, to follow my compass and map. But no matter which way I went, I couldn't find the clearing where I had stopped for lunch. It was like the forest had shifted around me. Panic started creeping in. I forced myself to breathe slowly, to think logically. I had enough supplies to last a few days. Worst case, I could camp and try again in the morning. I found a small, relatively open area and set up my tent. That night, the forest wasn't silent. I heard movement, not the random rustling of animals, but deliberate steps. Slow, steady, circling my tent. I lay there, gripping my knife, barely breathing. The steps would stop, then start again, closer this time. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. The hours dragged on, and I forced myself to stay awake, listening. Just before dawn, the steps stopped. As soon as the sky started to lighten, I packed up and moved. My body was screaming at me to run, but I forced myself to stay steady. I followed my compass, ignoring the twisting trails, pushing straight in one direction. Hours passed. My legs burned. My throat was dry, but I kept moving. Then finally I saw it. A familiar tree, one I had passed the day before. Relief flooded through me. I was back on the main trail. I didn't stop. I hiked faster than I ever had, pushing forward until, at last, I saw the parking lot in the distance. I didn't look back. I never went hiking alone again. I drove up to the cabin late in the afternoon, the sun already sinking low behind the trees. The road had been rough, miles of dirt and gravel, twisting through dense woods with no sign of another soul for at least an hour. It was exactly what I had been looking for. Isolation, quiet, a place where I could shut out the world and clear my head. The cabin itself was old but sturdy, a single-story structure with a small porch and a pitched roof weighed down by years of snow and rain. It had been sitting unused for a while, but the owner assured me it was in decent shape. The lock on the front door was rusted, and I had to shove my shoulder against the wood to get it open. Inside, the air was thick with dust, stale but not unbearable. A small kitchen, a living room with a stone fireplace, and a single bedroom with a creaky bed frame. It was simple, but it was all I needed. I dropped my bag near the door and went to open the windows. The forest stretched out in every direction, endless trees swaying in the wind. The quiet was unsettling at first, but I told myself I'd get used to it. I just needed time. By nightfall, I had unpacked, lit a fire, and settled in with a book. The wind howled outside, rattling the loose window panes, but inside was warm. The silence felt heavier now, pressing down in a way I couldn't quite explain. Every little sound, the pop of the fire, the creak of the wooden beams, felt too loud, like the whole cabin was holding its breath, waiting. I turned in early, but sleep didn't come easy. The mattress was stiff, the blankets smelled like mothballs, and every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I was being watched. I kept telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks, that it was normal to feel uneasy in a new place. But then, just as I was starting to drift off, I heard it, a crunch outside, footsteps. My blood went cold. It was distinct, deliberate. Someone stepping on dried leaves just outside the bedroom window. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. The wind had died down, and the night was deadly still. I stayed frozen in bed for what felt like hours, waiting for another sound, some confirmation that I wasn't imagining things. But there was nothing. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside, squinting against the sunlight. The ground was damp from dew, the leaves soft and undisturbed. No footprints, no sign that anyone had been near the cabin. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Maybe I had been hearing animals, a deer or a raccoon. I told myself not to let my mind get the best of me. The day passed quietly. I hiked a bit, chopped some wood, and tried to enjoy the solitude. But as the sun dipped behind the trees again, the same dread from the night before crept in. That heavy, suffocating silence. That feeling of not being alone. I double-checked the locks before bed, even wedged a chair under the doorknob. It made me feel better, even if I knew it wouldn't stop someone determined to get in. That night, I heard it again, closer this time. A slow, careful step just beyond the window. Then another, and another. I held my breath, my fingers clenched around the handle of a knife I had grabbed from the kitchen. The footsteps stopped. Silence stretched so long that I started to think I had imagined it. But then, soft and deliberate, the sound of breathing. Not mine. right outside the thin wooden wall of the cabin. My mind raced. If I turned on the light, would they see me? If I moved, would they hear? I stayed frozen, my pulse hammering against my ribs. Then, as if whoever was out there had lost interest, the sound faded, the steps retreating into the woods. I didn't sleep after that. I stayed awake, knife in hand, listening, waiting. By morning, I had convinced myself to leave. I packed quickly, stuffing my things into my bag, barely caring if I forgot anything. But when I stepped outside, my stomach turned to ice. Footprints, clear, fresh prints in the dirt just outside my window. Not the broad, heavy marks of boots. Bare feet, human. Who the hell was out here walking barefoot in the middle of nowhere? I backed toward my car, every nerve in my body screaming at me to move faster. The moment I unlocked the door, I heard it, a rustling in the trees, a low, deliberate breath, not from the wind or an animal. Someone was watching. I threw my bag into the passenger seat and slammed the door. The engine roared to life, and I hit the gas, gravel spitting out behind me as I sped down the dirt road. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was miles away, back on the highway, surrounded by cars and streetlights and the comforting hum of civilization. I never told anyone what happened. Not the police, not the owner of the cabin. What would I even say? That I heard something? That I felt watched? That I found footprints where no one should have been? It's been months, but I still think about it. Late at night, when the house is quiet, I hear the echoes of those footsteps. I feel the weight of unseen eyes, and I know, somewhere out there in those woods, something was watching me. And maybe, just maybe, it still is. The road was long and uneven, a cracked path of dirt and gravel cutting through the dense forest. The tires of my truck crunched over the loose rocks, the sound blending with the rhythmic hum of the engine. I had been driving for nearly 5 hours, leaving behind the noise and stress of the city, aiming for nothing but isolation. The cabin, an old family property, was the perfect retreat, miles away from anyone, surrounded by nothing but trees and silence. That was exactly what I wanted. When I arrived, the late afternoon sun hung low in the sky, spilling golden light over the thick pines. The cabin stood just as I remembered it from childhood, small, weathered, with a slanted roof and a wraparound porch. It had been years since anyone had stayed here. I killed the engine, stepped out, and inhaled the crisp, pine-scented air. No cars, no voices, no distractions. Just peace. The front door was stiff, the wood swollen from years of neglect, but after some force, it gave way with a groan. Inside, the air was thick with dust. The furniture, covered in white sheets, stood like forgotten ghosts of the past. The wooden floor creaked under my boots as I moved through the space, checking for any signs of animals that might have made the place home. Nothing. I set my bag down, pulled the covers off the furniture, and opened a few windows to let in fresh air. The fireplace, stone-built and sturdy, sat against the far wall. I'd need to gather wood before nightfall. The kitchen was small but functional. An old gas stove, a fridge that wouldn't work without power, and a sink that I prayed still had running water. I turned the faucet. After a few sputters, water flowed. Good enough. I spent the next hour making the place livable, unpacking supplies, sweeping out dust, and checking the locks on the doors and windows. I even took a short walk around the property, noting the way the trees seemed to press in closer than I remembered. The forest had grown thicker over the years, the underbrush tangled and wild. By the time the sun dipped below the trees, the temperature dropped. I grabbed my axe and made my way to the woodshed behind the cabin. The air was colder here, the thick canopy blocking out the last bit of daylight. The shed's door hung slightly open. I didn't remember leaving it like that, but then again, it had been years since I'd been here. I pulled it open wider, the hinges screeching, and stepped inside. The smell of damp wood filled my nose. Piles of logs were stacked against the walls, and old tools hung from nails. Rusted saws, a hammer, a coil of rope. I bent down to grab some logs when I noticed something. The dirt floor had been disturbed, uneven, as if someone had walked in and out recently. My stomach tightened. I looked closer. The impressions weren't clear, but they were there, footsteps. They led toward the back of the shed, disappearing into shadow. I stood up slowly, every hair on my body standing on end. I wasn't alone. I turned sharply, stepping out of the shed, my eyes scanning the tree line. The forest stood still, silent. Too silent. No birds, no rustling leaves, just an oppressive quiet. I forced myself to stay calm. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe I was just being paranoid. But I wasn't about to take chances. I hurried back to the cabin, locked the door behind me, and checked every window. Everything was secure. Still, I couldn't shake the unease twisting in my gut. I lit the fireplace, the warmth doing little to settle my nerves. Outside, the night deepened, the darkness pressing against the windows. I sat in the chair facing the door, my rifle resting against my knee. Hours passed. Nothing. Just the crackling fire and the wind outside. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a light sleep. A sound woke me, a soft, deliberate creak. My eyes snapped open. The floorboards, inside the cabin. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The fire had burned low, casting flickering shadows across the room. My grip tightened on the rifle. The sound came again, closer this time. Slow, careful. Someone was inside. I shifted slightly, raising the gun, my heart pounding. The room was dark, but my eyes adjusted. I scanned the space, searching for movement. Nothing. Then, from the hallway leading to the bedrooms, another creak. A shape, a figure barely visible in the dim light. Standing there, watching. I didn't hesitate. Aimed. Get the hell out of my house. My voice was steady, but my hands were sweating. The figure didn't move. I could barely make out the outline, tall, thin, something in its hand. A knife? I pulled the trigger. The gunshot exploded in the small space, deafening. The figure staggered back, a thud as it hit the ground. I scrambled to my feet, heart slamming against my ribs, and flipped on the nearest light. The man on the floor was thin, dirty, his clothes tattered. His chest was rising and falling, blood seeping from a wound in his shoulder. He wasn't dead. I stood over him, rifle still aimed, my mind racing. Who was he? How long had he been here? Was he alone? His eyes flickered open, dark and wild. Please, he rasped. Don't. I kicked the knife away from his hand, my own hands trembling. Who the hell are you? But I already knew the answer. He was living here, maybe for years. Maybe he thought this place was abandoned. But he had a weapon. He had crept toward me in the dark. I wasn't about to take chances. I backed toward the door, keeping the rifle trained on him. I had two choices. Leave him here and get help, or end this now. My hands shook. My breath came fast and shallow. But I made my decision. Keeping my eyes on him, I grabbed my truck keys and yanked open the door. The cold night air hit me like a slap. I stepped out, listening for any sign of others, but the forest was still, just the wind in the trees. I didn't waste another second. I ran to my truck, threw it into gear, and tore down that winding dirt road, not stopping until I saw the glow of town lights in the distance. By the time I got to the police station, my hands were still shaking. I told them everything. The cabin, the man, the gunshot. They moved fast, sending a unit out immediately. Later, they told me he had been living there for months, surviving off stolen supplies, hiding in the woods. He had a history, a long one. Assault, breaking and entering. He wasn't just some lost wanderer. He had been waiting, watching. I sold the cabin after that. Never went back. Some places, no matter how many good memories they hold, aren't worth the risk. And some silences, they aren't peaceful. They're waiting to be broken. I was never one for the wilderness. The idea of being isolated, surrounded by nothing but trees and silence, always put me on edge. But when my friend Jason offered me his family's old cabin for the weekend, I figured why not? A break from work, no responsibilities, just a few days of peace. Sounded perfect. I packed light, just some clothes, food, a flashlight, and my old hunting knife. Jason told me the cabin was a little rundown but still livable. It's got electricity and running water, he said. Nothing fancy, but it works. That was good enough for me. The drive up was long. The paved road eventually turned to gravel, then to dirt. My car rattled as I maneuvered around potholes, the trees closing in on both sides like a tunnel. I checked the GPS. No signal. Not surprising. I had written down directions just in case, and according to them, I was close. The cabin sat at the end of a narrow path, partially hidden by overgrown branches. It was smaller than I expected. The wood was dark and aged, the windows covered in grime. The front door had a heavy iron latch, rusted from years of exposure. I pushed it open, and the scent of damp wood and dust hit me. The inside was basic, one large room with a bed, a small table, a fireplace, and a tiny kitchen area. There was a single door leading to what I assumed was the bathroom. I set my bag down and checked my phone. Still no signal. That was fine. I wasn't planning on using it much anyway. I decided to step outside and take in my surroundings. The trees stretched for miles in every direction. No signs of other cabins, no distant highways, just the woods and me. It was quiet, too quiet. I shook off the unease and started unpacking. I put some canned food in the cabinets, set my flashlight on the table, and made sure the water worked. The pipes groaned when I turned the faucet, spitting out brown water at first, but after a few seconds, it cleared up. I took that as a good sign. Night fell quicker than I expected. I hadn't brought a watch, and with no phone signal, I had no idea what time it was. The only light came from a small lantern I had brought and the dim glow of the moon through the filthy windows. The sounds of the forest started creeping in, the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the occasional crack of a branch. Then I heard something else, a dull thud. It wasn't loud, but it was close. It sounded like it came from just outside the cabin. I froze, listening. My heart started to pound. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it out the window. The glass was too dirty to see clearly, so I stepped toward the door and hesitated. If I opened it, I'd be exposed. If I stayed inside, I'd never know what made the noise. I took a deep breath and unlatched the door. The night air was cold. My breath came out in small clouds as I scanned the area with my flashlight. The trees stood still. The dirt path leading to my car was empty. But then I noticed something odd. Footprints in the dirt. They weren't mine. They were fresh, leading from the woods to the cabin. I swallowed hard. Maybe a hiker? Someone lost? But why wouldn't they have knocked or called out? My eyes followed the trail, and I realized something even worse. The footprints stopped just a few feet from the cabin. They didn't turn back. Whoever made them had walked up to my cabin and then disappeared. I felt exposed standing there, so I stepped back inside and locked the door. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I was overreacting. I checked the windows again. No movement, just trees. I decided to sleep with my knife under my pillow. The night was long. Every small sound made me jolt awake. I kept thinking about the footprints, imagining someone standing just outside, watching. Morning came, and with it, a thick fog. I stepped outside to check the footprints again. They were still there. No new ones. That was good, I supposed. I convinced myself it had been my imagination playing tricks on me. But the feeling of being watched never left. I spent the day hiking around the area, trying to clear my head. The woods were dense, the ground uneven. I found an old trail that looked like it hadn't been used in years. As I walked, I noticed something off. Trees with deep gashes in their bark, like someone had hacked at them with a blade. The cuts weren't fresh, but they weren't that old either. Then I found something worse. A small clearing, and in the middle of it, a pile of bones. At first, I thought they were animal bones, but as I got closer, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A shoe, half buried in the dirt. A human shoe. I turned and walked back toward the cabin, faster this time. My mind was screaming at me to leave, but my car was the only way out, and I wasn't about to run blindly through the woods. I locked myself inside the cabin and waited for nightfall. I barely ate. My nerves were shot. I kept my knife in my lap, my flashlight next to me. Then, just as the sun dipped below the trees, I heard it again. The thud. This time it was louder, closer. I held my breath, my hands clenched around the knife. Something was outside. The doorknob rattled. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the rattling stopped. But I knew whoever had been outside wasn't gone. They were waiting. I stayed up all night, knife in hand, listening. The footsteps came and went, circling the cabin. I didn't look out the windows. I didn't dare. At first light, I grabbed my bag and bolted for the car. My heart pounded as I fumbled with the keys. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. As I peeled out onto the dirt road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. A figure stood at the edge of the trees, watching. I didn't stop. I didn't look back again. When I finally got back to town, I called Jason and told him everything. He went quiet for a long time before saying, "That cabin hasn't been used in years. My family stopped going there after." "After what?" I asked. He hesitated. "After my uncle disappeared." I used to think being alone in the woods would be peaceful. The kind of solitude people chase when they get tired of life, of noise, of responsibility. It's funny how fast that feeling turns into something else when the silence gets too deep, when you realize how far you are from help. I rented the cabin because I needed time away. Work had been getting to me. The city, the constant movement, it was too much. I just wanted to be alone with my thoughts, clear my head, maybe write a little. A week away from everything, deep in the mountains, sounded like the perfect solution. No phone service, no distractions, just me and nature. The first day was fine. The drive up was long, winding roads through thick trees, the occasional break in the woods showing glimpses of the valley below. The cabin was small, but comfortable. Wooden walls, a fireplace, a small kitchen. The kind of place that felt frozen in time. The guy who rented it to me said it had been built back in the 60s and hadn't changed much since. That was obvious. The furniture was old. The floor creaked in weird places, and the windows were single pane, letting in every little sound from outside. That night, I sat on the porch, listening to the wind push through the trees. It was quiet in a way I wasn't used to. No cars, no sirens, just the occasional rustling in the underbrush. I told myself it was probably a rabbit or a deer. The second day, I hiked a little. There were trails around the cabin, and I wanted to explore. I found an old fire pit about a mile in, half buried under leaves. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. There were empty beer bottles scattered around, labels faded by time, probably left by hunters. That night, things started to feel off. I was inside, reading, when I heard something outside, a dull thud, not an animal too heavy, like something had fallen. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped onto the porch. The night swallowed everything beyond the weak circle of light. I shined it around, looking for anything that could have made the noise. Nothing, just the wind through the trees. I told myself it was a branch falling. Went back inside. At around 3 in the morning, I woke up to a different sound. A slow, dragging noise outside the cabin, like something being pulled through the dirt. My first thought was a bear, but the sound was too deliberate, too steady. I sat up in bed, listening, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from. It stopped suddenly. I didn't move for a long time, just sat there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for another sound. When nothing happened, I finally let myself relax. Maybe it was a tree shifting in the wind, or my mind playing tricks on me. The next morning, I walked around the cabin, looking for any signs of an animal. There was nothing. No tracks, no disturbed earth. It had rained a little during the night, so if something had been moving around, there should have been signs. That was when I saw the footprints. Not animal prints. Boots, a single set, deep in the mud, leading from the woods to the cabin. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Someone had been out here, watching, listening. I went inside and locked the doors. I wanted to leave, but it was a 2-hour drive back to town, and I kept telling myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was an old footprint, softened by the rain. Maybe I just hadn't noticed it before. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the chair by the window, watching the tree line, listening. At around 1 a.m, I saw it. A figure, just beyond the trees, standing still, watching. I barely breathed. The figure didn't move, just stood there, a dark shape against the trees. My hands were sweating. I wanted to grab my car keys, run to the truck, and get out of there. But something in me said not to move. After what felt like forever, the figure slowly backed up, disappearing into the woods. I stayed up the rest of the night, waiting, listening. By morning, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. I packed my bag, grabbed my keys, and stepped onto the porch, only to stop dead. The footprints were back, fresh ones, leading from the trees to the cabin. I ran to the truck, heart hammering in my chest. The moment I turned the key, I felt a wave of relief, until I saw something in the rearview mirror. A figure, standing just at the edge of the tree line, watching me. I didn't hesitate. I threw the truck into reverse, sped down the dirt road, tires kicking up mud and gravel. I didn't stop until I hit the main road, and even then, I kept looking in the mirrors, half expecting to see that figure standing there. I never went back to that cabin. Didn't even bother getting my deposit back. I don't know what I saw out there, who was watching me, but I do know one thing: I wasn't alone. I rented the cabin for a week. The listing called it secluded, which was exactly what I wanted. No noise, no people, just time alone. Work had drained me, and my personal life wasn't much better. The thought of disappearing into the woods, even temporarily, felt like the only thing keeping me sane. It was a small, single-story place with dark wooden walls and a steep roof. The drive up had been rough, just a narrow dirt road with trees pressing in from both sides. When I arrived, the first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. No wind, no birds, just an empty kind of silence. It was strange, but I figured I just wasn't used to it. Inside, the cabin was basic. A living room with an old couch and a stone fireplace. A small kitchen with an ancient fridge, a single bedroom, and a bathroom. There was no Wi-Fi, no television, only a shortwave radio on the kitchen counter. I turned it on, but all I got was static. I spent the first day settling in, making sure the doors locked properly and checking for any surprises. Bats, rodents, anything like that. The cabin was empty except for me. That night, I made a fire and sat in the living room with a book, but I kept catching myself listening, expecting some kind of background noise. It was unsettling how still everything was. When I went to bed, I locked the bedroom door. I don't know why. Maybe it was just habit, but it made me feel better. The second day, I hiked around the property. The trees were thick, but there was an old trail behind the cabin that led deeper into the woods. I walked for maybe an hour, trying to clear my head. At some point, I found something, an old rusted axe lying near the base of a tree. The handle was half buried in the dirt, like it had been left there and forgotten. I picked it up, but it was too rusted to be useful. I left it where I found it and went back to the cabin. That night, I heard something outside, a soft, rhythmic sound, like footsteps in the leaves. I sat up in bed, listening, but after a few minutes, it stopped. Probably an animal, I told myself. A deer, maybe. On the third day, I found the first sign that something was wrong. I went outside in the morning and saw tracks in the dirt near the cabin. Not animal tracks, footprints. Bare human footprints, leading from the edge of the woods to the cabin's front steps, then back into the trees. I stared at them for a long time, my brain struggling to process what I was seeing. I hadn't seen another person since I arrived. Who the hell would be walking around barefoot in the middle of the night? I followed the footprints to where they disappeared into the trees, but there was nothing there. No sign of anyone. I went back inside and locked the door. That night, I stayed up. I turned off all the lights and sat near the window, watching. Around 2 a.m., I saw something move between the trees. a figure just barely visible in the dark. I couldn't see any details, just a shape, but it was enough. Someone was out there, watching. I grabbed the hunting knife I had brought with me and stayed awake until dawn. The next morning, I found something new. Scratches on the cabin door. Long, deep scratches like someone had dragged a knife or something sharp across the wood. My stomach turned. I checked my car, but it was untouched. That was the only reason I didn't leave right then. I spent the rest of the day inside. I didn't go hiking, didn't step past the front porch. I sat near the fireplace with the knife in my lap, waiting for night to come. That night, the sound came back. The footsteps. They circled the cabin, slow and deliberate. Then something touched the doorknob. The sound of metal turning. I held my breath, gripping the knife so hard my hand hurt, but the door was locked. After a few seconds, the knob stopped turning. Then I heard it, a whisper, just one word, but it was so quiet I almost thought I imagined it. Open. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. Eventually, the footsteps moved away. The next morning, I decided I was leaving. I packed my bag, grabbed my keys, and walked to the car. That's when I saw the handprint. A single, smudged handprint on the driver's side window. I got in, locked the doors, and started the engine. The moment the tires hit the main road, I felt like I could breathe again. I never reported it, never told anyone. I don't know who or what was out there. I just know I never should have gone to that cabin. The first mistake was thinking I'd be alone. I had driven nearly 8 hours to reach the cabin, tucked deep in the mountains. It belonged to a friend of mine. More of an acquaintance, really, who had offered it to me when I mentioned needing some time away. I didn't ask too many questions. All I knew was that it was isolated, and that was exactly what I wanted. The drive up was rough. My truck struggled against the steep inclines, gravel crunching under the tires as I wound through thick, towering trees. The sun had already dipped behind the peaks, casting long shadows across the road. By the time I reached the clearing where the cabin sat, the sky had darkened to deep blue. It was smaller than I expected. A simple, single-story structure with dark wooden walls and a slanted roof. A porch wrapped around the front, and a chimney jutted up from one side. There were no neighbors, no other buildings in sight, just the vast wilderness pressing in on all sides. I killed the engine and stepped out, stretching my legs. The air was crisp and smelled of pine. It was quiet. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, though. The kind that felt heavy, as if the trees were listening. I shook it off, grabbed my duffel bag, and headed inside. The interior was just as simple. A living room with a stone fireplace, a small kitchen, and a single bedroom down a short hall. It had the essentials: a couch, a table, some chairs, but not much else. The place smelled of dust and old wood. I flicked on the lights, half expecting them not to work, but the bulbs buzzed to life. I locked the door behind me, not that it felt necessary. Who the hell would be all the way out here? I dropped my bag on the couch and checked my phone. No service, as expected. There was a landline on the wall, but I didn't bother testing it. The point of this trip was to get away, after all. I made a quick dinner from the supplies I'd brought: canned soup, crackers, a beer. The wind had picked up outside, whistling through the trees. I turned on the old radio sitting on the kitchen counter, but all I got was static. I left it on anyway. Something about the white noise made the cabin feel less empty. By the time I was ready for bed, the wind had turned into a full-blown storm. Rain hammered against the windows, and the trees groaned under the force of it. I locked the front door, again, more out of habit than worry, and made my way to the bedroom. The room was small, just a bed and a nightstand. A single window faced the trees. The storm made the glass shudder in its frame. I changed into sweatpants and a t-shirt, climbed under the thick blankets, and closed my eyes. I don't know what woke me up. First, I thought it was just the storm. The wind howled outside, and the rain pounded the roof. But then I heard it, something else. A noise that didn't belong. A creak. Not from the storm, not from the wind, from inside the cabin. I stayed still, listening. My heartbeat thudded in my ears. Another creak. This time closer. I wasn't alone. I reached under my pillow for the knife I always kept with me when I traveled. My fingers wrapped around the handle, grip tightening. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I just listened. Silence. Then, the floorboards groaned, just outside my bedroom door. I sat up, knife in hand. My pulse pounded in my throat. The door was closed. I stared at it, waiting, muscles tense. Nothing. Just the storm, the wind, the rain. I forced myself to breathe. Maybe it was just the house settling. Old cabins creaked, especially in bad weather. I stayed still for another minute, listening, but the sound didn't come again. Still gripping the knife, I slid out of bed and crept to the door. Slowly, I turned the knob and eased it open. The living room was dark, shadows stretching across the wooden floor. The front door was still locked. The windows were closed. Nothing looked out of place, but something felt wrong. The radio was off. I knew I had left it on. A chill ran down my spine. I tightened my grip on the knife and stepped into the room, scanning every corner. The couch, the table, the kitchen. Nothing. Then I saw it. The attic hatch in the ceiling above the kitchen. It was open, just a few inches, just enough to see the darkness beyond it. I hadn't even noticed an attic when I arrived. Hadn't thought to check. My breath came shallow as I stared up at the gap. The ladder was folded up, untouched. Whoever had opened it hadn't used the ladder. I backed away, my mind racing. There was no way someone had been hiding up there. No way someone had slipped inside without me hearing. I would have noticed. I would have heard. Wouldn't I? My eyes stayed locked on that sliver of darkness. My hand ached from how tight I was gripping the knife. Then the hatch moved. Not much, just a small shift, but enough. I ran. I didn't think, didn't hesitate. I bolted for the front door, unlocked it in a panic, and tore outside into the storm. The rain hit me like ice. I sprinted to my truck, yanked the door open, and threw myself inside. My hands were shaking so bad it took me 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life. Headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the cabin's porch. The front door was wide open. I didn't wait. I slammed the truck into reverse, tires spinning on the wet ground, and sped down the winding road. I didn't care if I wrecked. I just needed to get away. I drove for nearly an hour before I stopped. My hands were still shaking. My clothes were soaked. My knife was still clenched in my fist. I never went back for my bag. Never told my friend what happened. I don't even know if they ever checked the cabin after that night. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment, when the house is quiet and the air feels too still, I think about that attic hatch. And I wonder what would have happened if I had stayed just a little longer. The first mistake was thinking I'd be alone. I had driven nearly 8 hours to reach the cabin, tucked deep in the mountains. It belonged to a friend of mine. More of an acquaintance, really, who had offered it to me when I mentioned needing some time away. I didn't ask too many questions. All I knew was that it was isolated, and that was exactly what I wanted. The drive up was rough. My truck struggled against the steep inclines, gravel crunching under the tires as I wound through thick, towering trees. The sun had already dipped behind the peaks, casting long shadows across the road. By the time I reached the clearing where the cabin sat, the sky had darkened to deep blue. It was smaller than I expected. A simple, single-story structure with dark wooden walls and a slanted roof. A porch wrapped around the front, and a chimney jutted up from one side. There were no neighbors, no other buildings in sight, just the vast wilderness pressing in on all sides. I killed the engine and stepped out, stretching my legs. The air was crisp and smelled of pine. It was quiet. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, though. The kind that felt heavy, as if the trees were listening. I shook it off, grabbed my duffel bag, and headed inside. The interior was just as simple. A living room with a stone fireplace, a small kitchen, and a single bedroom down a short hall. It had the essentials: a couch, a table, some chairs, but not much else. The place smelled of dust and old wood. I flicked on the lights, half expecting them not to work, but the bulbs buzzed to life. I locked the door behind me, Not that it felt necessary. Who the hell would be all the way out here? I dropped my bag on the couch and checked my phone. No service, as expected. There was a landline on the wall, but I didn't bother testing it. The point of this trip was to get away, after all. I made a quick dinner from the supplies I'd brought: canned soup, crackers, a beer. The wind had picked up outside, whistling through the trees. I turned on the old radio sitting on the kitchen counter, but all I got was static. I left it on anyway. Something about the white noise made the cabin feel less empty. By the time I was ready for bed, the wind had turned into a full-blown storm. Rain hammered against the windows, and the trees groaned under the force of it. I locked the front door, again, more out of habit than worry, and made my way to the bedroom. The room was small, just a bed and a nightstand. A single window faced the trees. The storm made the glass shudder in its frame. I changed into sweatpants and a t-shirt, climbed under the thick blankets, and closed my eyes. I don't know what woke me up. First, I thought it was just the storm. The wind howled outside, and the rain pounded the roof. But then I heard it, something else. A noise that didn't belong. A creak. Not from the storm, not from the wind, from inside the cabin. I stayed still, listening. My heartbeat thudded in my ears. Another creak. This time closer. I wasn't alone. I reached under my pillow for the knife I always kept with me when I traveled. My fingers wrapped around the handle, grip tightening. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I just listened. Silence. Then, the floorboards groaned, just outside my bedroom door. I sat up, knife in hand. My pulse pounded in my throat. The door was closed. I stared at it, waiting, muscles tense. Nothing. Just the storm, the wind, the rain. I forced myself to breathe. Maybe it was just the house settling. Old cabins creaked, especially in bad weather. I stayed still for another minute, listening, but the sound didn't come again. Still gripping the knife, I slid out of bed and crept to the door. Slowly, I turned the knob and eased it open. The living room was dark, shadows stretching across the wooden floor. The front door was still locked. The windows were closed. Nothing looked out of place, but something felt wrong. The radio was off. I knew I had left it on. A chill ran down my spine. I tightened my grip on the knife and stepped into the room, scanning every corner. The couch, the table, the kitchen, nothing. Then I saw it. The attic hatch in the ceiling above the kitchen. It was open, just a few inches, just enough to see the darkness beyond it. I hadn't even noticed an attic when I arrived. Hadn't thought to check. My breath came shallow as I stared up at the gap. The ladder was folded up, untouched. Whoever had opened it hadn't used the ladder. I backed away, my mind racing. There was no way someone had been hiding up there. No way someone had slipped inside without me hearing. I would have noticed. I would have heard. Wouldn't I? My eyes stayed locked on that sliver of darkness. My hand ached from how tight I was gripping the knife. Then the hatch moved. Not much, just a small shift, but enough. I ran. I didn't think, didn't hesitate. I bolted for the front door, unlocked it in a panic, and tore outside into the storm. The rain hit me like ice. I sprinted to my truck, yanked the door open, and threw myself inside. My hands were shaking so bad it took me 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life. Headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the cabin's porch. The front door was wide open. I didn't wait. I slammed the truck into reverse, tires spinning on the wet ground, and sped down the winding road. I didn't care if I wrecked. I just needed to get away. I drove for nearly an hour before I stopped. My hands were still shaking. My clothes were soaked. My knife was still clenched in my fist. I never went back for my bag. Never told my friend what happened. I don't even know if they ever checked the cabin after that night. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment, when the house is quiet and the air feels too still, I think about that attic hatch. And I wonder what would have happened if I had stayed just a little longer. I had been planning this hike for weeks. A solo trip into the mountains, away from the constant noise of the city, away from people. I wanted silence, fresh air, and the feeling of being completely alone with nature. It was supposed to be a weekend trip, nothing too intense, just 2 days of hiking and a night camping in the wilderness before heading back to my car. I arrived early in the morning, my backpack stuffed with supplies. The air was crisp, and the sky was clear. It was the kind of weather that made you feel lucky to be outside. The trail I had chosen was an old one, not the kind of well-maintained paths that families and casual hikers used. This one was isolated, rugged, and barely marked. That's why I picked it. I wanted to be alone. The first few hours were perfect. The sound of birds, the crunch of my boots on the dirt, the occasional rustling of small animals in the underbrush. I had that satisfying feeling of my muscles working, my breath steady. I wasn't thinking about work, about emails, about anything. Just me and the trail. Around midday, I stopped to eat. I found a flat rock overlooking a valley and sat down, pulling out a sandwich from my pack. The view was incredible. Rolling hills, dense trees, and in the distance, the faint shimmer of a river. There was no one around. I hadn't seen another person since I left my car. It was exactly what I wanted. I was careful to pack up my trash, making sure I left no sign I had been there. I had another 5 or 6 miles to cover before I reached the spot where I planned to camp for the night. I strapped my pack back on and continued down the trail. That's when I first noticed something was off. I wasn't sure what it was at first, just a feeling, a slight unease. The forest was still a little too still. No birds, no rustling, just my own footsteps. It's strange how quickly silence can become unsettling when you're alone in the wilderness. I tried to shake it off. Sometimes the woods just get quiet. Maybe there was a predator nearby, a fox or a coyote. I kept walking. Another hour passed. The feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got worse. I kept glancing over my shoulder, not sure why. I hadn't seen or heard anything unusual, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. And then I saw it. A footprint. It was on the trail, clear as day, and it wasn't mine. It was fresh. The dirt was still soft around the edges, undisturbed by wind or time. I stopped, staring at it. I had been hiking for hours and hadn't seen a single person. This trail wasn't popular, and there were no other cars parked at the trailhead when I arrived. So where did this footprint come from? I swallowed, my mouth dry. Maybe someone else had taken a different route up here. Maybe they had come and gone earlier in the day. But if that were the case, why did the footprint look so fresh? I stood there for a long time, listening. The forest was still quiet. Too quiet. My skin prickled. I took a slow breath and kept moving, trying to convince myself I was being paranoid. Another mile passed, and I found another footprint. This time, it was off the trail, just barely visible in the underbrush. It was like someone had stepped away from the path and into the trees, and they had been barefoot. My stomach tightened. I bent down, examining the print closely. The toes, the arch, it was definitely a human footprint. But who the hell was walking barefoot out here, miles from civilization? I stood up, suddenly feeling exposed. The trees around me seemed taller, darker. I scanned the forest, looking for movement. Nothing, just endless trees and shadows. I picked up my pace. Another mile. The sun was beginning to dip lower, casting long shadows across the trail. I needed to find a place to camp soon. I had planned to reach a small clearing near a stream, but now I wasn't sure I wanted to stop at all. My instincts were screaming at me to turn around, to go back. But that would mean hiking in the dark, and that was even more dangerous. I kept moving. Then I heard it, a twig snapping. Not behind me, ahead. I froze. My heart hammered in my chest. I scanned the trail, the trees. Nothing, but someone was there. I knew it. The sound hadn't come from an animal. It was deliberate, controlled. I took a step back, my breathing shallow. Then, just as quickly as it had come, the sound was gone. The forest was silent again. My skin crawled. I needed to get out of there. I turned and started walking back the way I came, faster this time. I no longer cared about finishing the hike. I just wanted to reach my car. The feeling of being watched was unbearable now, like invisible eyes pressing against my back. Every few steps, I looked over my shoulder, expecting to see someone, standing in the trees, the footprints, the silence, the snapping branch. I had been followed, and then, in the dim light, I saw it, a figure, half hidden behind a tree, just off the trail, barefoot, standing completely still, watching me. I didn't stop to think. I ran. Branches whipped at my face, my backpack bouncing against my back. I didn't care. I sprinted down the trail, my lungs burning, my heart pounding. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I ran until my legs screamed and the world blurred around me. When I finally saw the parking lot, my car sitting untouched, I nearly sobbed. I fumbled with my keys, threw my pack in the back, and tore out of there so fast my tires kicked up gravel. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away. I don't know who or what was out there. I don't want to know. But I do know one thing. I will never hike alone again. I don't know why I ever agreed to this trip. Maybe I felt bad for bailing last time, or maybe I just wanted to prove to myself that I could handle being out in the woods alone. Whatever the reason, I regret it now. The cabin was deep in the forest, an old hunting lodge my uncle used to bring us to when I was a kid. It had no electricity, no running water, and barely any cell service. My uncle had stopped coming here years ago, said it didn't feel right anymore. I figured he was just getting too old for the rough conditions, but now I wonder if he knew something I didn't. I arrived just before sundown, my truck kicking up dirt as I pulled onto the overgrown path leading to the cabin. The place looked smaller than I remembered, weathered and beaten by time. The wooden steps creaked as I climbed onto the porch, and the door was stiff when I pushed it open. Inside, the air was thick with dust and old wood. The furniture was exactly as I remembered. Sturdy but worn, the couch covered in an old, musty blanket, the small kitchen area lined with shelves that sagged under the weight of time. There was a stone fireplace against one wall and a single wooden table with 2 chairs beside it. The only bedroom was just off the main room, its door slightly ajar, revealing the edge of a small bed with an old, lumpy mattress. I dropped my bag by the couch and started unpacking. I had brought enough supplies to last a few days. Canned food, a jug of water, some snacks, and a flashlight. I had my hunting knife strapped to my belt and a rifle in the truck, though I didn't expect to need it. The first night was quiet, too quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you realize how much noise there is in everyday life. No hum of electricity, no distant cars, no voices, just the wind moving through the trees, the occasional crack of a branch, and the rustling of leaves. I sat on the porch for a while, watching the last bit of light fade behind the treetops. When the darkness fully settled in, it was thick, suffocating. The kind of dark that made it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. I locked the cabin door before heading to bed. I wasn't scared, not exactly, but there was something unsettling about being completely alone out here. I lay in bed, listening to the creaks of the cabin settling, the wind brushing against the walls. Eventually, exhaustion took over and I fell asleep. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. Took me a second to realize why. The sound of footsteps, not inside the cabin but close, right outside. I held my breath, my body frozen. The steps were slow, deliberate, moving around the side of the cabin. I reached for my knife, my fingers tightening around the handle. My truck was parked just outside, and I hadn't heard any other vehicles, so there shouldn't be anyone else here. I waited, barely breathing. The footsteps stopped near the porch, then silence. I lay there for what felt like forever, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. After a long time, I convinced myself it must have been an animal. A deer, maybe, a bear, something harmless. But I didn't sleep after that. Morning came slow, and the first thing I did was check around the cabin. The ground was soft from recent rain, and I could see tracks in the dirt near the porch. Human tracks, barefoot. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a hiker who got lost, maybe just some crazy local messing around. Still, I kept my knife close that day. I made sure my rifle was loaded, too, just in case. The second night was worse. I was sitting inside, reading by flashlight when I heard something outside again. This time, it wasn't footsteps. It was breathing. Low, ragged breathing just beyond the door. I turned off the flashlight, gripping my knife so tight my hand hurt. The breathing continued, slow and deep, like whoever or whatever was out there knew I was inside, knew I was listening. Then the doorknob rattled. I jumped up, heart hammering. The door was locked, but that didn't make me feel any safer. I stood there, not moving, not breathing. Then, as suddenly as it started, the sound stopped. Nothing but silence. I didn't sleep that night either. The next morning, I found more footprints circling the cabin. Some were near the windows, others leading toward the woods. I followed them for a while but lost them in the dense brush. I didn't go far. I didn't want to. I thought about leaving. I should have left, but something kept me there. Pride, maybe. Stupidity. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I was imagining things. But the third night proved I wasn't. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I heard it again. Not footsteps, not breathing, scratching. A slow, dragging scratch against the cabin wall. It moved from one side to the other, nails or something sharp scraping along the wood. It stopped near the bedroom window. I turned my head slowly, my pulse pounding in my ears. Through the thin curtain, I saw it. A shadow, tall, thin, standing perfectly still outside the window. I didn't move, couldn't. Then it moved, not like a person, not like anything I'd ever seen. Twitched, its head jerking to the side in a way that made my stomach turn. I bolted, grabbed my keys, my knife, my rifle, and ran for the door. I didn't stop to check if it was following me. I didn't even look back. I jumped into my truck, started the engine, and floored it. My tires spun in the dirt before finally catching, sending me tearing down the path, branches whipping against the sides of the truck. I didn't stop driving until I hit the main road, until I was miles away from that place. I never went back. A few weeks later, I told my uncle what happened. He listened without saying a word, his face pale. When I was done, he nodded slowly and said, "That's why I don't go there anymore." I didn't ask him to explain. I didn't want to know. I never wanted to come here. Not really. It was my brother's idea. One of those things where he kept pestering me until I had no choice but to agree. He always said I needed to take a break, to step away from my routine, to get out of the city. I should have stood my ground. I should have said no. The drive took hours, longer than expected, thanks to a series of winding back roads that cut deep through the mountains. There were no signs, no other cars, just miles of trees pressing in on both sides. It felt like I was slipping away from the world. When I finally arrived, the cabin was smaller than I had imagined. It looked old, worn, like it had been sitting here for decades without much upkeep. The wood was dark and splintering, the porch slightly uneven. There were only 2 windows in the front, both covered with thick curtains. I let out a deep sigh before stepping inside. The air smelled stale, thick with the scent of dust and wood. The place was simple. A living room with a stone fireplace, a small kitchen, 1 bedroom, and a tiny bathroom. It was just as rustic as I expected, maybe even worse. The furniture was old, mismatched, the kind of stuff you'd find in a thrift store. A single lamp sat on a wooden end table, casting a weak, yellowish glow. I dropped my bag on the couch and ran a hand through my hair. I told myself I could handle this. Just a few days. That was the plan. Get some air, clear my head, then go home. Simple. But even then, something didn't feel right. That first night, the silence pressed against me. I wasn't used to this kind of quiet. No traffic, no voices, not even the distant hum of the city. Just the wind slipping through the trees, the occasional creak of the cabin settling. It should have been peaceful, but it wasn't. It felt too empty, too isolated. I went to bed early, hoping sleep would come quickly, but the mattress was stiff, the sheets rough against my skin. I kept waking up, turning over, adjusting the pillow, but it didn't help. At some point, I heard something outside. A soft rustling, the snap of a twig. My stomach tightened. I lay still, listening. Could have been an animal, Had to be. This was the woods, after all. But the sound lingered, growing softer, closer, almost like slow, deliberate footsteps. I held my breath. The footsteps stopped. For a long time, there was nothing, just the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Then, a light scratching sound against the wooden door. Not an animal, not the wind. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. My fingers curled into the blanket, gripping it tight. It was probably my imagination. Maybe a branch swaying in the wind, brushing against the cabin. That had to be it. I forced myself to stay still, to wait. Eventually, the sound stopped. I don't know how long I lay there before I finally fell asleep. But when I woke up, the sun was already streaming through the curtains. The next day, I tried to push it out of my head. I told myself I was overthinking. The cabin was old, it was bound to make noises. And the woods were full of animals. I was just jumpy, not used to being alone in a place like this. I spent the day outside, exploring the area around the cabin. There wasn't much to see, just endless trees, stretching in every direction. The ground was uneven, covered in damp leaves and tangled roots. At one point, I stumbled across something strange. A small pile of rocks, stacked neatly in a tower. It looked deliberate, like someone had placed them there. A weird feeling crawled up my spine. I glanced around, but there was nothing. No sign of anyone, just trees and silence. I didn't stay out long after that. That night, the noises came back. This time, I knew I wasn't imagining it. The footsteps were real, slow, steady, moving around the cabin. I stayed in bed, staring at the ceiling, heart pounding. The floor creaked somewhere near the front door. My skin went cold. I knew that sound. Someone was standing on the porch. I wanted to move, to get up, to grab something, anything to defend myself. But fear kept me pinned in place. Then, just like the night before, the sound stopped. And again, I waited, listening to the silence stretch on. Morning came too slow. When I finally worked up the courage to go outside, I found something waiting for me. Near the door, where the ground was soft, were footprints, bare footprints, leading up to the porch. I stared at them for a long time. My stomach twisted. I wasn't alone out here. The thought turned my blood to ice. Someone had been watching me. Someone had been walking around the cabin, maybe even standing right outside my door. I went back inside and locked every door and window. Not that it would do much good. The locks were flimsy, the windows old. If someone really wanted to get in, they could. I wanted to leave. I wanted to pack my bag and drive back to the city. But the thought of walking outside, of stepping into those woods, knowing someone had been out there, was worse. I told myself to wait until morning. To first light, I'd go. That night, I sat in the living room with my back against the wall, a kitchen knife in my hand. Every sound made my breath catch. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind. I didn't sleep. Then, just past midnight, something changed. The doorknob rattled. Not the wind, not an animal. Someone was trying to get in. I held my breath, gripping the knife so tight my knuckles ached. The rattling stopped, replaced by something worse. A slow, deliberate scraping sound against the wood, like nails dragging down the door. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run, but I stayed frozen, heart pounding so hard it hurt. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Silence. I waited, body stiff with fear. Minutes passed, then hours. I didn't move, didn't sleep, didn't breathe. When the first light of dawn finally crept through the window, I forced myself to stand. My legs felt weak, my body sore from sitting in the same position for so long. My hands shook as I reached for the doorknob. The air outside was cold. The woods were quiet, too quiet. The footprints were still there, but something was different, something worse. Near the steps, in the dirt, were deep gouges, long, uneven scratches carved into the ground. Not from an animal, not from anything natural. I didn't wait to find out more. I grabbed my bag, threw it into the truck, and drove. I didn't look back. I don't know who or what was out there. I don't want to know. But I do know one thing. I'll never go back to that cabin again. I never should have gone back to that cabin. It was supposed to be a quiet place, a retreat from the mess of my life. My uncle left it to me in his will. A small, one-room structure deep in the Oregon wilderness. No phone signal, no electricity, just a propane stove, a wood-burning fireplace, and a well out back. He always talked about how peaceful it was. A place to be alone with your thoughts, he once told me. I guess that was true, but being alone with my thoughts wasn't the problem. The drive out took 6 hours. The last 2 were on a dirt road barely wide enough for my truck. Trees pressed in from both sides, thick pines that seemed darker than usual. Heavy cloud cover blotted out the sun, making it feel later in the day than it was. By the time I reached the clearing where the cabin sat, the first drops of rain had begun to fall. The place looked exactly how I remembered it from childhood. A slanted roof, faded wooden walls, and a single porch light that barely illuminated the front steps. The door creaked as I pushed it open. Inside, everything smelled like damp wood and old dust. The fireplace was full of cold ashes. A stack of firewood sat beside it, untouched for years. I dropped my bag on the cot against the far wall and took a deep breath. It was just a cabin, just a place, but something felt off. I shook the feeling and started unpacking. First, I checked the old hand pump outside, and to my surprise, it still worked. The water was cold and tasted clean enough. I made a quick meal on the propane stove and sat at the small wooden table, listening to the rain pick up outside. No TV, no distractions, just the sound of the storm and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. It was peaceful, I told myself. It was what I needed. Then I heard it, a noise outside, near the treeline. At first, I thought it was an animal, a deer maybe, but there was something too deliberate about it. Footsteps, slow and careful. My chest tightened. I stood up, trying to see through the rain-streaked window. Darkness, nothing but the swaying trees. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and stepped onto the porch. The cold air hit me instantly, and the rain soaked through my shirt in seconds. I scanned the trees, the beam of my flashlight bouncing off wet bark and undergrowth. Nothing. I held my breath, listening. Only the rain and wind. Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. I went back inside, locked the door, and tried to convince myself that everything was fine. But sleep didn't come easy. Every little sound made my muscles tense. Every shift in the wind sounded like movement just outside the walls. At some point, exhaustion won. I drifted off, my body too tired to fight the unease. I woke up to silence. The rain had stopped. The air was thick with humidity. I lay there for a moment, listening. No wind, no rustling leaves, just stillness. Then a noise, not outside this time, inside. A faint creak like weight shifting on old wood. I held my breath. My fingers tightened around the blanket. The cabin was pitch black. I hadn't left any lights on. I reached for my flashlight, gripping it so hard my hand ached. Slowly, I clicked it on and swept the beam across the room. Nothing. The door was still locked. The windows were shut. I was alone, but I knew, deep in my gut, that something had changed. Something had been inside. The air felt different, like someone had stood over me while I slept, breathing in my space. I sat up, my heartbeat hammering in my chest. I needed to leave. It was stupid to stay out here alone. Maybe someone had been messing with me, maybe not. It didn't matter. I packed my bag in record time, threw on my jacket, and grabbed my truck keys. When I stepped onto the porch, I froze. There were footprints in the mud, fresh, leading from the trees to the cabin door. Bare feet, human. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. The prints weren't there when I arrived, and they weren't mine. I lifted my flashlight, scanning the trees again. Nothing but shadows, but I could feel it. Someone was out there, watching. I bolted to my truck, yanked open the door, and jammed the keys into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I threw it into reverse, tires spitting up mud as I backed out of the clearing. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the tree line. And that's when I saw him, a man, thin, pale, standing between the trees. His eyes locked onto mine. He didn't move, didn't flinch as my headlights hit him, just watched. I didn't wait to see what he'd do next. I slammed my foot on the gas and tore down the dirt road, not stopping until I hit the highway. Only then did I let myself breathe. I never went back, didn't sell the cabin, didn't tell anyone what happened. I just let it sit there, rotting in the woods. Some places aren't meant to be revisited. Some places hold onto things. I still dream about that night, about the footprints in the mud, about the man in the trees. And sometimes, just before I wake up, I swear I hear footsteps outside my window. I should have never gone on that trip. It started as a simple plan. 3 nights alone in the woods. No cell service, no distractions, just me and nature. I had camped before plenty of times, but always with friends. This time, I wanted to challenge myself. Just me, my tent, and the silence of the wilderness. The spot I chose was deep in the national forest, far from any marked trails. I had found it months earlier while hiking with a friend, an open clearing next to a slow-moving creek, surrounded by thick trees. I knew no one else would be there. That was the appeal, complete isolation. The first day went smoothly. I set up my tent, gathered wood, and made a fire. I cooked a simple meal, sat back in my chair, and listened to the wind move through the trees. As the sun dipped below the treetops, I felt that deep sense of peace I had been searching for. But that night, things changed. I woke up suddenly, unsure why. The fire had burned down to embers, and the forest was completely silent. No wind, no rustling, no insects, just stillness. I listened for a long time, my ears straining for any sound. Then I heard it, a single footstep. It was not the sound of an animal. It was deliberate, heavy, a boot against the dirt. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my ears. I told myself it was my imagination, just the woods playing tricks on me. But then I heard another step, closer. I stayed perfectly still, gripping my knife under my sleeping bag. My tent was zipped shut, but I felt exposed, vulnerable. The footsteps stopped, and for a long time, there was nothing but silence. Eventually, I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe a deer, maybe my mind playing tricks. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. Around my campsite, in the dirt, were footprints. Large, deep footprints. They circled my tent, moved toward the fire pit, then disappeared into the trees. I hadn't imagined it. Someone had been there, watching me. I considered packing up and leaving, but I told myself it was just a hiker who had wandered through. Maybe they saw my tent, got curious, and left. It was unsettling, but not necessarily dangerous. I wasn't going to let fear ruin my trip. That night, I kept the fire burning high. I sat awake for hours, staring into the darkness, listening. The wind had returned, and the forest was alive with sound. I started to feel foolish for being so paranoid. But then, just past midnight, I saw something move between the trees, a shape barely visible in the firelight. It was far away, just at the edge of the clearing. I couldn't make out any details, but I knew someone was standing there, watching. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it toward the trees. Nothing, just the empty woods. But my gut told me otherwise. I shouted into the darkness, trying to sound confident. "If you're out there, I have a gun." It was a lie. I had my knife, a hatchet, and a flare gun, but no real weapon. Still, I hoped the bluff would be enough to scare them off. Silence. Then, slowly, the sounds of the forest returned. I barely slept. Every little noise made me jolt awake. But the night passed without further incident. The next morning, I found something worse than footprints. A pile of sticks had been placed outside my tent, neatly stacked, deliberate, and on top of the pile, a single rabbit skull. That was it. I was done. I packed up as fast as I could, shoving everything into my bag without bothering to organize it. I didn't care about the weight or the mess. I just wanted to get out. The hike back to my truck felt endless. Every snap of a twig made my heart race. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I was being followed. When I finally reached my truck, I nearly collapsed with relief. I threw my gear into the back, jumped into the driver's seat, and locked the doors. I sat there for a long moment, breathing hard. Then, just as I was about to start the engine, I noticed something in my side mirror. A figure standing at the tree line, too far to make out details, but close enough that I knew they were looking at me. I didn't hesitate. I turned the key, slammed the truck into drive, and sped down the dirt road without looking back. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted, and I don't want to know. I haven't been camping since. I don't like thinking about that night, but sometimes it creeps in whether I want it to or not. The smell of damp wood, the sound of something moving just beyond the tree line, the feeling of cold air creeping in through the cracks in the cabin walls. It all lingers in my mind like a sickness I can't shake. I never believed in nightmares when I was awake. I do now. I rented the cabin for a weekend. I needed a break, just a few days away from people, noise, and the constant pull of responsibilities. The place was deep in the woods, tucked away from the main roads. There was no Wi-Fi, no cell service, just a landline in case of emergencies. That's what I wanted, just me, the trees, and the silence. It was an old structure, small but sturdy. The wood was worn from decades of harsh weather, but it still stood solid. A single bedroom, a tiny bathroom, a kitchen, and a living area. The furniture was basic. A couch, a table, and a couple of chairs. There was a wood-burning stove in the corner, and that was the only heat source. The cabin came with a small shed out back for firewood, and I made sure to stock up before the sun went down. The owner had warned me that temperatures dropped fast at night. I arrived in the late afternoon, parked my truck at the bottom of the long dirt path, and hiked up with my bag. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and wet leaves. The woods were still, almost unnaturally so. I didn't hear a single bird or rustling animal, just the crunch of my boots on the ground. Inside the cabin, I set my bag down, got the fire going, and settled in. The first few hours were peaceful. I read a book, made some canned soup, and sat by the fire as the light outside faded. The silence was thick, but it wasn't unsettling. Not yet. Around 9, I heard something outside. A branch snapping, then another. Not the wind, something heavier, something moving. I grabbed my flashlight, went to the window and shined it outside. Nothing, just trees and darkness. I told myself it was an animal, probably a deer. I went back to the couch, tried to ignore it, but my ears were tuned in now. Then came the footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching through the undergrowth. They stopped just beyond the tree line. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I waited, flashlight in hand, heart pounding in my chest. After a long minute, the footsteps moved away, fading into the woods. I tried to rationalize it. A hunter, maybe, someone lost. But who the hell would be out here at this hour with no flashlight, no sign of a camp? The nearest town was miles away. My stomach twisted. I double-checked the door lock, shoved a chair under the handle just in case, and told myself to sleep. But sleep didn't come easy. Every little sound made my skin prickle. The fire burned low, casting long shadows that flickered across the walls. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I drifted off. I woke up to the sound of my truck's alarm blaring. I shot up, heart hammering, the cabin now filled with red light pulsing through the windows. I grabbed my flashlight and peered outside. The truck was at the bottom of the dirt path, lights flashing, horn blaring into the night. Something was out there. I grabbed my boots, my jacket, and my hunting knife, then hesitated. I didn't want to go outside, but I couldn't just sit here. My truck was my way out. If someone was messing with it, I needed to stop them. I stepped onto the porch, flashlight sweeping the area. The woods were still. No wind, no movement, just the shrill sound of the alarm echoing through the trees. Every step down that dirt path felt like a mistake, but I forced myself forward. When I reached the truck, I stopped. The driver's side door was open. I knew I had locked it. My breath came fast. My fingers tightened around the knife. I leaned inside, turned off the alarm, and checked the cabin. The keys were still in my bag, untouched. The seats were empty, no sign of anything. But I wasn't alone. I felt it, that unnatural weight in the air. Then I saw them, footprints, leading from the trees to my truck, then back again. Bare feet. The tracks sank deep into the mud, wide apart like whoever made them had a long stride. My stomach twisted. I turned, flashlight scanning the woods, but there was nothing, just trees and blackness. I backed away slowly, walking fast but careful, ears straining for any sound. I reached the cabin and locked the door. This time I pushed the couch against it. The fire had burned down to embers, and I didn't dare light another one. I sat with my back to the wall, knife in my lap, and waited. The night stretched on, endless and silent. Hours passed. Then, just before dawn, I heard it again. A single, slow footstep on the porch. Not moving, just standing. I held my breath, gripping the knife so hard my knuckles ached. The wood creaked under the weight, then scraping. A slow, deliberate drag of something across the wooden planks. A nail, a knife, I don't know. I sat frozen, every nerve screaming at me to run, but there was nowhere to go. Then, just as the first light of dawn began creeping through the trees, the sound stopped. I waited. 10 minutes, 20. Then I forced myself to move, inching to the window, peeking outside. Nothing. The footprints were still there, leading away from the cabin, disappearing into the woods. I didn't waste time. I grabbed my bag, my keys, and I ran for the truck. Started on the first try, and I tore down that dirt road, not stopping, not looking back. I never told anyone. What would I say? That something, watched me all night from the trees? That it walked barefoot through the freezing mud and scraped its nails across my porch? No one would believe me, but I know what I heard. I know what I saw, and I know, without a doubt, that I was never alone in those woods. I don't know why I even agreed to stay in that cabin. Maybe it was the way my friend Eric described it. Quiet, peaceful, perfect for clearing your head. I needed that. Life in the city had been suffocating me, and I was desperate to get away from the noise, the stress, the endless cycle of work and sleep. So when he told me about his uncle's old hunting cabin, tucked deep in the woods of northern Montana, I jumped at the chance. The drive there was long, the last hour spent on a dirt road that seemed like it hadn't been maintained in years. Potholes, tree roots pushing through the soil, and the occasional sharp turn kept me on edge. My SUV wasn't built for this kind of terrain, and more than once, I thought about turning back. But then I reminded myself why I was doing this. I needed the quiet, the isolation, a week away from everything. By the time I arrived, the sun was dipping below the tree line. The cabin was small, made of rough-hewn logs that looked like they'd been there for 100 years. The roof sagged slightly in one corner, and the front steps creaked under my weight as I climbed them. A single window on the front side reflected the orange glow of the setting sun. Inside, the place was just as rustic as I expected. A wood-burning stove sat in one corner, a small table with 2 chairs in another. A single cot with a thin mattress was pushed up against the back wall. There was a small kitchen area with an old propane stove and a few wooden shelves stocked with canned goods. No electricity, no running water, just a hand pump outside for drinking and washing. I set my bags down and let out a breath. This was it. A week alone, just me and the wilderness. It was supposed to be peaceful. The first night was uneventful. I built a fire in the stove, ate some canned chili, and read by the light of my battery-powered lantern. The woods outside were eerily silent, save for the occasional rustling of leaves. I told myself it was just animals, deer, maybe a raccoon, but there was something unsettling about how quiet it was. No distant hum of traffic, no voices, no background noise at all, just silence. I barely slept. Every creak of the cabin made me tense up. It wasn't fear exactly, more like a deep, nagging feeling that I wasn't supposed to be there, that the woods didn't want me there. The next day, I decided to explore. I walked for hours, following an overgrown trail that led deeper into the trees. The air was crisp, the smell of pine thick and earthy. It was beautiful, but there was still something off. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. No birds sang, no insects buzzed, just my own footsteps crunching on the forest floor. I found an old tree stand, the kind hunters used. It was falling apart, barely held together by rusted nails and rotting wood. Nearby, I saw bones, a pile of them half buried in the leaves, too big to be a deer, maybe an elk, but something had stripped them clean, left them in a neat little pile like some kind of offering. I turned back after that. The whole walk back to the cabin, I felt it again, that weight of unseen eyes, something just beyond the trees watching. I kept telling myself it was in my head, that I was just not used to being so alone. That night, I locked the door. I wedged a chair under the handle, too. I wasn't sure why, just a feeling. The fire crackled in the stove, but the warmth didn't reach the pit in my stomach. I forced myself to sleep, but it was shallow, restless. A sound woke me, a thud, heavy, right outside the cabin. I sat up, heart hammering. Another thud, like something large shifting its weight on the porch. Then slow, deliberate footsteps. I held my breath, listened. Something was out there. The doorknob rattled. I didn't move. The chair I wedged under it held. Then the knob turned again, harder this time. A long, deep exhale came from the other side of the door. Not an animal. Something bigger, heavier. It was testing the door. I reached for the hunting knife I'd brought with me, gripping it so tightly my knuckles ached. The fire in the stove cast flickering shadows on the walls. I stayed still, barely breathing. Then silence. I sat there, knife in hand, until the first light of dawn filtered through the window. Only then did I dare move. I crept to the door, listening. Nothing. I slowly unwedged the chair, knife at the ready, and opened the door just a crack. Footprints, huge ones pressed deep into the dirt. Not boot prints, bare feet. I slammed the door shut. I didn't go outside that day. I stayed in the cabin, listening. Every sound made my skin crawl. Branches snapping, leaves rustling. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the fire with the knife in my lap, waiting. At some point, exhaustion won. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, something was inside the cabin. A breath, slow, deep, inches from my face. I woke up gasping, the knife swinging wildly in my hand. But there was nothing there. The door was still locked, the chair still wedged beneath it. The fire had burned low, casting long shadows across the room. I couldn't stay another night. At first light, I grabbed my bags and bolted to the SUV. The whole time I felt it, watching, standing just beyond the trees, waiting. The moment the engine roared to life, I slammed it into reverse, tires spinning in the dirt. I didn't look back. I drove straight through the night, only stopping when I reached the city. When I finally parked outside my apartment, I sat there for a long time, gripping the wheel. My heart was still pounding. My hands were shaking. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was alone in that cabin, that I had just let my mind play tricks on me. But sometimes, in the middle of the night, I wake up to the sound of breathing, and I know I didn't imagine it. I always loved hiking alone. There was something about being deep in the woods, away from everything, that made me feel alive. The silence, the isolation, it was peaceful, or at least it used to be. I had planned this trip for weeks, a solo 3-day hike through a remote trail in the mountains. I had my backpack loaded with everything I needed. A tent, a sleeping bag, enough food and water, and a good knife, just in case. The forecast was clear, and I had mapped out my route carefully. I felt confident. The first day was perfect. The air was crisp, the trees were tall and endless, and the only sounds were birds and the crunch of my boots on the dirt path. I made good progress, stopping occasionally to take in the view. By late afternoon, I reached a clearing near a small stream and decided to set up camp. I built a fire, cooked some food, and sat in the fading light, listening to the quiet. It felt like I was the only person in the world. That night, I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why. My fire had burned down to embers, and the forest was pitch black. I listened. Nothing, just the wind through the trees. But something felt off. I wasn't sure what. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, rolled over, and forced myself back to sleep. The next morning, I packed up and continued on. The trail got steeper, winding through thick forest. It was harder going, but I liked the challenge. Around midday, I noticed something strange. A tree ahead of me had deep scratches in its bark. 3 long, parallel marks like something had clawed at it. I stopped, examining them. They were fresh. The wood underneath was pale and raw. I tried to shake off the unease creeping into my stomach. Probably a bear, I told myself. Nothing to worry about. A few hours later, I found another tree with the same marks. Then another. Each time, the scratches looked fresh, as if they had just been made. My instincts told me to turn back, but I was stubborn. I told myself I was imagining things. There were bears in these woods, sure, but they usually avoided people. I pressed on. By late afternoon, the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I kept stopping, turning around, scanning the trees. Nothing. No movement. No sound. But I couldn't shake it. The woods, once so peaceful, felt different now, like they were holding their breath. I made camp earlier than planned, setting up in a small, rocky clearing. I didn't bother with a fire. I ate quickly, zipped myself into my sleeping bag, and tried to ignore the dread curling in my stomach. Sleep didn't come easy. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the underbrush made my heart pound. I gripped my knife under the covers, telling myself I was being paranoid. At some point, I drifted off. Then I woke up. Something was outside my tent. I didn't move. I barely breathed. My skin prickled, every nerve in my body screaming. I listened. A slow, deliberate step. Then another. Not an animal. Too heavy. I lay frozen, gripping my knife so tight my hand ached. The footsteps stopped, just outside the thin fabric of my tent. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Then, a long, slow exhale. Right next to me, I shot up, yanking my knife free, and slashed blindly at the tent wall. Something moved fast. I heard it crash through the trees, heavy footfalls fading into the darkness. I sat there, shaking, gasping for air. I waited until dawn before I dared to move. When the first light broke through the trees, I unzipped the tent slowly and stepped out. The ground around my camp was disturbed. Deep, heavy footprints circled my tent. They were human. I packed up as fast as I could. I abandoned my planned route and took the fastest way back to the trailhead. My whole body was on edge. Every noise made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder. The feeling of being watched never left. By late afternoon, I reached a point where I should have been close to the end of the trail. But something was wrong. The path ahead didn't look familiar. The trees were wrong. The rocks were wrong. I checked my map, my compass. They told me I was going the right way, but everything in my gut screamed otherwise. I kept walking, hoping it was just my nerves. But an hour later, I was still in the same forest. I should have been at the parking lot by now. My stomach twisted. I was lost. I forced myself to stay calm. I followed the compass, even though my instincts told me I was going in circles. The sun started to set. I had no choice but to make camp again. That night was worse than the last. I didn't sleep. I didn't even try. I sat with my knife in my hand, listening, waiting. At some point in the night, I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. I held my breath. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. The footsteps stopped right at the edge of my camp. Then something whistled. A slow, tuneless whistle. My stomach turned to ice. I wanted to run, but I knew better. Running made you pray. I gripped my knife and waited. The whistle stopped. The forest went silent again. Hours passed. Then the first light of dawn crept in. I didn't wait. I packed up and moved as fast as I could. I didn't care about the trail anymore. I just wanted out. Then I saw something ahead. A shape standing between the trees. Tall, motionless, watching me. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I didn't look back. I just ran. I don't remember how I found the trailhead. One moment, I was lost in the trees, and the next, I was stumbling into the parking lot. My car was there, right where I left it. I practically threw myself inside, locked the doors, and sped off. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see if something was standing there. I never went back to those woods. I never hiked alone again. And sometimes, in the middle of the night when everything is quiet, I swear I hear it. That slow, tuneless whistle. I don't know what made me choose that trail. Maybe it was the challenge. Maybe it was the idea of escaping everything for a while. I had been hiking for years, but I had never attempted this particular route before. It wasn't a popular one, and from what I had read online, not many people hiked it anymore. The trail led deep into the mountains, miles away from any roads or campsites. It was supposed to be difficult, but that was exactly what I wanted. I started early in the morning, just as the sun was rising. The air was crisp, and the forest smelled damp from the previous night's rain. The first few miles were easy. The path was well-defined, cutting through thick trees and occasionally opening up to reveal breathtaking views of the valley below. I felt good, strong, confident. I had packed everything I needed: food, water, a tent, a map, a compass, a knife, and a small emergency kit. I wasn't worried. As the morning turned into afternoon, the trail became rougher. It wasn't marked as well as I had hoped, and I found myself stopping more often to check my map. The forest felt denser. The trees were taller, their branches thick, blocking out most of the sunlight. There was no wind, no birds chirping, just the sound of my own footsteps and the occasional rustling in the underbrush. I told myself it was just small animals. Squirrels, maybe, a rabbit. Nothing unusual. By late afternoon, I had covered a lot of ground, but I was starting to feel uneasy. The trail had narrowed, and the ground beneath me was getting steeper. It wasn't supposed to be this difficult. I checked my map again. I should have reached a clearing by now, a spot where other hikers had supposedly camped before. But there was nothing, just more trees, more uneven ground, and an eerie silence that made me feel like I wasn't alone. Then I saw the footprints. They weren't mine. They were older, slightly faded, but still visible in the damp earth. They were human, but something about them felt off. The spacing was inconsistent, like whoever made them had been walking strangely. I stared at them for a long time, then forced myself to keep moving. Maybe another hiker had come this way recently. Maybe they had just been tired and dragging their feet. I told myself it was nothing, but then I saw something else. A piece of fabric caught on a low-hanging branch. It was dark red, almost brown, torn and frayed at the edges. It looked old. I hesitated before reaching out to touch it. It felt stiff, like it had been there for a long time. I dropped it and stepped back. My mind started racing. Had someone gotten lost here? Had something happened? I scanned the trees, half expecting to see someone watching me. But there was nothing, just silence. The sun was starting to set, and I knew I needed to set up camp soon. I forced myself to keep walking, my heart pounding harder with each step. The forest felt different now, heavier. The air was thick, and every sound seemed amplified. I finally found a small clearing and decided it would have to do. I set up my tent quickly, my hands unsteady as I secured the stakes. I didn't feel hungry, but I forced myself to eat. I needed the energy. As darkness settled, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I kept my knife close and tried to sleep, but every sound made my eyes snap open. Twigs breaking, leaves rustling. The sounds were too close, too deliberate. I wanted to believe it was just an animal, but I knew better. I stayed awake, my body tense, listening. Hours passed. Then, sometime in the middle of the night, I heard it. Breathing. Slow. Deep. Not mine. It was just outside my tent. I held my breath, gripping my knife so tightly my hand ached. My mind raced through my options. If I unzipped the tent, I'd expose myself. If I stayed inside, I was trapped. The breathing continued, steady and unhurried. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Silence. I waited, my entire body frozen. Minutes passed, then an hour. I didn't dare move. Eventually, exhaustion won. I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew, the sun was rising. I didn't waste any time packing up. My body ached from tension and lack of sleep, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get out. The trail was even harder to follow in the morning light. It felt different, like it had changed overnight. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced someone, or something, was behind me, but I saw nothing. Then I came across something I hadn't seen before. Another tent. It was old, covered in dirt and partially collapsed. The fabric was torn. The poles snapped. It had been there for a long time. I forced myself to look inside. A sleeping bag, shredded. A backpack, empty. No signs of a person. Just abandoned, left to rot. My stomach twisted. Someone had camped here. Someone had left in a hurry. Or worse, they hadn't left at all. I moved faster. I didn't stop for water, didn't check my map. I just ran. The forest blurred around me, branches whipping against my arms. I stumbled, fell, got back up. I didn't care about injuries. I just needed to get out. The fear was primal now, raw and overpowering. Something was wrong with this place. Something was watching me. I could feel it. It took hours, but I finally made it back to where the trail started. My car was still there, untouched. I threw my pack in the back and sped off, not stopping until I was miles away. Only then did I allow myself to breathe. I don't know what happened in that forest. I don't know who left that tent or whose footprints I saw. I don't know what was outside my tent that night, but I do know one thing. I will never go back. I've been hiking for years, but this was the first time I truly felt like I was being hunted. Not by a bear or a mountain lion, but by something far worse, something that wore a human face. It started as just another solo hike. I had taken time off work and wanted to clear my head. My plan was to spend 3 days deep in the mountains, away from the noise of the city. I packed light but made sure I had all the essentials. Plenty of water, food, a first aid kit, my tent, and a knife. I'd been in these mountains before, but never this deep. The route I had picked was a little more remote, less traveled, exactly what I was looking for. The first day was uneventful. I walked for miles, taking in the crisp mountain air and the sound of the wind moving through the trees. By late afternoon, I had set up camp near a small creek. I made a fire, cooked a simple meal, and watched the sky darken. The night was peaceful, the stars stretching endlessly above me. I remember feeling lucky, grateful even, to be out here, alone with nature. If I had known what was coming, I would have turned back then. The second day was when things started feeling off. I woke up early, packed my gear, and continued deeper into the forest. The trail was narrower here, the trees more crowded together. There was a strange stillness in the air, a quiet that felt unnatural. No birds, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just silence. By midday, I reached a clearing and decided to rest. I sat on a fallen tree, drinking water, eating a granola bar. That's when I noticed it, a footprint in the dirt. Not mine, fresh. It wasn't unusual to see other hikers' footprints, but something about this one made me pause. It was deep, like the person was heavier than me, and the tread pattern was odd. Not a hiking boot, something smoother, almost like a dress shoe. I tried to shake it off. Maybe a ranger had come through or some other hiker with bad footwear choices. But I felt uneasy. I picked up my pace after that, moving quicker, pushing myself further. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone. No one was there. By the time I made camp that night, my nerves were shot. I set up my tent near a rocky outcrop, using the boulders as a windbreak. My fire was smaller than usual, the light barely stretching past my tent. I ate quickly, my ears straining for any sound beyond the crackling flames. Then I heard it, a branch snapping, close. I froze, my spoon halfway to my mouth. My brain scrambled for explanations. An animal? A falling branch? Wind? But there was no wind, and the sound had been deliberate, slow, cautious. I put my food down and reached for my knife. My heart hammered in my chest. I stared into the darkness, straining my eyes, but I couldn't see anything. I listened. Nothing. Just the fire crackling. After what felt like an eternity, I forced myself to relax. I was being paranoid. Long hikes could do that to you, make you see things, hear things. The mind plays tricks. Still, I kept my knife close as I crawled into my tent. I barely slept. Every tiny sound made my eyes snap open. The wind against the fabric, the settling of the trees, the occasional creak from the woods. I thought I heard footsteps once. Slow, deliberate steps near my campsite. But when I forced myself to look, nothing was there. By the time the sun came up, I was exhausted. My plan had been to push deeper into the mountains, but I changed my mind. I decided to loop back instead, take a different route, but head toward the trailhead. I wasn't scared exactly, but I felt uneasy, like I had overstayed my welcome. I moved fast, almost too fast, ignoring my body's exhaustion. I just wanted to get out of there. But as I hiked, I started noticing things. A cigarette butt on the side of the trail, still fresh. A scrap of cloth snagged on a tree branch, too clean to have been there long. And then, the worst thing, another footprint. The same as before. Deep, smooth-soled. But this time there were two. Side by side, facing the trail. Like someone had stood there, watching. I nearly ran after that. My body screamed in protest, but I pushed on. My only goal being to reach the main trail before dark. I was miles from my car, but if I could just get back to a more populated area, I'd feel better, safer. I don't know how long I walked before I saw the cabin. It wasn't on any map. It wasn't an old ranger station or an abandoned shack. It looked lived in. The windows were boarded up, but the door was slightly ajar. And the worst part, the footprints led straight to it. Something told me to keep walking, not to stop, but my curiosity got the better of me. I crept closer, just enough to see inside. The smell hit me first. Rotting meat, the stench of something long dead. My stomach turned, my skin crawling. I didn't want to look, but I did. Inside, the walls were covered in something dark. Smears, streaks. The furniture was old, broken. There were empty cans of food, a filthy mattress in the corner. And on the far wall, scratched into the wood, were words. Don't turn around. Every hair on my body stood up. I felt my breath catch, my stomach drop. I didn't want to, but I couldn't help myself. I turned. Nothing. Just trees. Silent, unmoving trees. I ran. I don't remember making the choice. My body just did it. I tore through the woods, my pack slamming against my back, my lungs burning. I didn't stop. Not even when I tripped. Not even when branches tore at my arms and face. I ran until I saw the trailhead, until I saw my car. I fumbled with my keys, threw my gear into the back, and peeled out of there so fast my tires kicked up gravel. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, until I saw buildings, people, signs of normal life. I never went back to that trail. I never reported the cabin. I don't know why. Maybe I was scared of what they'd find, or worse, what they wouldn't. All I know is that something or someone was out there, watching, waiting, and I was never supposed to leave. I had always loved hiking alone. There was something about the solitude, the rhythmic crunch of my boots against the dirt, and the overwhelming silence of nature that put my mind at ease. It was the only time I felt truly disconnected from the noise of life. So when I planned a 3-day solo hike through the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest, I was excited. I had done hikes like this before, nothing too extreme, just long, quiet treks through deep woods and over rolling hills. The first day went by smoothly. The trail was well marked, the air crisp with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. I followed a winding path that led through towering trees, their branches tangled high above, blocking most of the sunlight. Occasionally, I'd hear the distant call of a bird or the rustling of leaves as a small animal darted away. But for the most part, it was just me and the forest. I made good time and reached my planned campsite near a small creek before sunset. I set up my tent, made a small fire, and boiled water for my dehydrated meal. As I sat there, listening to the gentle trickle of water and the occasional snap of a twig somewhere in the distance, I felt completely at peace. There was no one around for miles, just me, the trees, and the darkening sky. The first night was uneventful. I woke up once, around 3 a.m., to a distant rustling outside my tent, but I assumed it was just a raccoon or some other nocturnal animal. After a few minutes of listening, I drifted back to sleep. The second day, I planned to cover more ground. The path ahead led deeper into the forest, away from any established campsites. I was heading toward an old, lesser-known trail that I had read about online. It wasn't marked on most maps, but experienced hikers sometimes mentioned it in forums. It was supposed to be beautiful, cutting through an area of untouched wilderness. As I moved forward, the trail became narrower, the trees pressing in closer. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. No birds, no wind through the leaves, just silence. Felt unnatural. I kept telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I pushed forward, telling myself that once I reached the ridge, I'd feel better. By midday, I found a clearing where I stopped to eat. The air was heavy and still. I checked my phone, no signal, which I expected. The sun was high above, but the light felt weaker here, like the trees were swallowing it before it could touch the ground. As I packed up and started walking again, I noticed something strange. The trail ahead looked different than I remembered from my research. It should have curved gently to the right, but instead, it went straight into a dense thicket. I paused, confused. Had I made a wrong turn? I pulled out my map and compass. According to them, I was still on track. I decided to keep going. Maybe the trail had changed over time, or maybe I had just remembered it wrong. But as I walked, the feeling of unease grew. The path felt wrong. The trees here were different, thicker, older, their trunks covered in deep scars. I kept walking, my breathing growing shallow. Then I saw it. A shoe. Just one, lying half buried in the dirt. It was old, the fabric faded, the rubber sole cracked. It looked like it had been there for years. My first thought was that someone had lost it, maybe a careless hiker. But as I took another step, I saw something else. A torn backpack strap, dangling from a low branch. I felt my stomach tighten. I wasn't the first person to come this way. I tried to shake it off. People lose things on trails all the time. I kept moving, but I couldn't ignore the way my body was reacting. My hands were sweaty despite the cool air, and my legs felt stiff. I needed to get out of here. I pushed forward faster than before. The trail wound deeper, twisting in ways that didn't make sense. I felt like I was being led somewhere, not following a natural path, but something designed to pull me in. The trees seemed closer together now, their trunks forming dark corridors. Then I saw another sign, a rusted, broken pocket knife lying in the dirt. That was enough. I turned around, determined to retrace my steps and get back to familiar ground. But as I walked, the trail didn't look the same. The trees seemed different, the landscape unfamiliar. I told myself to stay calm, to follow my compass and map. But no matter which way I went, I couldn't find the clearing where I had stopped for lunch. It was like the forest had shifted around me. Panic started creeping in. I forced myself to breathe slowly, to think logically. I had enough supplies to last a few days. Worst case, I could camp and try again in the morning. I found a small, relatively open area and set up my tent. That night, the forest wasn't silent. I heard movement, not the random rustling of animals, but deliberate steps. Slow, steady, circling my tent. I lay there, gripping my knife, barely breathing. The steps would stop, then start again, closer this time. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. The hours dragged on, and I forced myself to stay awake, listening. Just before dawn, the steps stopped. As soon as the sky started to lighten, I packed up and moved. My body was screaming at me to run, but I forced myself to stay steady. I followed my compass, ignoring the twisting trails, pushing straight in one direction. Hours passed. My legs burned. My throat was dry, but I kept moving. Then finally I saw it. A familiar tree, one I had passed the day before. Relief flooded through me. I was back on the main trail. I didn't stop. I hiked faster than I ever had, pushing forward until, at last, I saw the parking lot in the distance. I didn't look back. I never went hiking alone again. I always enjoyed hiking alone. The quiet, the solitude, the way the forest swallowed up the sound of the outside world. It was peaceful. That's why I decided to take a weekend trip into the mountains, following an old trail I had read about online. It was supposed to be remote, untouched, perfect for what I wanted, just me and nature. The first few miles were exactly what I expected. The path wound through thick trees, the air smelled of pine and damp earth, and birds called out from somewhere deep in the woods. The trail was narrow but well-marked, cutting through stretches of dense forest before opening up into clearings where the sun beamed down in warm patches. Everything felt right. I hiked for hours before stopping for a break. I found a good spot off the trail, a small clearing surrounded by tall trees. I set my pack down, took a sip of water, and let my legs rest. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the breeze. That's when I noticed it. Something was off. It wasn't anything obvious, but a feeling crept up my spine. The air felt different, heavier. The forest around me seemed too still. I couldn't place it, but suddenly I felt uneasy, like I was being watched. I scanned the trees, looking for movement. Nothing, just shadows shifting as the wind stirred the branches. I shook it off, convincing myself it was just my mind playing tricks. I had been alone for hours, after all. I should have turned back then, but I didn't. I got up, slung my pack over my shoulders, and kept moving. The trail began to change subtly at first. The dirt path became rockier, the trees pressed in closer. The markers were still there, faded paint on trees and small wooden signs, but something about them seemed wrong. I couldn't explain why. Maybe it was the way they were weathered, older than they should have been. Maybe it was the way they seemed misplaced, like someone had shifted them slightly, leading me somewhere different than where the trail was meant to go. An hour passed, then another. I checked my map. According to it, I should have been nearing a small stream where I could refill my water. But there was no stream, just more trees, more rocks, more silence. I should have been worried then, but I wasn't. Not yet. I kept moving forward, following the markers, trusting the trail even though something about it felt wrong. The unease never fully left me, but I pushed it down. It was just my imagination. Then I found the cabin. It wasn't on the map. It wasn't supposed to be here, but there it was, tucked between the trees like it had grown out of the earth itself. The wood was dark, weathered, almost black. The roof sagged in places. The windows were empty, just gaping holes staring out at the forest. No glass, no curtains, just empty spaces. I stopped. Every instinct told me to turn around, to walk away. But curiosity got the better of me. I took a step closer. The ground beneath my foot shifted. A soft crunch. I looked down. Bones. Small ones. Scattered. Brittle. Sun-bleached. Animal, I told myself. Just an animal. The cabin door was slightly open. Just enough that I could see inside. Darkness. I don't know how long I stood there, staring. Something about that open door made my stomach twist. Felt wrong. Like a trap. Like something was waiting just beyond the threshold. Hidden in the dark. Watching. I turned away. I don't know why, but I felt like if I stepped inside, I wouldn't come back out. I kept walking. The trail was worse now, barely there. The trees loomed taller, the air heavier. I felt lightheaded, like the oxygen had thinned. My stomach churned. I was exhausted, but I didn't want to stop. I wanted out. I needed to find my way back. That's when I heard it. Not an animal. Not the wind. A sound that didn't belong. Footsteps. Not mine. Slow, careful, somewhere behind me. I stopped. So did they. The forest was too thick to see far. Shadows stretched long across the ground. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees. Nothing. I moved forward. A few steps, then stopped. The footsteps followed. My body went cold. I wasn't alone. I walked faster, So did they? I didn't run. I wanted to, but I knew better. Running would make noise. Noise would give me away. I forced myself to keep a steady pace, pretending I hadn't noticed. My heart pounded. My breathing was too loud. I focused on the path, on putting one foot in front of the other. Then the footsteps stopped. Just stopped. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see what was there. I just kept moving faster now. The trees began to thin. The air lightened. I recognized the landscape. I was getting close to the trailhead. Then I smelled it. Rot. Like something long dead. Something left to decay under the sun. But the air was cool. The sun hidden behind the trees. The smell shouldn't have been here. It grew stronger with every step. Then I saw them. Tents. Old, weathered, sagging under their own weight. 4 of them scattered in a clearing just off the path. I stopped. I didn't want to, but my body wouldn't move. The campsite was abandoned. Long abandoned. The tents were torn, the fabric brittle. I stepped closer. A backpack lay beside one of the tents, half buried in the dirt. I nudged it with my foot. Fell open. Clothes. A wallet. A phone, screen cracked. Dead. Then I saw the note. A scrap of paper, torn from a notebook, caught in the entrance of the nearest tent. One word, scrawled in shaky handwriting. Run. I did. I didn't stop. Didn't look back. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like they would give out. The trail widened. The trees parted. And then, my car. I stumbled toward it, hands shaking as I fumbled for my keys. I threw myself inside, locked the doors, started the engine. I didn't breathe until I was miles away. I don't know who or what was out there. I don't want to know. I just know I won't be hiking alone again. Ever. I had planned the hike for weeks. It was supposed to be a solo trip. Just me, the trees, and the endless sky stretching over the mountains. I had done this kind of thing before. Packing light but smart, mapping out the route in advance, and keeping my gear in top shape. I wasn't a beginner. I knew what I was doing. The trail I chose was deep in the wilderness, far from any tourist-heavy spots. It wasn't some well-paved path with signs and maps at every corner. It was raw, untouched, the kind of place where you wouldn't see another human for days if you went deep enough. That was the whole point. I wanted that silence, that disconnection from everything. I set out early in the morning, just as the sun was starting to break over the horizon. The air was crisp, clean. The smell of damp earth and pine needles filled my lungs as I stepped onto the trail. The first few hours were perfect. My boots crunched over gravel and leaves, my breathing steady. Every step took me further away from civilization, and that was exactly what I wanted. By noon, I had covered a good distance. I took a break by a small creek, refilled my water bottle with my filter, and ate a quick meal. The sound of running water was soothing, and for a moment, I let my guard down. I leaned back against a rock, closed my eyes, and just listened. Then I heard something else, a crunch, like a footstep on dry leaves. I sat up immediately, scanning the trees. Nothing. No movement, no sign of anything out of the ordinary. Probably an animal, I told myself. This deep in the woods, it was normal to hear things. I shook off the unease and continued. The trail got steeper as I climbed, the terrain more rugged. Rocks jutted out at awkward angles. Tree roots snaked across the ground like veins. I moved carefully, focusing on my footing. But that feeling, like I wasn't alone, stuck with me. Hours passed. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows through the trees. I needed to set up camp before it got too dark. I found a relatively flat clearing near a cliffside, giving me a good view of the valley below. It was beautiful, but something about it felt off. I ignored it. I was just tired, I told myself. I set up my tent, built a small fire, and ate my dinner. The sky turned from orange to deep purple, then black. The stars looked sharper out here, the air colder. That's when I heard it again. A footstep, closer this time. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it toward the trees. The beam cut through the darkness, landing on nothing but trunks and branches. I stayed still for a long time, listening. The fire crackled beside me. The wind rustled the leaves, but there was nothing else. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Being alone out here, surrounded by darkness, could do that to you. I forced myself to relax, climbed into my tent, and zipped it up. My knife was within reach, just in case. Sleep didn't come easily. Every little sound made me open my eyes. The wind, the distant hoot of an owl, the shifting of the trees. And then something different, something moving just outside my tent. I held my breath. My fingers curled around the handle of my knife. The sound was slow, deliberate, not the skittering of a small animal. Something larger. I waited and waited, then silence. Minutes passed, maybe longer. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a light, uneasy sleep. Morning came, and I unzipped my tent cautiously. The first thing I noticed was the ground. The dirt around my camp was disturbed, like someone had been walking in circles. But there were no clear footprints, just impressions. I packed up quickly. My gut told me to leave, but I was deep in the trail. It would take at least a full day to get back. I had no choice but to keep moving. The unease never left me. Every few minutes, I stopped to listen. The forest felt different now, less welcoming. By midday, I reached a narrow pass between two cliffs. The path was tight, just a few feet across, with sheer drops on either side. I moved carefully, hugging the rock face. Then I heard it, a sound behind me, a scrape, like a boot against stone. I whipped around, but there was nothing, just empty space and the trees below. My pulse pounded in my ears. I turned back and kept moving, faster now. My body was tense, every nerve on edge. I felt watched, and then the smell. It was faint at first, a hint of something foul, something rotten. It got stronger as I moved forward, until it was unbearable, like death baking under the sun. I reached a bend in the trail, and that's when I saw it. A backpack, torn open, the contents scattered. A few feet away, something worse. Shreds of clothing, a boot with the laces still tied, dried stains on the rocks. My stomach dropped. I wasn't the only one who had come this way, and whoever had been here before me hadn't made it out. I didn't think. I just ran. I didn't care about the trail anymore. I moved as fast as I could, crashing through branches, stumbling over rocks. I didn't stop until I saw the first signs of civilization. A sliver of a road through the trees. When I finally reached my car, I locked the doors, my hands shaking as I turned the key in the ignition. I never went back. Later, I searched for missing person reports in the area. There were several. Names, faces, people who had gone hiking and never returned. I don't know what I heard that night. I don't know what left those marks around my tent or who or what was watching me. But I do know one thing. Something is out there, and it doesn't want to be found. I had been planning this hike for weeks. It was a remote trail, deep in the backcountry with no official name, just a route pieced together from old maps and scattered forum posts. The appeal was the isolation. No tourists, no families with kids, no weekend hikers with Bluetooth speakers blasting music. Just raw nature. The drive out there was long, mostly dirt roads with no signs, but I finally reached the trailhead around noon. The sky was clear, and the air smelled like pine and damp earth. I strapped on my pack, checked my water, and started walking. The first few miles were beautiful. Thick forest, the sound of birds, a crisp breeze. I took my time, enjoying the quiet. There was no defined path, just a faint, overgrown track that wound through the trees. I had my GPS, but I also carried a paper map and compass just in case. About 3 hours in, I reached a ridge. The view was incredible. Rolling green hills, a distant river, and no sign of civilization in any direction. I stopped for a quick snack and then pressed on, heading down the other side into denser woods. That's when I noticed something odd. The forest felt different. The air was heavier, the silence deeper. I hadn't seen an animal in a while, not even a bird, just trees and thick underbrush, closing in on both sides. Then I saw it, A boot, half buried in the dirt, scuffed, old, just sitting there, like someone had stepped out of it and walked away. I nudged it with my foot. Empty. But nearby there was another one. Not a pair, this one was different, a different brand, smaller. Something about it made my skin crawl. People lose gear all the time, but this? 2 random boots, different sizes, miles from any trail? I moved on. No reason to dwell on it. But as I walked, I started noticing more. A torn piece of fabric caught on a bush. A rusted canteen. An old, sun-bleached backpack. Its straps shredded. It was unsettling, but I told myself there had to be a reason. Maybe an old campsite. Maybe hunters. Maybe just junk that had been there for years. I kept going. The deeper I got, the stranger it felt. The trees grew denser, the ground uneven. My GPS showed I was still on track, but the landscape didn't match the map. And then I found the clearing. It was small, no more than 20 feet across. The ground was unnaturally flat, the grass shorter than it should have been. And in the center, a pile of bones. Not human, at least I hoped not, but picked clean, brittle with age. Scattered, as if something had torn whatever animal this was apart. I felt exposed, like I was being watched. I turned around and started back. That's when I realized something was wrong. The trees looked different. The path I had just walked didn't look familiar anymore. The terrain was off slightly, but enough that I noticed. My gut tightened. I pulled out my GPS, but the screen glitched, flickered. Then it froze completely. No service, of course. I took a deep breath and checked my map. According to it, I should have been able to backtrack easily, but nothing around me matched. I picked a direction and walked, trying to stay calm. An hour passed, then 2. The sun was lower now, casting long shadows through the trees. I hadn't found the ridge, the stream, or anything I recognized. Then I saw movement. Not an animal, something human. Just a flicker between the trees, too fast to make out. I stopped, listened. Nothing. I moved faster. My breathing was heavy, my muscles tight. Every so often, I'd see it again. Something, someone, always just out of sight. I told myself it was my mind playing tricks, that I was just spooked. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Then I smelled it. Rot, wet, decaying, thick and heavy, coating the back of my throat. I stumbled forward, desperate now, pushing through the undergrowth. My foot caught on something, and I fell hard, scraping my hands on the dirt. I looked down. A body, not fresh, not old. The clothes were faded, the skin leathery, but the smell, God, the smell. The face was gone. Just an empty, hollowed-out skull staring up at me. I scrambled back, heart hammering. And then I heard it. Not footsteps, not breathing, just movement. Close, too close. I ran. Branches slapped my face. Roots caught my ankles, but I didn't stop. Couldn't. I ran until my legs burned, until my lungs felt like they were going to burst. Then suddenly the trees thinned. I stumbled onto a dirt road, collapsing onto my knees. A road, a real, actual road. I forced myself up and followed it, shaking, exhausted. I walked for what felt like hours until I saw the glint of a car. My car. I didn't question it. I just got in, locked the doors, and drove. I don't know how I got turned around. I don't know who or what I saw, but I do know one thing. I will never go back. I planned the trip for months. A solo hike through the Cascade Mountains, deep into the wilderness where the trees stretched forever, and the trails were barely visible. I wanted something real, something that would push me to my limits. No cell service, no distractions, just me and the forest. The first few days were perfect. The air was crisp, and the scent of pine was strong in the cool breeze. My boots crunched against the dirt path, and the only sounds were birds chirping and the occasional rustle of leaves as small animals darted through the underbrush. I kept a steady pace, following my map, making sure to mark my progress on my GPS before I lost service completely. By the 4th day, I was deep in the backcountry, far from any designated camping spots. That night, I set up my tent in a small clearing, ate a quick meal, and fell asleep fast. It was the middle of the night when I woke up suddenly. I wasn't sure why at first. The forest was silent, too silent. The normal hum of crickets and rustling leaves was gone. I listened, straining my ears, but there was nothing, just a deep, heavy silence that felt wrong. I told myself it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I grabbed my flashlight, unzipped the tent quietly, and shined it around the trees. Nothing moved, no glowing eyes reflecting back at me, just towering trunks and darkness. I sat awake for a while, waiting for the normal sounds of the forest to return, but they never did. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted back to sleep. The next morning, everything seemed normal again. Birds were chirping, and the wind was rustling through the trees. I brushed off the night's weirdness and continued my hike. The trail was getting harder to follow, but I had my compass and map, so I wasn't worried. By midday, I reached a ridge with a view stretching for miles. The landscape was beautiful, untouched wilderness in every direction. I took a break, drank some water, and checked my map. That's when I noticed something strange. The trail I had been following wasn't on the map anymore. I traced my route back, checking my notes and landmarks, but something didn't add up. The ridge should have been further west. The river I passed in the morning wasn't where it was supposed to be. It didn't make sense. I had been careful, following my bearings, marking my progress, but somehow I was off course. A knot formed in my stomach. I wasn't lost, not yet, but something wasn't right. I decided to backtrack, retrace my steps, and find where I went wrong. But as I hiked, the terrain looked different. The trees, the slopes, even the way the light filtered through the branches, it all felt wrong. I checked my compass, but the needle was spinning slightly, not holding steady like it should. I kept moving, trying to stay calm, but an hour passed, then two, and nothing looked familiar. My pace picked up. My breathing grew heavy. The sky was starting to dim, and I knew I had to find a place to set up camp before dark. I picked a small clearing between two thick pines, trying to shake the unease creeping up my spine. That night, I barely slept. The silence was back. No wind, no insects, just the sound of my own heartbeat in my ears. Then, around midnight, I heard it. Footsteps, not an animal, not the scampering of small critters. These were slow, deliberate steps. They crunched the forest floor in an even rhythm, getting closer. I held my breath, gripping my knife, and waited. The steps stopped just outside my tent. I could hear breathing low, steady. I wanted to turn on my flashlight, but my gut told me not to. I stayed completely still, listening, waiting. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the footsteps moved away, fading into the trees until they were gone. I didn't sleep at all after that. The first light, I packed up and started moving. I had no clear plan except to keep going and find my way back to something familiar. But every direction I took led me deeper into unfamiliar terrain. My water supply was running low, and I was rationing food carefully. The thought of another night out here made my stomach twist. That evening, I found an old, overgrown trail. Relief flooded through me. Trails meant people, eventually. I followed it, moving fast, hoping it would lead somewhere safe. But as I walked, I started noticing something that made my blood run cold. The trees had deep scratches on them, not from animals. These were long, jagged marks, as if something had been dragged across the bark with force. The further I went, the more I saw. Some trees had strips of their bark completely torn away, exposing the pale wood underneath. My hands were shaking, but I kept moving. Then I saw the campsite, or what was left of it. A single tent, collapsed and torn, like something had clawed through it. Gear was scattered around, ripped backpacks, shredded sleeping bags. The fire pit was filled with ashes, long cold. But the worst part was the smell. A sickly, rotting scent that made my stomach churn. And then I saw the bones. Pile of them picked clean. Too big to be from an animal. My body went cold. My breath came in short gasps. I turned and ran. I didn't care where I was going anymore. I just needed to get away. I ran until my legs burned, until my lungs screamed for air. The sun was setting again, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't spend another night out here. Then, through the trees, I saw something, a structure, a fire lookout tower. I sprinted towards it, my last bit of energy pushing me forward. The metal stairs creaked under my weight as I climbed, my hands shaking as I reached the door at the top. It was locked. I banged on it, shouting for help, but there was no answer. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. I turned, scanning the forest below. The trees stretched endlessly in every direction. And that's when I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the tree line. Too far to make out details, but close enough that I knew it was watching me. Just standing there, waiting. I stayed up there the whole night, gripping my knife, barely blinking. The figure never moved, just stood there, waiting. By morning, it was gone, and I ran. Down the stairs, through the trees, moving as fast as my exhausted body would let me. I don't remember how long I ran, hours maybe, but eventually, I stumbled onto a real trail, a marked one, and later that day I found a road. A group of hikers picked me up. I didn't tell them everything, just that I got lost, that I'd been out there longer than planned. They gave me food, water, a ride back to town. I never reported what I found. I don't think I ever will. I don't know what was out there. I don't want to know, but I do know one thing for sure. I'll never hike alone again. I had planned this hike for months, a solo trek through the backwoods of Oregon, deep in a stretch of forest rarely touched by human activity. It wasn't some tourist-friendly national park with well-marked trails and guideposts every few miles. This was raw, wild land, the kind that made you feel truly alone. That was the whole point. Just me, my gear, and nature. I started early in the morning, the sun barely rising as I parked my truck at a small pull-off beside a forgotten dirt road. There was no official trailhead, just an old logging road that disappeared into the trees. I shouldered my pack, double-checked my supplies, and stepped into the unknown. The first few miles were peaceful. The forest was alive with birdsong, the crisp morning air filling my lungs. The ground was soft underfoot, damp from the previous night's rain. Everything smelled fresh, earthy, clean. I followed an old game trail, barely a footpath, winding through dense pines and thick underbrush. Occasionally, I saw signs of wildlife. A few deer tracks in the mud, a squirrel chattering angrily from a branch above. But otherwise, I was alone, exactly how I wanted it. By midday, I had covered about 7 miles. I found a decent clearing and sat down for a quick lunch. A protein bar, some jerky, a swig of water. My plan was simple. Hike another 5 or 6 miles, set up camp, and then head back in the morning. I didn't have a strict route, just a general direction. I had my compass, my map, and a good sense of where I was. Everything was going according to plan. That changed in the afternoon. I was about 10 miles in when I noticed something strange. The forest had gone quiet. The birds had stopped singing. The insects had stopped buzzing. Even the wind, which had been rustling through the trees all morning, had died down. It was an eerie silence, the kind that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination. But as I walked, I started noticing other things. The trail, if you could even call it that, had become harder to follow. The trees looked different, twisted almost, their bark gnarled and peeling. The undergrowth was thicker, harder to push through. And then there were the tracks. At first, I thought they were animal prints, but the more I looked, the less sense they made. They were large, but not like a bear or a cougar. The shape was odd, elongated, almost human, but wrong. They were spaced strangely, like whatever made them had an unnatural gait. I crouched down, running my fingers through the dirt, fresh, maybe a few hours old. I stood up quickly, suddenly uneasy. The logical part of my brain told me it was just a misinterpretation, a trick of the light. But my gut was telling me something else. Something wasn't right. I pressed on, but my pace was slower now, more cautious. I kept scanning the trees, listening, waiting for some sound. Any sound. Nothing. Just that oppressive silence. Then I found the first carcass. A deer, or what was left of one. His body was torn open, ribcage exposed, organs missing. but there was no sign of scavengers. No flies, no maggots, nothing feeding on it. The blood was still fresh, dark and sticky in the dirt. My stomach tightened. I'd seen predator kills before, but this was different. It wasn't clean. It was vicious, done for sport, not for food. Something had torn this animal apart with unnatural aggression. I gripped my knife, more for comfort than anything else, and forced myself to move on. The forest started feeling claustrophobic. The trees pressed in on me, the light filtering through the canopy, turning everything a sickly shade of green. My breathing was louder than I wanted it to be. I adjusted my pack, tried to focus, but every instinct was screaming at me to turn back. Then I saw the second carcass, and the third, each one worse than the last. A raccoon, a fox, a coyote, bodies mutilated, insides hollowed out. No pattern, no logic, just senseless destruction. I clenched my jaw, my heart hammering in my chest. I had to get out of here. Now, I turned around, moving quickly, trying to retrace my steps. But something was wrong. The trail was gone. The path I had been following all day had disappeared. I stopped, took out my compass. North. I just had to keep heading north, and I'd hit the logging road eventually. I forced myself to keep moving. The silence felt heavier now, like the whole forest was holding its breath. And then, finally, a sound. A branch snapping somewhere behind me. My body froze. I turned slowly, scanning the trees. Nothing. Just shadows. Just my own paranoia. I picked up the pace, pushing through the undergrowth. Another sound. Closer. I didn't stop to look this time. I just ran. Branches whipped at my face. Thorns scraped my arms. My pack bounced against my back, the weight slowing me down. I didn't care. I had to get out. Another sound. Footsteps? Couldn't tell. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, my legs burning. I could feel something watching me, something following. And then, mercifully, I saw the road. It was just ahead, maybe 50 yards. I pushed myself harder, lungs screaming, muscles screaming. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see what was behind me. I broke through the last of the trees, stumbled onto the gravel, nearly collapsing. Silence. I turned, chest heaving, and stared back into the woods. Nothing. Just trees, stretching endlessly into the dark. Whatever had been there, whatever had been watching me, was gone. I didn't wait. I ran to my truck, fumbling for my keys, hands shaking. The second I was inside, I locked the doors, started the engine, and peeled out of there, tires kicking up dust and gravel. I didn't stop, didn't look back, just drove until I was miles away. I still don't know what I saw that day. I don't know what was out there. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild. Maybe I got turned around, let fear take over. But those tracks, those carcasses, I know what I felt. I'll never go back. I had always loved hiking alone. The quiet, the rhythm of my footsteps on dirt trails, the sense of being truly disconnected. It was something I needed. After working long hours at a job that drained the life out of me, these hikes were my way of resetting my mind. But there was one hike that changed the way I saw the wilderness forever. It was late September, just as summer was dying out and autumn was creeping in. The air was crisp but not too cold, the kind of weather that made hiking perfect. I had my backpack stocked with the essentials: water, some protein bars, a knife, a first aid kit, and my phone with a fully charged power bank. I wasn't reckless. I always made sure I was prepared. I chose a trail that wasn't well known. I had done my research and found a long, winding route through a dense section of forest that promised great views and a peaceful, solitary experience. The trail was roughly 12 miles, a loop that would bring me back to my car by evening if I kept a steady pace. The first few miles were everything I had hoped for. The forest was alive but not overwhelming. Birds chirped above, leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, and the occasional squirrel darted across the path. It was perfect. I took my time, stopping occasionally to take in the view when the trees opened up to reveal glimpses of distant mountains. About 5 miles in, I noticed the trail narrowing. The dirt path became rockier, and the trees seemed to grow closer together. There was a noticeable shift in the atmosphere. The sounds of birds had faded, and the forest felt quieter, heavier. I didn't think much of it at first. I had been on plenty of trails where the density of trees muffled sound, but the silence stuck with me. Around mile 6, I came across something odd. A shoe. It was old, weathered, and half buried in the dirt. It looked like it had been there for years. At first, I assumed it was just some lost junk, but then I saw another one a few feet ahead, and then another. A trail of discarded shoes, all in different sizes, all facing the same direction. I told myself it was just weird litter. Maybe some campers had dumped their old shoes here for some reason. But something about it felt wrong. It was too deliberate. The shoes weren't scattered randomly. They formed a rough path leading deeper into the forest. I ignored them and kept walking. I wasn't here to dwell on mysteries. I just wanted to finish my hike and get back before dark. By mile 7, I realized I hadn't seen a single trail marker in a while. That was strange. The trail wasn't well maintained, but it was still a marked route. I backtracked a bit, scanning the trees for the usual blazes of paint that signified the correct path. Nothing. I pulled out my phone to check my GPS. No signal. That was expected. This deep into the forest, service was spotty. I wasn't worried yet. I had a good sense of direction, and I knew if I just followed my own footprints back, I'd be fine. But as I turned to retrace my steps, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. My footprints were gone. The dirt was disturbed, sure, but not in a way that clearly showed my tracks. It was as if the forest had swallowed them up. A wave of unease settled in. I took a deep breath and forced myself to think rationally. Maybe the wind had shifted the top layer of dirt. Maybe the ground here was just too dry to hold proper tracks. I wasn't lost, I just needed to focus. I decided to keep moving forward, hoping I'd find another marker soon. But the deeper I went, the worse it got. The trees felt like they were closing in, and the silence was deafening. No birds, no wind, just my own breathing and the crunch of my boots on the forest floor. And then I saw it. A backpack, old, torn, slumped against the base of a tree. It had been there for a long time. The fabric was faded, and the zippers were rusted. I crouched down and nudged it with my foot. Empty. But next to it was something that sent a chill up my spine. An old water bottle, the kind with a flip-top lid, cracked and dry. And beside that, a rusted knife, its blade half buried in the dirt. I straightened up quickly. Something wasn't right. Someone had been here long ago, and they had left in a hurry. I kept moving faster now. My pulse was pounding in my ears, but I forced myself to stay calm. I needed to get out. I wasn't lost. I just had to find a trail marker, any marker. And then I heard it, a branch snapping, not far behind me. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. That wasn't an animal. It was deliberate, a slow, careful step. I turned my head slightly, just enough to glance over my shoulder without making it obvious. There was nothing there, just trees. But the feeling was undeniable. I wasn't alone. I picked up my pace, moving as quickly as I could without breaking into a run. Running was a bad idea. Running meant panic. Running meant noise. I needed to be quiet. Another sound. Closer. Not footsteps exactly, just movement. A shift in the air. The sense of something watching me, just beyond my line of sight. I gripped my knife in my pocket. I wasn't going down without a fight. Then, up ahead, something caught my eye. A bright orange ribbon tied to a tree. A marker. Relief flooded through me, but I didn't slow down. I moved straight toward it, then spotted another one a few feet ahead. The trail wasn't lost. I had just veered off course. I followed the markers, my heart pounding, my ears straining for any sound behind me. The presence I had felt was still there, but it wasn't following. It was just watching. I don't know how long it took, but eventually, I saw the break in the trees, the parking lot, my car. I didn't stop until I was inside, locking the doors the second I slammed them shut. I sat there for a long time, breathing hard, staring at the tree line. I didn't see anything, but I knew, deep down, that something had been there. Something had been watching me. I never went back to that trail, and I never hiked alone again. The wind was colder than I expected when I stepped out of my truck. The kind of cold that cuts straight through your jacket and makes you feel like you didn't dress warm enough. The sky was overcast, the kind of dull gray that promised rain but never quite delivered. I stood there for a moment, looking up at the towering trees lining the entrance of the trail. The forest felt different today, heavier, quieter. I chalked it up to my own nerves. I had done hikes like this before, but something about this one made my stomach tighten. I had planned this trip for weeks. A 2-day solo hike deep into the wilderness, a chance to clear my head and get away from everything. I had all the essentials in my pack: food, water, my tent, a knife, a fire starter, a GPS, and even a satellite phone just in case. Everything was set. But as I adjusted my backpack straps and took my first step onto the dirt trail, that uneasy feeling didn't go away. The first few miles were uneventful. Just me, the sound of my boots crunching against the dirt, and the occasional rustling of leaves as the wind whispered through the trees. The air was crisp, and the smell of damp earth filled my lungs. I tried to enjoy it, but the quiet was getting to me. Normally, a forest like this would be filled with sounds: birds, insects, the distant scurrying of small animals. But today there was almost nothing, just the occasional groan of the wind pushing through the trees. I pressed on, following the narrow trail as it wound deeper into the forest. I had checked the maps before coming out here, and I knew there were no official campsites. That was fine by me. I wanted to be alone. The farther I got from the main road, the more the silence wrapped around me. By the time I reached the place where I planned to set up camp, the sky had darkened. It wasn't sunset yet, but the clouds had thickened, making it feel later than it was. I found a small clearing off the trail, surrounded by trees that would block some of the wind. It wasn't perfect, but it would do. I set up my tent, made a small fire, and ate a quick meal. I should have felt at peace. This was exactly what I had come here for. But that feeling still lingered, gnawing at the back of my mind. The quiet felt unnatural. Even when I strained my ears, I heard nothing beyond the occasional rustle of leaves. No crickets, no owls, nothing. That night, sleep didn't come easy. The wind picked up, making the trees sway and groan, and every so often I'd hear something. A faint snap of a twig, a rustling in the brush. Probably just a deer or some other animal. But in the silence, every noise felt amplified. I kept my knife close, just in case. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke up suddenly to a sound outside my tent. Not the wind, not an animal, something deliberate. Footsteps, slow, careful. I held my breath, listened. Silence. For a long moment, I stayed still, every muscle in my body tense. Then, just when I started convincing myself I had imagined it, I heard it again. Another step. I grabbed my knife and flashlight, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't want to go outside, but I had to know what it was. I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. My fire had burned down to embers, casting only a dim glow around the campsite. The trees stood still, dark and unmoving. Nothing. I scanned the area with my flashlight, my hand shaking slightly. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing only trees, rocks, and underbrush. No movement, no sign of anything. But the feeling in my gut told me something had been there, watching. I sat awake for the rest of the night, listening. But the sound didn't come again. Eventually, the exhaustion took over, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. Morning came, gray and cold. I packed up quickly, deciding to cut my trip short. I didn't care if I was being paranoid. I just wanted out. As I made my way back to the trail, I felt it again. That presence. I couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything, but I knew something was there. I walked faster, and then I saw it. About 50 feet off the trail, barely visible through the trees, something was hanging from a branch. At first, I thought it was just some trash caught in the wind, maybe an old piece of cloth. But as I got closer, I realized it was a bundle of sticks, carefully bound together with what looked like twine or animal sinew. I swallowed hard. Someone had put it there. A warning? A marker? I didn't know. I kept walking, my pulse hammering in my ears. Then I saw another one, and another, more of those strange bundles, hanging from trees at odd intervals along the trail. Some had bits of bone woven into them. Others had small carvings scratched into the wood. They hadn't been there when I hiked in. Someone had put them up overnight. Panic gripped my chest. I walked faster, almost breaking into a run. The forest seemed darker now, the trees pressing in closer. The silence was suffocating. Then I smelled it, rot, like something long dead. The wind shifted, carrying the stench through the trees, thick and putrid. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just ran. I don't remember much of the rest of the hike back. Just the burning in my legs, the sound of my own ragged breathing, and the feeling that I wasn't alone. When I finally burst out of the trees and saw my truck, I nearly collapsed. I threw my pack into the back, jumped in, and locked the doors before I even caught my breath. I sat there for a long time, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my mind racing. I don't know who put those things in the trees. I don't know what they meant, but I do know one thing. I'll never go back to that forest again. I never thought I'd be the type of person to end up in a situation like this. I was always cautious, always the one to double-check locks, keep an eye on my surroundings, and never take unnecessary risks. But that night, none of that mattered. Because when you're out there, far from civilization and something or someone is watching you, all the precautions in the world won't save you. It started as a simple trip. Just a weekend away from the noise of the city, away from the stress of work. I had been working long hours, barely sleeping, living off takeout and caffeine. I needed a break, a reset. So when I found a cabin listed online, deep in the woods, it seemed like the perfect place to disconnect for a few days. The pictures showed a sturdy wooden structure, small but comfortable. There was a wood-burning stove, a small kitchen, and a bedroom with a large window that looked out into the forest. The description promised solitude, peace, and the kind of quiet you could only find far away from people. The drive out there was uneventful. Long stretches of road gave way to narrow, winding paths through dense trees. The further I drove, the fewer signs of life I saw. No gas stations, no stores, no houses. Just trees pressing in on both sides. The road turned to dirt, rough and uneven. My car wasn't built for off-roading, but I managed. Finally, I reached the cabin. It looked just like the pictures. A simple wooden structure, a small porch out front, a firewood stack neatly piled to one side. There were no other buildings in sight. No neighbors, no signs of anyone else around. I parked the car and grabbed my bags. The air was crisp, the scent of pine thick around me. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. It was small but cozy. Wooden walls, a stone fireplace, a small kitchen area. A single bedroom, a tiny bathroom. The kind of place you'd expect in the middle of nowhere. I set down my bags and took a deep breath. The silence was almost unsettling. No traffic, no voices, no distant hum of electricity. Just the wind moving through the trees and the occasional creak of the wooden floor as I walked. I spent the first few hours settling in, unpacking my things, checking the place out. There was no Wi-Fi, no cell service. That was part of the appeal. No distractions, no emails, no texts. Just me and the quiet. The first night was uneventful. I made a simple meal, sat by the fire, and read a book. The stillness of the place was strange at first, but after a while, I started to relax. I fell asleep early, the kind of deep sleep that comes when your body finally gets a break. I woke up to a sound. At first, I wasn't sure if I had imagined it. It wasn't loud, just a faint noise outside, a soft crunch like footsteps on leaves. I sat up, heart pounding. I listened. Nothing, just the wind. Maybe an animal, a deer, a raccoon, something harmless. I told myself it was nothing and went back to sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside and noticed something strange. Footprints. Not animal tracks. Footprints. Human. They led from the edge of the trees to the cabin, stopping just a few feet from the porch. My stomach tightened. I hadn't seen any other cabins, no hiking trails, no roads nearby. Who would be out here? I looked around, scanning the tree line. Nothing, just trees stretching endlessly in every direction. I told myself they must have been old, maybe left by the owner or a previous renter. Still, I couldn't shake the unease that settled in my chest. I spent the day trying to distract myself. I chopped some wood, read, cooked, but every so often, I found myself glancing out the window, watching the trees. That night, I locked the door, not just the handle, but the deadbolt too. I closed the curtains, even though I knew no one should be out here. I lay in bed, listening, and then I heard it again. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, not close but not far, just outside the cabin. My heart pounded in my chest. I held my breath, straining to hear more. The footsteps stopped. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I checked outside. The footprints were back. This time, they were closer, leading right up to the porch. My stomach churned. I wasn't imagining this. Someone had been out there, walking around my cabin in the middle of the night, watching. I thought about leaving. I could pack my things, drive back to civilization. But I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe it was just a lost hiker. Maybe some hunter passing through. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I spent the day on edge. Every creak, every rustle of leaves made my skin crawl. The sun started to set, and I felt a deep sense of dread settle over me. I didn't want to be here anymore. I decided I'd leave in the morning. First light, I pack up and get out. That night, I didn't go to bed. I sat in a chair near the door, my heart hammering. Hours passed, nothing. And then, sometime past midnight, I heard it. A soft, slow creak. The sound of weight shifting on wood. The porch. Someone was on the porch. I held my breath. My mind raced. My car was outside, but the keys were in the kitchen. I'd have to move fast. Another creak. Then the sound of the doorknob turning. Slow testing. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it would burst from my chest. The door was locked, deadbolt, but that didn't matter if whoever was out there really wanted in. I reached for my bag, my hands shaking. I had a small hunting knife. It wasn't much, but it was something. The doorknob rattled again. Then silence. Minutes passed. I sat frozen, waiting, and then, slowly, the footsteps retreated. Down the porch, into the trees, gone. I didn't sleep. As soon as the sky started to lighten, I grabbed my things and bolted. I didn't care about breakfast, didn't care about checking the place over. I just grabbed my keys, threw my bag in the car, and sped down that dirt road as fast as I could without losing control. I didn't stop until I hit a main road, until I saw other cars, other people. Only then did I let out the breath I'd been holding. My hands were still shaking. I never found out who it was. The cabin owner said no one else had been out there. No other renters, no workers, no neighbors. Just me. I don't know if it was someone looking for a place to sleep or someone looking for something worse. I don't think I want to know. I never went back. I drove up to the cabin late in the afternoon, the sun already sinking low behind the trees. The road had been rough, miles of dirt and gravel, twisting through dense woods with no sign of another soul for at least an hour. It was exactly what I had been looking for. Isolation, quiet, a place where I could shut out the world and clear my head. The cabin itself was old but sturdy, a single-story structure with a small porch and a pitched roof weighed down by years of snow and rain. It had been sitting unused for a while, but the owner assured me it was in decent shape. The lock on the front door was rusted, and I had to shove my shoulder against the wood to get it open. Inside, the air was thick with dust, stale but not unbearable. A small kitchen, a living room with a stone fireplace, and a single bedroom with a creaky bed frame. It was simple, but it was all I needed. I dropped my bag near the door and went to open the windows. The forest stretched out in every direction, endless trees swaying in the wind. The quiet was unsettling at first, but I told myself I'd get used to it. I just needed time. By nightfall, I had unpacked, lit a fire, and settled in with a book. The wind howled outside, rattling the loose window panes, but inside was warm. The silence felt heavier now, pressing down in a way I couldn't quite explain. Every little sound, the pop of the fire, the creak of the wooden beams, felt too loud, like the whole cabin was holding its breath, waiting. I turned in early, but sleep didn't come easy. The mattress was stiff, the blankets smelled like mothballs, and every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I was being watched. I kept telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks, that it was normal to feel uneasy in a new place. But then, just as I was starting to drift off, I heard it, a crunch outside, footsteps. My blood went cold. It was distinct, deliberate. Someone stepping on dried leaves just outside the bedroom window. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. The wind had died down, and the night was deadly still. I stayed frozen in bed for what felt like hours, waiting for another sound, some confirmation that I wasn't imagining things. But there was nothing. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside, squinting against the sunlight. The ground was damp from dew, the leaves soft and undisturbed. No footprints, no sign that anyone had been near the cabin. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Maybe I had been hearing animals, a deer or a raccoon. I told myself not to let my mind get the best of me. The day passed quietly. I hiked a bit, chopped some wood, and tried to enjoy the solitude. But as the sun dipped behind the trees again, the same dread from the night before crept in. That heavy, suffocating silence. That feeling of not being alone. I double-checked the locks before bed, even wedged a chair under the doorknob. It made me feel better, even if I knew it wouldn't stop someone determined to get in. That night, I heard it again, closer this time. A slow, careful step just beyond the window. Then another, and another. I held my breath, my fingers clenched around the handle of a knife I had grabbed from the kitchen. The footsteps stopped. Silence stretched so long that I started to think I had imagined it. But then, soft and deliberate, the sound of breathing. Not mine. Right outside the thin wooden wall of the cabin. My mind raced. If I turned on the light, would they see me? If I moved, would they hear? I stayed frozen, my pulse hammering against my ribs. Then, as if whoever was out there had lost interest, the sound faded, the steps retreating into the woods. I didn't sleep after that. I stayed awake, knife in hand, listening, waiting. By morning, I had convinced myself to leave. I packed quickly, stuffing my things into my bag, barely caring if I forgot anything. But when I stepped outside, my stomach turned to ice. Footprints, clear, fresh prints in the dirt just outside my window. Not the broad, heavy marks of boots. Bare feet, human. Who the hell was out here walking barefoot in the middle of nowhere? I backed toward my car, every nerve in my body screaming at me to move faster. The moment I unlocked the door, I heard it, a rustling in the trees, a low, deliberate breath, not from the wind or an animal. Someone was watching. I threw my bag into the passenger seat and slammed the door. The engine roared to life, and I hit the gas, gravel spitting out behind me as I sped down the dirt road. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was miles away, back on the highway, surrounded by cars and streetlights and the comforting hum of civilization. I never told anyone what happened. Not the police, not the owner of the cabin. What would I even say? That I heard something? That I felt watched? That I found footprints where no one should have been? It's been months, but I still think about it. Late at night, when the house is quiet, I hear the echoes of those footsteps. I feel the weight of unseen eyes, and I know, somewhere out there in those woods, something was watching me. And maybe, just maybe, it still is. I woke up to the sound of rain. Hard, steady drops hitting the roof of the cabin. The kind of rain that turns dirt roads into deep mud and makes the air thick with the smell of wet wood. I had come out here alone, needing a break from the city, from the noise, from people. The cabin belonged to a friend of a friend, an old hunting lodge deep in the woods, no neighbors for miles. I had packed enough food for a week, a rifle in case of animals, and a satellite phone in case of emergencies. I thought I was prepared. The first few days were peaceful. I spent my time hiking, reading, chopping wood. At night, I listened to the sounds of the forest. Owls, crickets, the occasional rustle of something moving through the underbrush. The isolation felt good, like a reset. But by the fourth day, I started feeling uneasy. It was small things at first. The sense of being watched when I stepped outside. A strange stillness in the air, like the woods were holding their breath. I told myself it was paranoia, just my mind adjusting to the silence. But then I found the tracks. They were in the mud just behind the cabin. Large, deep impressions, not like anything I'd seen before. Not boots, not bare, not anything I could recognize. They circled the cabin, leading from the tree line, stopping just beneath my bedroom window. I felt my stomach drop. Someone had been watching me while I slept. I spent the rest of the day checking my surroundings, looking for signs of whoever left those tracks. The rain had wiped away most of the details, but I could tell they weren't old. I kept my rifle close that night, listening for anything unusual. Around midnight, I heard it. The crunch of footsteps on wet leaves, slow, deliberate. Not an animal. I turned off the cabin lights and sat in the darkness, heart pounding. The footsteps circled the cabin once, then stopped. Silence. I waited for what felt like hours, barely breathing. Nothing. Eventually, I fell into a light, uneasy sleep. The next morning, I found more tracks, closer this time, and something else. A dead rabbit on my porch, its throat slit clean. I locked the cabin door and checked the rifle, making sure it was loaded. I wasn't alone out here. I tried calling for help, but the satellite phone wouldn't connect. Storm interference, I told myself. I decided to pack up and leave. But when I went outside to load my truck, I saw it. The tires were slashed. Someone had taken a knife to all four. Panic set in. I was trapped. I spent the day barricading the windows and doors, stacking furniture, making sure nothing could get in. I kept the rifle close, listening for any movement. As the sun went down, the woods felt even darker than before. I sat in the center of the cabin, back to the wall, watching the door. The hours dragged on. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I dozed off. I woke up to the creak of a floorboard. My blood went cold. The door was still locked, the windows still shut. But someone was inside. The air felt heavy, charged. I gripped the rifle, trying to control my breathing. Another creak, closer this time. Then silence. I didn't move, didn't blink. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, searching the shadows. Nothing, but I could feel it. Someone watching, waiting. I gripped the rifle tighter. Minutes passed, then an hour. I stayed frozen, muscles screaming. Finally, as dawn began to break, the feeling lifted. Whoever or whatever had been inside was gone. I didn't waste time. As soon as it was light, I grabbed my bag and started walking. I didn't care how far the nearest road was. I just needed to get out. I moved fast, checking over my shoulder every few minutes, the rifle ready. The woods were silent. No birds, no wind, nothing. Just my own footsteps. I walked for hours, legs burning, lungs aching. Then I saw it, another cabin. Small, rundown. I hesitated. If whoever had been watching me was still out here, I might be walking into another trap. But I couldn't keep wandering. I needed shelter, a phone, something. The door was unlocked. Inside, dust covered everything. It looked abandoned. I searched quickly, no phone, no food, just old furniture and broken windows. Then I saw the wall, scratched into the wood, dozens of names, some old, some fresh. And beneath them, a single message: "Don't stay after dark." A shiver ran down my spine. My name wasn't on the wall, but I knew if I stayed, it would be. I turned and ran. Ran until my legs gave out, until I stumbled onto a dirt road and flagged down the first car I saw. I didn't stop to explain. I just left. Days later, after I made it back to the city, I looked up missing persons reports from that area. There were too many. Hikers, campers, hunters, people who went into those woods and never came out. I don't know what I saw out there. I don't want to know, but I'll never go back. I needed to get away. Too many things in life were piling up, and I felt like I was drowning in it all. So, I found this cabin online, deep in the woods, far from everything. It wasn't fancy, just a basic wooden structure with a tin roof, a small deck, and a single chimney. No internet, no neighbors, no distractions. Exactly what I needed. The listing had mentioned it was a bit rustic, but that was fine. I wasn't looking for luxury. I wanted silence, a place where I could breathe. Getting there was more of a hassle than I expected. The drive alone took 6 hours, half of which was on back roads with no signs, just a GPS signal that flickered in and out. Then, the final stretch was a dirt path, barely wide enough for my car, winding through dense forest. Trees pressed in on both sides, their branches clawing at my windows like skeletal fingers. I hadn't seen another car for miles, and that was fine. It was what I wanted. Isolation. The cabin sat in a small clearing, a single-story structure with weathered wood and a sloping roof. There was a shed out back, which the owner said had firewood and some tools if I needed them. No electricity, just a generator, and no running water except for an old well. The place smelled like damp wood and old dust when I first stepped inside, but it was sturdy, functional. The front door creaked when I closed it, the sound too loud in the stillness. I set my bags down and took a look around. One main room with a bed pushed against the wall, a small wood-burning stove, and a battered table with 2 chairs. A narrow doorway led to a tiny bathroom with a bucket system for water. No mirrors in the entire place, which felt odd, but I shrugged it off. The only light came from a few old oil lamps, their glass smudged with years of soot. It wasn't exactly cozy, but I hadn't come here for comfort. That first night, I sat on the porch and listened to the silence. No cars, no voices, no hum of electricity. Just the sound of the wind threading through the trees and the distant hoot of an owl. I felt something loosen in my chest. This was good. This was what I needed. I slept lightly, waking up to every creak and groan of the cabin settling. At one point, I swore I heard something outside, footsteps in the dirt, but when I looked out the window, there was nothing. Just trees swaying in the dark, their branches scraping against one another. Probably just a deer, maybe a raccoon. I told myself not to be paranoid. The next day, I explored a little. There was an overgrown path leading away from the cabin, so I followed it, stepping over fallen branches and pushing through thick brush. It led to a small stream, its water dark and still. No fish, no ripples, just motionless water reflecting the trees like a mirror. I crouched down and reached in, but the water was strangely warm, like it had been sitting in the sun too long. A rotten smell clung to the air, something foul beneath the surface. I didn't linger. On my way back, I spotted something just off the path. A piece of wood, half buried under leaves. I brushed the dirt away and realized it was part of an old sign. The letters faded but still readable. Keep out. The edges were splintered, like it had been ripped off whatever post it had been nailed to. My stomach tightened. The listing hadn't mentioned anything about private land or warnings. Maybe it was old. Maybe it didn't mean anything anymore. I left it where it was and walked back to the cabin. That night, the noises came back. Soft at first, almost like whispers in the wind, but then footsteps. Not the random rustling of an animal, but slow, deliberate steps circling the cabin. I stayed still, heart hammering in my chest, listening. They stopped at the front door. A long pause, then a quiet, almost hesitant knock. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The knock came again, louder this time. My brain scrambled for an explanation. A lost hiker? Some local checking in? But who would be out here at this hour? The listing had said the nearest town was over 20 miles away. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The footsteps retreated, fading into the woods. I waited, muscles tense, but nothing happened. After a long time, I let out a shaky breath and forced myself to lie back down. Sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, I found footprints in the dirt outside. Human footprints. They circled the cabin, stopping just short of the porch steps. My stomach twisted. Maybe someone had been here. Maybe they'd left. Either way, I didn't want to stick around to find out. I packed my things quickly, stuffing everything into my bag with shaking hands. I didn't even bother eating. I just wanted to be gone. But when I tried to start my car, nothing happened. The engine clicked but wouldn't turn over. My breath came in short gasps. I tried again. Nothing. I popped the hood, but I didn't know what I was looking at. It had worked fine when I got here. This didn't make sense. I needed to leave. I grabbed my phone, but of course no signal. I tried the generator, but it sputtered and died. The nearest town was too far to walk in a single day, and I had no idea if there were any other cabins nearby. I felt trapped. I spent the next few hours pacing, trying to think. Maybe if I followed the dirt road back, I'd find someone. Maybe I'd just have to walk until I got service. But as the day stretched on, a new thought settled in. Someone had been here last night, and they hadn't knocked to ask for help. The sun started dipping below the trees, shadows stretching long across the clearing. I forced myself to stay calm. I locked the doors. I took one of the old knives from the kitchen and sat on the bed, gripping it tight. The night was coming, and I wasn't ready for it. When the knocking came again, I nearly dropped the knife. 3 sharp raps against the wood, then silence. I didn't move. The door handle rattled, then the back door, then the windows. Slow, methodical testing, looking for a way in. I stayed awake all night, listening. They never broke in. They never spoke, but they were there, just outside, just beyond the thin walls of the cabin, waiting. By morning, they were gone. The footprints in the dirt were deeper this time, like someone had stood there for hours. My car still wouldn't start. My supplies were running low. I needed to leave, so I walked. I grabbed my bag, my knife, and started down the road. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves made my skin crawl. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone, but the road was empty, just me and the trees. It took me 6 hours to reach a gas station. When I stumbled inside, the cashier looked up, startled. I must have looked like hell. I asked for a phone, called a tow truck, and sat there shaking while I waited. I didn't tell anyone what happened, not because I didn't believe it, but because I did. Because I knew somewhere deep in those woods they were still there, waiting for the next person to come looking for silence. I woke up to the sound of branches scraping against the window. The wind had picked up overnight, and now the whole cabin creaked around me. It wasn't much of a cabin, just a one-room shack with a small bathroom attached, deep in the woods. The place was old, and it smelled like damp wood and dust. It belonged to my uncle, who had let me borrow it for a weekend. I just needed to get away, clear my head. Too much stress, too much city noise. Out here it was quiet, but maybe too quiet. I rubbed my eyes and glanced at the old clock on the wall. 3:12 a.m. The wind howled outside, and I pulled the blankets tighter around me. I had locked the door before bed. I knew that for sure. The only way in or out was the front door, and I had checked it twice. The single window had a rusty old latch that barely moved. No one was getting in. Still, I felt uneasy. It was that kind of fear that sat heavy in your chest. A slow-burning panic that made no sense but refused to go away. I listened. The wind howled again, but beneath it, there was something else. A soft crunching sound. Footsteps. I held my breath, listening harder. Maybe it was a deer or some other animal. Maybe it was nothing, but it didn't stop. It sounded slow, deliberate. Not the skittering of a raccoon or the careless steps of a deer. I reached for my flashlight, but my hand was shaking. I forced myself to breathe, told myself it was fine, probably just the wind knocking loose branches around. I turned on the flashlight and aimed it toward the window. The beam bounced off the glass, reflecting back at me. Outside, the trees swayed wildly, their shadows stretching across the ground like twisted fingers. But I didn't see anything. Then, just as I was about to turn away, I saw it, a figure, standing just beyond the tree-line. I froze. My breath hitched in my throat. It was too far to see clearly, but it was there. Person, just standing there, unmoving. A shiver ran down my spine. My brain scrambled for a reasonable explanation. A lost hiker? Someone camping nearby? But this deep in the woods? And why were they just standing there? I turned off the flashlight. My heart pounded as I slowly backed away from the window. I didn't want whoever was out there to know I had seen them. I stood in the darkness, waiting. The wind kept howling, but the footsteps had stopped. I strained to hear anything, but the only thing I could make out was the creaking of the cabin. I waited for what felt like hours. Nothing happened. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe the shadows had played tricks on me. But then, just as I was starting to calm down, I heard it. The door handle. It rattled softly just once. Then silence. I couldn't move. My body locked up, every muscle tensed. Someone was out there, and they were trying to get in. I slowly reached for the small hunting knife I had brought with me. My uncle had warned me about bears, but now I was wishing he had warned me about something worse. Another rattle, harder this time. I clenched the knife tighter. The door was locked. I knew that, but what if the lock wasn't strong enough? What if they had a crowbar? What if... Then suddenly the noise stopped. I stood there waiting, but nothing happened. No footsteps, no more rattling. Just the wind. I wanted to move closer to the door, but fear kept me frozen. What if they were still there, just waiting for me to make a sound? Minutes passed, then hours. The clock read 5:47 a.m. when I finally moved. The first light of dawn was creeping through the trees, and the fear that had gripped me all night had started to loosen. I had to check. I had to know if someone had really been there. I forced myself to the door. My fingers trembled as I reached for the lock. I took a deep breath and unlocked it, then slowly cracked the door open. The cold morning air hit me first. The wind had died down, and the woods were silent. But then I saw it. Footprints. They led from the treeline to my door. Deep, heavy prints in the damp earth. Someone had been there, and they had stood at my door for a long time. But there was something worse. The footprints didn't lead away. Whoever it was, they never left. I slammed the door shut and locked it again. My stomach twisted, my mind racing. I grabbed my bag, my car keys, and everything I could carry. I wasn't staying another minute. I threw open the door and ran to my car, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. I fumbled with the keys, desperate to get inside. When the engine roared to life, I felt a surge of relief so strong I almost cried. I hit the gas and sped down the narrow dirt road, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. I never told my uncle what happened. Never told anyone. I don't know who was out there that night. I don't know what they wanted, and I don't ever want to find out.